the deity of Kronos bestowed upon him. A straightforward challenge. Eliminate a cicada for a merciless young killer like him. This should have been the most effortless task imaginable until the deity proclaimed, "I shall observe your turmoil." Suddenly, everything was engulfed in shadow. In an instant, his sense of taste, his mass, his aspirations, his warmth, his auditory perception, his olfactory sense, and his vision vanished. The sole sensation he retained was his grip on the spear. An ordinary individual would have crumpled, pleading for the ordeal to cease. Brawl grasped the spear and commenced swinging it. Essentially without direction, he assaulted and discovered nothing. Swing at nothing, swing at nothing. For what seemed like an eternity, he pursued, a noise he could no longer perceive. And when his awareness eventually returned, the cicada lay lifeless in his grasp. He had ended its life 3 eras ago and hadn't even realized. The deity of time gazed at him and remarked that he was the first not to succumb to madness. For that, he merits the prize he has sought for so long. However, prior to that, we must witness this. Youthful lad who has recently been placed into a fresh realm, and this supportive explorer is clarifying everything to him, informing him about the metropolis, the framework, the purported enchantment. As the lad gazes back, utterly bewildered, attempting to comprehend the situation, the man faces him with a warm grin and suggests that, since the boy lacks sophistication, he should simply accompany him. He even offers him some meat, noticing that the child appears famished. A momentary pause ensues. The boy expresses his gratitude in a slightly awkward manner and trails the man into a shadowy Epstein-esque corridor. The individual presents him with an entirely ordinary, absolutely not tainted beverage. Our loyal companion begins to gulp it down, or perhaps not, as he abruptly expels the entire concoction into the man's visage and informs him that his goblin paralysis toxin consistently carries an odor. Identically unpleasant. It hurts. The tongue, yet it scorches the eyes far more intensely. Epstein desires to emulate him, flustered and attempting to comprehend how this lad was aware, inquiring if he hadn't merely shown up, but our protagonist had already struck him in the groin. Noticed the blade concealed beneath his cloak. Selected. He wrapped it up and eliminated him. Then he vocalizes it. Guideline number 1. Never place faith in anyone in this wretched existence. Indeed, this is savage. Now he is a regressor. Yet, in his former life, he was merely a worthless C-rank mercenary struggling to survive on meager scraps. While fervently pursuing one final payout, he tripped into a subterranean chamber and discovered an peculiar relic left by the very deity of time. That relic pulled his spirit back to the moment he was initially conjured into this realm. However, it could prove to be futile, since he continues to face the identical issue he encountered previously. He possesses no class. He lacks sophistication, and after a lifetime of hardship, he received a mediocre bone enhancement ability. This is certainly not your typical Sung Jin Woo narrative, where this individual will become invincible in 5 chapters. However, goodness gracious, this pale-skinned emo lad will create. Fellows quiver. Naturally, the ladies possess exceptionally generous spirits. Thus, I have no further inquiries. Returning to the instance when he felt disheartened, discovering that nothing had altered. For him, this setback seemed futile, as his statistics remained precisely as they were previously. Nonetheless, he still retained all the recollections from the 13 harrowing years he endured in Aria. As he strolls, he reaches the Wellness Bone Adjustment Center and recognizes this is the point at which he must alter circumstances. In Aria, a multitude of summoned individuals existed. Sorcerers who wielded spells, combat specialists who practiced martial disciplines, and the most prevalent of all were the unclassified. They had the potential to acquire any skill, yet they were also the most vulnerable, frequently perishing before mastering sufficient abilities to endure in Aria. His existence had mirrored this as well, enduring 13 years as a C-rank mercenary, enduring one indignity after another. Ultimately, he met his demise destitute and overlooked. An elderly gentleman examines the youth who desires a bone restructuring operation. Recognizing the opportunities he overlooked in the past, Sun Min resolves to change his approach and grow significantly more powerful. His strategy succeeds. He acquires the inferior-ranked martial skeleton and the heavenly cultivation method. Even in the absence of funds or skill, Lee perceives his physical form transforming as he exits the facility. He had merely seized one of the 3 opportunities that could rectify his dismal destiny. The combat skeleton reconfigured his form to facilitate the acquisition of martial arts. He was the inaugural incentivist to undergo the treatment from the acupuncturist who created synthetic skeletons to characterize someone as being without social class and completely lacking any acquired abilities. The departure from his former existence had eluded him, as he had previously acquired a particular expertise. However, at this moment, he was able to seize it. Given that the physician was nearing death, only a handful of unclassed individuals would ever encounter such an opportunity again. Furthermore, he had also obtained the authentic heavenly cultivation method, a technique for developing internal energy, the foundation of cultivation. Sun Min was aware that a premier technique was concealed within a modest Xenovis archive. The proprietor was unaware of its worth, thus Sun Min purchased it for an affordable cost. Within a single day, he seized 2 out of the 3 opportunities he had previously overlooked. The final opportunity would arise from triumphing in the Colosseum, scheduled to commence a year afterwards. His anticipations weren't particularly elevated, as only unranked combatants were permitted to participate. That signified he had a genuine opportunity to enhance sufficiently within that single year in Xenovis. Initially, however, he required funds for accommodations, prompting him to pursue the slaying of creatures. Weary, the merchant scarcely observed the lad standing before him. A number of individuals were examining the armor and equipment showcased. With sparkling eyes, Sun Min expresses his desire to purchase some of it. The seller inquires whether he can genuinely afford it. To acquire the entirety, he would require a minimum of 300,000 planets. He even attempts to request acknowledgement, but it proves unsuccessful, and he's cast aside. Nevertheless, the seller observes his unwavering resolve. Sun Min subsequently proposes his garments as compensation. He asserts that they are premium garments from a sophisticated realm, but the seller simply erupts in laughter. That response begins to irritate several of the men in the vicinity. The seller asserts he will not reduce the cost merely due to the boy's lack of social status. To him, the scamp exhibited no modesty. Nevertheless, despite claiming he had no use for the soiled garments, he consents to sell, on credit. The seller appreciated the child's audacity, battling so fiercely despite being merely a youth. He concluded that the lad was unlikely to perish in the near future and could potentially become a devoted patron. Now prepared, Sun Min gazes at the shadowy woodland. Purchasing armor had proven to be the correct decision, despite the expense it incurred. He appreciated the advantage and felt fortunate that this fresh existence was unfolding in a different manner. As he strides, he remains fully vigilant. Upon entering the hunting terrain, he recalls how 13 years prior he arrived as a defenseless youth, devoid of armor and expertise. At that time, he had been utterly pitiable. The system enumerates various advantages, such as swift stride, a robust frame, and obliteration palm. Before long, the sun begins to set. Suddenly, something swiftly shifts in close proximity. A goblin attempts to conceal itself within the woods, yet Lee Summon is already employing the spirit-pursuing sword technique against it. Utilizing a singular thrust, his lance propels through the goblin's visage in a pristine, single shot, single elimination. The creature is utterly incapable of defense. Subsequently, Summon attempts to relax, yet searing agony radiates throughout his entire form. Gazing at his hand, he recognizes the issue. The one-shot, one-kill technique employs the left hand for stability while hurling the spear, and his untutored hand suffered a burn. Yet, with a grin, he resolves to strengthen his hands through practice. Although this setback may appear futile, it represents a new beginning. In a shadowy location, crimson vapor ascends. An enigmatic youth reclines on the earth and harnesses his abilities. Enchantment envelops his figure as he perceives an unusual presence in the vicinity. Summon returns to the modest lodging where he had resided since his arrival in the vicinity. Upon his arrival, he is welcomed with a grin. Jack, a cunning, middle-aged innkeeper, stands ready for his arrival. Summon presents the day's accommodation payment using a newly acquired dimensional pouch. Jack finds it peculiar for a boy without social status to possess something so exceptional, but Summon simply claims he secured a great bargain. He has become accustomed to peculiar occurrences by this point. The elderly innkeeper refrains from questioning him and, instead, examines the goblin fangs and substances. Jack permits him to remain for an additional 2 days, accepting the materials as compensation. Nonetheless, he is astonished by Summon's tenacity and recognizes genuine promise in him, particularly for a lad who arrived at Xenovis without refinement and lacking abilities. Following a fortnight, he remained alive, foraging daily and consistently returning with sufficient provisions to cover his lodging expenses. Jack asserts that the majority of uncouth individuals would be incapable of achieving that. He even suggests that Summon could evolve into an individual akin to Zenin. Finished with the conversation, the young man pivots and ascends the stairs, mentioning that he requires repose after an exhausting day. Upon entering his chamber, he reflects on Jack's remarks. He wasn't talented. He was merely obstinate, desperate, and still breathing. Upon accessing his status window, he reviews the skills he has acquired. Despite initiating anew, he retained the wisdom from his former existence. He understood he could apply methods from recollection, yet the skills he had perfected previously were unremarkable. Regardless of how extensively he instructed them, they would never permit him to outshine the powerful. Merely the heavenly cultivation method provided him with genuine optimism. It wasn't extraordinary by itself, but when combined with superior combat skills, it could propel him significantly further. Thus, he resolved to concentrate on enhancing that method initially. The following morning, just as he is preparing to depart, Lula, the proprietor's daughter, halts him. Concerned, she inquires why he continues to jeopardize his safety in the woods on a daily basis. Lula suggests that he could easily secure a stable position in the vicinity. However, Summon has already decided his course of action. Being from a different realm, he must forage to generate income. Lula still perceives him as foolish and urges him to seek a conventional occupation. Concerned, Lula proposed employment at the inn, as her father held him in high regard. Yet culinary tasks and housekeeping simply were not suited for him. She remained perplexed as to why he would jeopardize his life rather than opt for a secure position. Lee Summon remained silent, contemplating this. Fresh beginnings. He glanced away and remarked that he would return by supper. In his former existence, he endured by relinquishing possessions, and he understood he could repeat that once more. Yet he declined to exist in the same manner this time. He vowed he would ultimately obtain what he was entitled to. To achieve that, he was prepared for anything. He desired an improved existence compared to his past. As he set out to pursue game once more, the afternoon chime of Xenovis resonated. That sound indicated the arrival of a new summoning. From afar, he sensed the recognizable vitality coalescing. It was a young one, roughly the same age he had been when he was called forth. Much like previously, the youngster appeared powerless, a simple target for fraudsters. Certain individuals were already peddling the identical vial they utilized on him. He momentarily contemplated assisting the youngster, but opted to refrain from getting entangled. As he pivoted, he collided with an individual next to him. The individual was enormous. Prior to his ability to respond, he was pulled into an arrangement and faced allegations of fracturing a bandit's clavicle. The colossal, enraged individual struck him in the visage and knocked him down before he had a chance to react. The commotion prompted nearby individuals to glance over. In an attempt to manage the throng, the assailant bellowed that the lad had fractured his bone and ought to endure the same affliction. Despite their bewilderment, the villagers simply disregarded it and moved along. Determined to seek retribution, Homdem resolved to fracture the boy's collarbone. Enraged, Lee Songdem recognized that they were all collaborating, and the brute before him was a mediocre combatant who couldn't distinguish a rib from a collarbone. Martial practitioners are classified by their proficiency, and the third tier signifies merely basic competence. Lee's youthful companions had not yet attained that standard. He required assistance to achieve victory, yet he understood that no one in Xenovis would intervene. Upon discovering that the boy was to be sold into slavery, he intervened and cautioned him against consuming the toxic substance. The boy appeared perplexed, but ceased lifting the bottle. Lee's youthful companions wished the lad possessed some combat skills and hailed from Miram. Suddenly, the beverage cascaded onto the earth. Chungnim positioned himself before the adversary and ridiculed that he would appeal to aristocrats with perverse preferences. He knelt to deliver a strike, Yet Li's youthful followers were unwilling to permit it to conclude there. He employed a rapid movement to approach his foe. Subsequently, he executed an exoskeleton steel fracture, catching the ruffian by surprise. With a single strike, he struck the assailant's rib. His companions observed from afar. The obliteration palm and his additional maneuvers proved effective. However, the individual was remarkably resilient. The pair halted briefly to regain their breath. Despite his experience, Li's youthful fighters still fell short against more formidable martial artists. Chungnim felt no fear whatsoever. He anticipated that the smaller boy would tire out before long. In the meantime, one of the accomplices cautioned that the commotion would attract the attention of the guards. Resolute, Li's young soldiers charged forward once more. The young one observed the altercation intently from a distance. Recognizing that their fists were insufficient, Li's young warriors seized his spear without a moment's pause. Suddenly, the child emerged beside him and requested that he reiterate what he had mentioned previously. Li's youthful companions were oblivious to the reason. Instructing him to hold on for a moment, he attempted to intercept the forthcoming strike. However, the youth halted the colossal hand with a mere touch. Subsequently, he propelled Chungnim away with his might. I can't fathom that my critters were so impolite to you. The outlaw collapsed onto the heap of wounded figures. That palm strike, infused with internal energy, surpassed both first and second tiers by a significant margin. Li's companions discerned that the youth beside him was an apex martial artist. Despite sharing the same age, Chungmin was left astonished after the confrontation. The boy could potentially be Wuji Hoyoung, the diminutive celestial demon. The demon sect is comprised of unconventional practitioners who venerate power above all else. Its most formidable member ascends to the status of the celestial demon, while his offspring is referred to as the young master. This indicated that the boy was indeed the diminutive celestial demon Wu Ji Hoyoung. Although he was the same age as Chungmin, the disparity between them was immense. In that instant, Chungmin realized he was in the presence of someone renowned in the region. Although Chungmin was already aware, Wu Ji Hoyoung still presented himself. Subsequently, the pair conversed in a chamber, and Li's Chungmin revealed his own name. The youth disclosed something highly significant. The region was an entirely distinct realm. There was no infernal sect present. Wu Ji Hoyoung chuckled, evidently finding amusement in the scenario. However, a hint of worry lingered in his gaze. Recalling the earlier events in the square, he inquired about the warning Li Chongmin had directed at him. Perplexed by its significance, Chungmin explained that he was cautioning him against consuming a goblin paralysis toxin. However, the diminutive astral imp was displeased with being referred to so informally. Thus, Li Chongmin inclined his head and expressed remorse, admitting he was unaware that he was addressing the young heir. Internally, he found it hard to fathom that he was genuflecting to a mere 13-year-old. Wu Ji Hoyoung beamed, utterly satisfied. He then gestured towards Chungmin and remarked that he had observed him practicing martial arts previously, but referred to those methods as worthless. He remarked that Chungmin's combat technique was absurd and inquired about the source of such disarray. Li Chongmin was perplexed by Wu Ji Hoyoung's intentions with this conversation. Rather than ridiculing him further, the youth proposed to instruct him in martial arts. Li Chongmin remained motionless in quietude. Confident in his abilities, the diminutive ethereal imp asserted that Chungmin would progress swiftly under his guidance. However, there was a single stipulation for Li. Chungmin. Stunned, he steadied himself. Wu Ji Hoyoung wished for him to be his companion. Icy perspiration trickled down Chungmin's spine. He was utterly disoriented. From a young age, the successor of the demonic sect had yearned for companionship. His father never grasped it. However, Wu Ji Hoyoung had discovered in a book that companions assist you in surmounting any challenge. His father stated that was intended for commonplace individuals, not for... The celestial fiend Wu Ji Ho asserted that his offspring would govern all demonic beings, devoid of companionship. Wu Ji Hoyoung was raised amidst relentless training and harsh discipline. His father was stern and unyielding, and regarded any desire for human interaction as a flaw. During a particular training drill, a 10-year-old Wu Ji Hoyoung took the lives of 50 individuals. As the offspring of Wu Ji Ho, such an accomplishment was far from astonishing. Nevertheless, he displayed minimal sentiment. Yet his desire for companionship was fulfilled when he encountered Lee Chong-min, an individual who had journeyed back from the future. As the successor of the faction, immense anticipations were imposed upon him from the moment of his arrival. Consequently, his education commenced at a young age. Due to that difficult upbringing, he never had the opportunity to cultivate friendships. Even in such unusual conditions, the two formed a companionship agreement. Wooji Ho-young could not conceal his delight at acquiring a new companion, Lee Chong-min. Thus, the predictor, almost 28 years of age, formed a friendship with a 13-year-old. Ancient. Wooji Ho-young commenced instructing Chong-min in the esoteric practices of the Purple Dawn, a malevolent sect method recognized for its amethyst-hued inner force. Chong-min was perplexed. He had anticipated that he would be acquiring demon sorcery firsthand. Now that they had formed a friendship, the diminutive celestial demon encouraged him to converse informally. When Lee Chong-min altered his demeanor, the boy appeared completely content. The authentic dark sorcery could solely be mastered by the sect chief in the atmosphere. Therefore, Chong-min would explore alternative methods instead. Strolling through the woods, Lee Chong-min became aware that a significant amount of time had elapsed. Wooji Ho-young had instructed him in the arcane practices of the Purple Dawn for an entire month. He was now capable of defeating multiple creatures simultaneously, yet he still craved additional power. His status had ascended to a position between third and second class, significantly improved compared to his previous existence. Despite this advancement, Wooji Ho-young's incisive critique continually highlighted his shortcomings and compelled him to strive even more diligently. Within the woodland, Lee Chong-min contemplated collecting his bounty. Suddenly, a colossal being erupted from the foliage. A lethal beast sprang toward him. Had he not evaded swiftly, he would have perished. Upon examining more closely, he realized it was an orc. He glanced to his right, then to his left, and recognized he was by himself. He would need to eliminate the orc on his own. He plunged his spear into the beast's torso. Shortly thereafter, he pierced a gap in its form, jumped inside, and concluded the struggle. He believed that eliminating it had been straightforward, yet he recollected Wooji Ho-young's irritating analogies. Nevertheless, he examined the orc's peculiar visage, as creatures of that sort typically did not inhabit that area. A voice commended him, stating he was robust for his age. A gentleman then approached him cautiously. It was Moon-hee Young, a renowned fighter who was once referred to as the annihilating blade of the central region. Lee Chong-min was uncertain about the man's intentions. Indicating the lifeless creature, Moon-hee Young remarked that he had been pursuing an orc that had been creating disturbances in the vicinity. Return. Within the urban landscape, a diminutive primate, Du Songri Young, pondered whether the lad before them was perhaps too youthful. However, Moon-hee Young mentioned that he had observed the boy battling alone and deemed his abilities intriguing. Wang Pei, known as the Black Rain Dagger, embraced Moon's verdict and presented himself. A young woman named Rainier subsequently presented herself and mentioned that she hailed from Vela's Sorcery Academy. Inquisitive, she inquired whether the young man was aware of the type of occupation that awaited them. A band of orcs had established a settlement in the vicinity, plundering neighboring villages and slaying adventurers. Consequently, the guild proposed a reward of 20 million to eradicate the orc settlement. Should they triumph, the funds would be divided into 5 portions. The young lad swiftly realized his share would amount to approximately 7 million. Despite the substantial prize, Senmin continued to question those in his vicinity. Moon-hee Young anticipated the boy's response. Following a brief hesitation, he concurred. "Please," the warrior remarked. "The undertaking would be considerably simpler with his presence." Senmin valued the warm reception, yet he continued to feel unsettled. He inquired about the 2 individuals seated there, and discovered they were merely burdensome carriers, unremarkable non-entities. Upon learning that the new combatant hailed from Marim, they inclined their heads in respect. Him. Their task was to transport provisions financed by whatever funds remained. Following the girls' exchange of coins, they proceeded to procure apples. Rainier consumed apples while they journeyed. Before long, the group arrived at the orc settlement. They estimated that there were approximately 50 orcs in total, although only about 30 would probably emerge. Dusangrian was confident that the orcs were sluggish and unintelligent. He intended to eliminate them swiftly and seize the bounty. Thus, the group would divide into two factions. The youthful combatant would remain alongside the experienced bladesman. The others would lure the orcs out, then divide them, ascend, and collect them. Rainier would disseminate their fragrance utilizing wind sorcery, as orcs were exceedingly possessive of their domains. They would conceal themselves, bide their time, and allow the sorceress to prepare her incantation. The diminutive fighter in Injury would illuminate the beacon to summon the remainder of the orcs outdoors. That was the ultimate strategy, and it seemed straightforward enough. Simon considered it satisfactory for such a compact group, although a snare would have been preferable. Woon overheard a young individual recognize their proximity to the orc territory. From this point onwards, all individuals needed to remain vigilant and battle. Indeed. The initial contingent advanced, while the so-called outcast carried the equipment on his shoulders. As they stepped onto hostile territory, the lad contemplated the difficulty of this task, particularly for those without social status. Gazing at the messenger's countenance, he was reminded of his former self. He paused and inquired of the gentleman his. The messenger identified himself as Brass. There were individuals who questioned whether Brass could endure once the conflict commenced. Thus, the lad instructed him to decide at this moment, flee or remain. He understood that the chief would be indifferent. The individual wasn't even paying attention. Panting heavily, Brass stated that he was unable to flee. He was completely unaware of how the organization would penalize him for forsaking the endeavor. Therefore, he would need to rely on his own resources. Upon seeing the village, Woon informed the boy that they had reached their destination. Upon evading the patrols, they observed posts established amid the foliage. It appeared to be the opportune moment to ignite the beacon. However, the lad requested a moment and rummaged through his spatial satchel. The chief was utterly oblivious to his actions. Subsequently, the lad spilled water and had them coat themselves in mud, to conceal a portion of their aroma. While applying the substance, he mentioned that his mentor had imparted that technique to him. He instructed Woon, a youth, to mask his odor as well. Woon heeded and tumbled into the mire. The lad even created additional for Brass before the signal was ultimately, the orcs observed the peculiar blaze. Subsequently, the chief proposed utilizing the group. Use the mule as a decoy, send him out to divert the orcs, then launch an attack from the rear. Upon hearing that, Brass became frantic. He evidently had no desire to perish, yet Woon assured him of his safety. Nevertheless, he cautioned that disobeying commands could lead to his demise. He dismissed it as a jest, as the others anticipated the forthcoming action. The youthful fighter opted to take the lead, demonstrating genuine courage. Recognizing his intention, the commander acquiesced. The strategy succeeded, luring out 13 orcs of the hamlet and eliminating them individually with ease. During the confrontation, the young lad demonstrated his proficiency with the spear, delivering precise blows as additional orcs charged forth. During the altercation, he found himself contemplating the reason behind his actions. He then redirected his attention and understood that he needed to assist the unclassified individual. Perhaps it was merely compassion, or perhaps it wasn't. Nevertheless, he decided to safeguard him. They were not truly companions. He merely beheld his reflection in another individual driven to the brink. The orcs lingered, anticipating his subsequent action. Recalling his instruction, he launched another assault with his spear. Despite the stern admonitions of his superior echoing in his mind, he remained resolute. He remembered Woon Hye-young's instruction. The proper method for wielding a spear was to strike from a distance. Bearing that in consideration, he wielded the spirit-seeking spear. Third variation, lightning cleave assault. That maneuver eliminated numerous orcs they had enticed out. Alongside him, Woon Hye-young continued to battle fiercely. In another location, a massive orc approached to eliminate Brass. Lacking any notion of how to protect himself, the man could merely anticipate his demise. Then the lad thrust his lance into the orc and rescued him. He beamed, pleased that he had shielded the unrefined individual. By that time, the earth was blanketed with lifeless orcs. The chief began severing their auditory organs and tallying the number they had slain. The auditory senses would validate the pursuit, on the condition that the opposing team managed their portion as well. One hurled his bag to Brass and instructed him to collect all items. Subsequently, they proceeded to join the others. Brass appeared astounded. He expressed his gratitude to the young lad for rescuing him. Subsequently, he proceeded to gather the baggage. The young lad discreetly observed how genuine that gratitude appeared. In the meantime, the remaining individuals anticipated the trio's comeback. Sludge still enveloped them, yet their sense of relief was unmistakable. The initial phase had succeeded, and the commander remarked that they concluded ahead of schedule, owing to the youthful combatant. However, the genuine difficulties were merely beginning. Suddenly, an object whizzed towards the assembly, a knife that pierced Renner in the torso. She was completely unaware of what transpired, and the sorcerer abruptly directed her abilities against her own comrades. The others swiftly unsheathed their arms. The lad thwarted the foe's progression with his lance. Subsequently, a recollection from his previous existence surged into his thoughts. He envisioned himself lugging a burdensome bag to gather a handful of coins. In close proximity, a throng had assembled. It was an execution, the inaugural one he had ever witnessed. The sentenced individual was a daring mercenary hailing from Morem. During a quest, he had eliminated all of his associates to secure the bounty. However, he was apprehended. The youthful lad gazed at the man's cranium, affixed to timber. In the current moment, that identical individual faced him. Astonished by the lad's swift response, an onlooker lauded the youth. Him. Yet the lad was already aware of the reality. He had witnessed this man's demise in a previous existence. Even after 13 years, he still recollected it vividly. The commander acknowledged that the youth was remarkable for his age after observing him combat the orcs. A Tier 2 martial artist, he confronted the youthful fighter and asserted that the lad remained feebler. Although aware that the confrontation would be challenging, an individual chose not to retreat. Despite being at a lesser skill level, the young boy exhibited superior movement and demonstrated an astute understanding of the bout. He anticipated the assaults, employing the extension of his spear with keen accuracy. Interpreting the dynamics of combat, he descended, a success, and demonstrated that his previous expertise in Huraran's instruction rendered him a genuine menace. Observing it from a short distance, one youthful listener was taken aback. Nonetheless, he recognized that the lad couldn't sustain this indefinitely. However, the boy had a cunning plan prepared. He had blended venom into the mire. It didn't require direct injection to be effective. That toxin was sufficient to disrupt the man's vigor and stability. At that moment, one Huraran was retreating and needed to alter strategies. He abruptly hurled himself to the side, and Lee Summon recognized immediately that it was perilous. With trembling hands, the adversary seized the courier as a captive. He proclaimed he could eliminate the individual with a single blow. The youth became tense, uncertain about how to resolve the impasse. One Huraran was convinced that Brass had turned into his vulnerability. Location. The lad paused for an instant, but did not retreat. Nevertheless, employing Brass in this manner was an unwise decision. He had merely assisted Brass because the individual evoked memories of his former existence, and now his fury was evident. Concurrently, one sensed the venom permeating. The young man suppressed his feelings, exhaustion, and uncertainty, compelling himself to remain composed. He understood that he couldn't triumph recklessly in this condition, and needed to conserve his energy. If he failed, he would forfeit the battle. If he delayed excessively, Brass would perish. Then, Brass undertook the unforeseen. He struck the legs, attempting to weaken his knees. The young lad witnessed the bravery of an unrefined individual accomplishing the unattainable. Brass adhered to Wound's form and exerted his mass against him. However, the adversary pierced him with a blade. As Brass shouted, the individual appeared satisfied. An instant later, the youthful fighter arrived. The adversary became frantic and attempted to plead for mercy, but was swiftly eliminated. In another location, the ape had triumphed over the sorcerer Wang Pei following a fierce battle. The peril had passed, yet the cost was steep. Brass lay lifeless, and Li Songmin loomed over the corpses, with his lance piercing the foe. Subsequent to the demise of Wen Hairyung and Wang Pei, their remains were transported to the Mercenary Guild in order to secure the bounty of 35 million. Wu Jihyun was pleased that the fighter returned unscathed. She inquired why he was delayed. Fatigued, the central character collapsed onto his mattress, yearning for a brief respite. Yet Brass's demise continued to burden him. Had he possessed just a fraction more vigor, he could have potentially rescued him. Upon returning to his chamber, he continued to reflect on his actions and felt tainted by them. Wu Jihyun abruptly inquired if he had taken a life. She claimed she could detect the scent of human blood on him. Li Songmin clarified that a mediocre martial artist attempted to assassinate him, prompting him to defend himself. Even at that moment, the diminutive imp sensed he was still concealing something. What troubled her the most was straightforward. What secrets was he concealing from her? Upon hearing that, the young lad remained upright. He confessed that he was unaware of what he was concealing, yet he sensed her uncertainty. He inquired whether she thought it odd that someone of his caliber triumphed over a mediocre martial artist. However, Wu Ji circumvented the question. Observing him, she realized he was far from an average individual. As Wu Ji Hyun roamed the metropolis, she had been endeavoring to comprehend this realm more profoundly. She had witnessed numerous elements present and discovered how the stateless existed. The majority of them lived in despair and scarcely had sufficient food. For humans, exterminating insects is effortless, yet taking the life of even a minor creature requires determination. Throughout the rigorous training, Hoi Jen maintained a vigilant observation of the boy. On the inaugural day following his summons, Xiang Min promptly ventured into the woods to pursue creatures for him existence relied on. Yet perhaps the other classless individuals were unable to achieve the same. Alternatively, they might have recognized the necessity but were unwilling to jeopardize their lives or take the life of another being. Her companion was bewildered by how a 14-year-old classless boy managed to accomplish all of that in a single day. After conceding that he had adjusted swiftly, she raised her second point, uncertainty. Wu Ji-hyun expressed that he possessed no aptitude. If she instructed him in 10 concepts, he would only grasp 3 or 4. Nonetheless, after merely 2 months, his spear proficiency had already surpassed that of an ordinary novice. He avoided novice errors, and his mastery of internal methods was exceedingly refined for someone so inexperienced. That was the reason she considered it so unusual that an inept individual could master martial arts at such a rapid pace. Hoi Yan's intuition, honed over years of experience, indicated that there was more beneath his serene exterior. Xiang Min was at a loss for words, prompting Hoi Yan to ultimately express her disdain for deception. The chamber grew silent. Li Xiangmin remarked that each individual harbors confidential matters they wish to safeguard, attempting to compel. Exposing them wasn't an action a companion ought to take. The young one was uncertain how to respond to that. She merely mentioned that she possessed a secret as well, similar to others. She proposed exchanging secrets, but he showed no interest. Nevertheless, she attempted to allure him with a premier fighter, creativity. However, lacking skill and possessing minimal internal vitality, he realized he couldn't harness it. The youngster, now perplexed, was at a loss for other means to persuade him. Ultimately, she presented him with 20% of her inner vitality. That utterly astonished the main character. Deep within, the youngster was merely inquisitive about his hidden truth. As his sole companion, she yearned to uncover every detail about him. Gazing into his eyes, she expressed that this was the essence of friendship for her. Perched on the mattress, Xiang Min requested a vow from Hoi Yan. If he revealed the reality to her, she would be unable to take his life. However, Wu Ji stated that she could never take the life of her companion. Allowing her tresses to cascade, she disclosed that she was, in fact, a female. The main character was utterly astonished. She clarified that her father concealed it from the group, necessitating her to live as a male to pursue her journey. The disclosure was so monumental that Xiang Min fell silent. Despite her arrival in this realm, she maintained her facade, having lived in that manner for an extensive period. That was the truth she had concealed from everyone. Now she was placing her trust in him regarding it. After some contemplation, Xiang Min expressed that they would require individual quarters. At that moment, with the atmosphere still weighty, he sensed the necessity to be forthright as well. Summoning his bravery, he inhaled deeply and declared that he was a retriever. Wu Ji's gaze expanded in astonishment, yet she was oblivious to the significance of his words. He clarified that he had perished, traveled back in time, and retained the recollections of his former existence. That rendered his peculiar talents more comprehensible, albeit it still appeared implausible. In a realm such as this, however, everything seemed achievable. Intrigued, the young woman inquired why she would desire to take a life. Him, for that, although he appeared to be a 14-year-old lad, his intellect was that of a 27-year-old individual. He still felt remorseful for deceiving others regarding his age, identity, and history. However, to Hoi Lan, all of that was inconsequential. She was the one who initiated contact with him, encouraged him to study martial arts, and decided to be his companion. He hadn't deceived her. He merely embraced what she presented. Therefore, she possessed no justification for terminating his life or severing their camaraderie. During that 2-month period, she had grown to regard him as a genuine companion. and one secret would remain unchanged. For her, that epitomized camaraderie. Her expression softened with sentiment as she expressed her gratitude for his trust. Their connection had transformed into something tangible, founded on confidence and esteem. She playfully mocked Xiang Min for a moment. Despite having experienced another existence, his present proficiency remained quite inadequate. She possessed numerous inquiries, but those could be postponed. At that moment, she was prepared to transfer a portion of her inner vitality to him. The main character was astonished that she genuinely intended it. Intrinsic energy was the force that martial artists accumulated within their physiques. It was what enabled them to achieve extraordinary accomplishments. There were no easy paths. Only diligent development could forge that strength, which was the reason individuals devoted their entire lives to honing it. When Hoi Yan commenced the transfer, she observed that his blood vessels were not pure. They were laden with contaminants. Even thus, she commenced with the conviction that he could assimilate at least a portion of the vitality. He merely needed to employ the Violet Dawn techniques to maintain approximately 20%. She placed her hand on his back and initiated the transfer as he persevered. He could sense the vitality coursing through his physique. Despite feeling fatigued following the relocation, Hoi Yan beamed and inquired about the experience. The energy, warmth, and tension surging through his channels caused his entire physique to tremble. That 20% represented a greater internal vigor than he had accumulated in his previous existence. He succeeded in retaining half of it, and it transformed his physique. The remainder would flow through his energy channels, and with additional training in the arts of the Violet Dawn, that strength would genuinely belong to him. Subsequently, Hoi Yan fell onto the mattress to recuperate. Next to her, the lad pondered the reasons behind her extensive efforts for him. When he inquired, Wuju Hoi Yan merely grinned and stated it was due to the fact that he was her companion. Every action she took for such individuals was her own decision, not an obligation. While she reclined, she sensed contentment with that. Hoi Yan also opted to instruct him in an additional martial discipline, the ultimate spear technique of the 9 heavens, employed by the spear monarch. Despite being aware of men's constraints, she desired to offer all she could to assist him in his learning. And as ever, she proclaimed that she was undertaking it for her personal fulfillment. Ultimately, he was her inaugural companion in over a decade, and she wished for him not to perish senselessly as he had in his previous existence. The main character was touched by her compassion. Subsequently, she cupped his face and urged him never to lower his gaze to his companions. Caressing his battered visage, she found it hard to fathom that he had truly been struck. Subsequently, she drew him nearer. Beaming, she expressed her desire to listen to something more captivating. As they revealed additional details about their history, their connection deepened further. She was curious to learn what she had been like in his previous existence. However, the lads mentioned that he was only aware of hearsay regarding her dominion, with immense authority at the zenith of Uri. Upon being called, she departed the metropolis in under for over a month, then disappeared for an extended period of 3 years. Contemplating it, she inferred that she had likely journeyed extensively throughout that period. She had consistently yearned for liberation, yet within the sect, any autonomy she possessed was still regulated by the chief. That was the reason she felt such joy at being called to this realm and for having forged a companionship. Finally, she disclosed that she intended to depart in a month. Aspiring for liberation, she yearned to explore the globe on her own. Once she imparted the ultimate skill to him, she would embark on an adventure reminiscent of her past. At that moment, she was eager to learn about his intentions. She inquired about how her companion wished to navigate this existence. Upon hearing that, he too was at a loss for words, as he reflected on his former existence and all the suffering. Within it, he was aware of only one fact. He did not wish to relive it. He simply desired an improved existence this time around. To the young woman. That response was overly ambiguous. She was resolute in uncovering what Lee Summon's true intention was. Lying back on the bed, he confessed he remained uncertain. She mentioned she would be anticipating the moment he ultimately comprehended it. She was eager to learn every minuscule aspect of his previous existence. Mortified, the main character confessed he lacked substantial information to share. Upon reflection, Summon came to the realization that he had never possessed anyone he could genuinely label as a friend in any existence. Hoi Yan was his inaugural companion. The evening unfolded as they conversed, and soon a month whisked away. Prior to departing, the young woman wished to assess the extent of Summon's knowledge. It was their final practice before parting ways, and he needed to demonstrate everything to her. Now he needed to demonstrate his abilities with all that he had acquired. Hoi-an merely grinned, confident that he still found it challenging to surpass her effortlessly. Someone lifted his spear, gaze brimming with determination. Subsequently, she presented him with an unusual proposition. 20 complimentary attempts at the outset. That merely heightened his caution. He hesitated, contemplating his initial maneuver, then recalled the revamped iteration of the Supreme Spear of the Nine Heavens, crafted exclusively for him. Hoi-an had even designated it in his honor. For him, that signified more than just a method. It indicated that she regarded him as someone exceptional. It fused the Supreme Spear of the Nine Skies with the lethal, soul-pursuing spear. With positions and postures designed for summon, the contest commenced. He clutched his spear and executed the technique he had mastered, subsequently delivering the soul-chasing strike. Hoi-an patiently anticipated his approach. With a subtle shift, she evaded the strike. He continued to advance, more forcefully, keener, and more regulated. His subsequent position was a thunderous, relentless chase. In contrast to his previous self, the lad who once struggled to wield a spear had transformed entirely. He had mastered the skill of deflecting and countering an opponent's assault, as well as the art of applying pressure and defending. He also acquired nuanced jabs intended to penetrate barriers. Those were fundamental spear techniques, yet he had assimilated them independently. Nevertheless, he would require consistent practice to genuinely perfect them. In this confrontation with Hoi-an, he demonstrated all that development. However, he still couldn't unleash his complete power. Irritated, he infused dynamic vigor into every blow, precisely as she instructed him. Hoi-an was delighted to observe that he had paid attention. However, as he fatigued, he sensed the vast chasm separating them. Even after attaining the second tier with Hoi-an's assistance, she restrained him using solely her right hand. He was confronted by a genuine expert. She remained composed throughout the entire duration, although he was unable to penetrate whatsoever. Nevertheless, he launched another assault. She obstructed each, hit effortlessly. One by one, every single strike was thwarted by that identical right hand. When none connected, he realized he had been defeated. However, with the final blow, he startled her and positioned the spear's point near her visage. He grinned, believing he had accomplished it, yet she disappeared instantly. Before he had the chance to respond, she was positioned behind him, establishing that the contest had concluded. Nonetheless, Hoi-an commended him and acknowledged his skill. With the innate energy he possessed, an individual was destined for combat arts. Unbeknownst to him, he had even detected her presence initially, a feat achievable only by the exceptionally talented. She held such immense faith in him that she proclaimed one day his spear would attain greatness. She spoke as though she could already envision a decade into the future. For her, the struggle had been effortless. Yet she remained content, as he demonstrated more than she anticipated. Subsequently, she mentioned they would reunite in a decade. A month prior, she had inquired about his aspirations in life, but he still lacked a response. Thus, she urged him to consider making her his ambition instead. Absent a purpose, an individual merely wanders aimlessly through existence. Her obstacle was straightforward. Return in a decade sufficiently powerful to surpass her. One individual faltered, expressing that he could never attain her caliber. He claimed he lacked the skill, in contrast to Hoi-an, a prodigy who had consumed numerous potions. They had embarked from entirely distinct beginnings. That lingering sense of inadequacy from his previous existence was pulling him back once more. Hoi-an transparently displayed her exasperation. She despised that frailty in him, and her remarks ignited fury in his gaze. He retorted that he had reached a place devoid of resources, lacking skill and assistance. He had battled a tedium in the mire, and existed in filth until his demise. Hoi-an retorted that he had mastered arcane skills and transformed into a mediocre fighter within just 3 months. Even after receiving another opportunity, he still lacked the ambition to dream grander or aspire to loftier goals. She persistently attempted to make him understand, but he only grew more irate. At that moment, Hoi-an comprehended the depth of his anger. It was hard to fathom that he was receiving a reprimand from a 7-year-old. Ancient. Nevertheless, he ultimately embraced her provocation and made her his objective. He then clumsily remarked that he would stab her heart with a spear, which alarmed Hoi-an since that was not her intention. Companions do not harm one another. Alternative. After the intensity of the situation subsided, he consented and subsequently felt a sense of embarrassment. Hoi-An playfully taunted him once more, rendering him both flustered and irritated. Ultimately, they committed to reconvene in a decade. Beaming, she expressed that she would anticipate. To his lance. He hesitated, sensing that it sounded somewhat peculiar. Even at her age, she relished in playful banter. Him. There was a significant age difference, yet she merely made light of it, toward it. She advanced nearer and continued to exert pressure. Him. She then proclaimed that in a decade she would be entirely mature, leaving him with nothing to grumble about. Conjure and establish 3 objectives. Endure, seize every opportunity provided by his recollections, and, as Hoi-An prepared to depart with her possessions, he bid her farewell. He assured them they would reunite in a decade, and he eagerly anticipated that moment. Day. His final objective, the most crucial one, was to survive until that moment. He vowed to Hoi-An he would endure, for now he had both a purpose and a person to live for. Subsequently, the 2 companions parted ways. In Xenovis, Lee Sun-min acquired 3 significant objects: the combat skeleton, the authentic heavenly cultivation method, and the competition of the unranked. Only individuals devoid of sophistication could participate in that competition. 10 months after Hoi-An departed, Xenovis organized it once more. By that time, Lee Sun-min had attained first-grade martial prowess, making victory effortless. His reward was a concealed potion that enhanced inner vitality. He consumed it immediately, although in comparison to what Hoi-An had provided him, it seemed significantly less remarkable. With that, Lee Sun-min sensed that he had extracted all he could from Xenovis. At this moment, it was time to depart. As he was exiting, he encountered Hans, the street merchant. Hans praised him and inquired about his desired purchase, but it swiftly evolved into a parting, as Sun-min was departing. Hans comprehended and grinned, feeling a sense of pride mixed with a hint of sorrow. He had been acquainted with Sun-min from the very beginning, and was confident that the unprivileged youth would thrive beyond the metropolis and endure for an extended period. Prior to Sun-min's departure, Hans presented him with an item. It was a previously owned bag with 1.5 times the capacity of his previous one. Sun-min was bewildered as to why Hans would relinquish such a precious item. Hans merely stated that presents ought to be embraced, and the bag held little value for resale regardless. It was a farewell present, and when Sun-min rose to prominence, he would be able to reimburse him 100-fold. Finished. He merely desired Sun-min to recall that an ordinary street merchant had assisted him in the beginning. Appreciative, Sun-min expressed his gratitude. Him. Prior to departing, he proceeded, returning to the lodging where he had been residing. There, Lula, the tavern keeper's daughter, halted him. She swiftly recognized that he was departing. The chamber was excessively tidy, making it effortless to... She indicated that tidying the rooms was meant to be her responsibility. Sun-min recognized how appreciative he was for his experience at the lodge. Lula was aware that individuals like Sun-min eventually departed from the metropolis, and she had grown accustomed to. Nevertheless, when he affirmed his decision to leave, she appeared melancholy. She was reluctant to acknowledge that he was departing so abruptly. Before he could leave, she abruptly exclaimed that she wished he would perish in a dreadful manner far away. Departed. Then she marched off in fury. Jack, the innkeeper, witnessed his daughter's eruption and was perplexed by the complexity of women's emotions. He expressed his regrets, stating that she was still in her youth. Sun-min responded with composure, demonstrating the wisdom he possessed within. Then Jack presented him with a weathered cape from his youth. It possessed thermal preservation enchantments and blade sorcery, rendering it remarkably beneficial despite its unremarkable appearance. Sun-min expressed his gratitude, and Jack suggested he have it altered as it was overly large. He remarked that Sun-min was the finest, unclassifiable visitor the inn had ever hosted. With moisture in his eyes, Jack urged him to remain secure. Sun-min donned the mantle and departed from the tavern, but he halted when he detected someone sprinting in his direction. Him. Just as he was departing, Lula called out his name and hurried toward him. As he pivoted, she was positioned there in the rear. Him. She had sprinted with such intensity that she was gasping for air. After pausing for a brief interval to regain composure, she bent her head and retracted her previous statement. Perspiration trickled down her face as she expressed her desire for him to enjoy a lengthy existence instead. Sun Min was taken aback that she had traveled so far merely to express that. From the depths of her soul, Lula hoped for his longevity, and if he ever grew weary, to return to this town. He expressed his gratitude to her and beamed, moved by her generosity. Then she confessed that at some point she had begun to perceive him in a new light. She couldn't quite grasp the emotion, yet believed she had begun to develop fondness for him. Following her revelation, they remained quiet until Sun Min remarked that he was already aware. Lula was frightened that he could perish, so he cautioned her against doing so. Concern. Subsequently, they bid farewell. However, when it became genuine, Lula erupted in tears. In his previous existence, Sun Min required 3 years to complete its enivis. This time, it took merely 1. At that time, he departed with no fond recollections. Now he was departing with those he wished to cherish. He glanced back and pondered whether he would ever come back to the vicinity. With that notion in mind, he departed, with a singular vow to endure. Lee Sun Min arrived at Mount Mercy at a remarkably young age. His subsequent move involved selecting a restriction, and if he intended to persevere, he needed to withstand it. He recalled Hoyan inquiring about their next rendezvous, as she had little familiarity with the geography of this realm. Considering a central location, he opted for Biange. There remained 9 years until that commitment, but at this moment he faced a fresh inquiry. Where ought he to venture first? He had no urgency to hurry to Bahangir. He even contemplated returning to a life as a mercenary. However, that would entail revisiting his previous existence. This time, he yearned for a different journey. He required time for personal development, which led him to consider Mount Mercy. Realm of the deity of challenges and hardships in region. Individuals claim that preparation in that location could potentially become exponentially more efficient, and Mount Mercy was in proximity. Thus, he arrived at his decision. Upon discovering the mountain, he commenced his training under the restrictions imposed by a cleric. He obtained a pair. The initial constraint was the ban on weight. His physique, garments, and even the items within his bag all turned burdensome. Even bread felt as though it was made of lead. The subsequent issue was even graver. As soon as he sank his teeth into the loaf, he became nauseated. The flavor of the food was so dreadful that he immediately vomited. That marked his second restriction. It warped his perception of flavor. He didn't entirely lose his sense of taste. Rather, everything he consumed was repugnant. Not solely the taste, but the consistency as well. It was as dreadful as sinking your teeth into a squirming insect. He was rattled when he understood he might not be able to consume or beverage. For an instant, he contemplated giving up. Perhaps he didn't require this test. Should he proceed directly to Bahadur and serve as a hired fighter, he would probably attain rank B swiftly. That by itself would surpass his former existence. Nevertheless, he continued to ponder over Wuji Hoyan. Reflecting on her, he compelled himself to consume the loaf. He had crammed his mouth with the most unpleasant flavors conceivable, yet he persisted. Even while berating Mercy for such a harsh restriction, he opted to withstand it. Close by, the deity murmured that he was a disrespectful mortal. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of vitality coursing through his physique. He spun about, perceived no one, and pondered if he had merely conjured it in his mind. A week elapsed. The climate continued to worsen. Yet he persistently attempted to pursue game, and noticed a stag. He seized his ring, concealed himself, and anticipated the precise instant prior to leaping, approaching it. However, as he neared, the stag appeared so innocuous that he couldn't bring himself to slay it. He became immobilized, allowing the deer to flee. Lee Sun Min's experience in the mountains became increasingly challenging, and he was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Fatigued, he placed his weapon aside and reflected on his existence. Lacking adequate nourishment, he endured on merely bread and water. On that peak, he was compelled to procure his own sustenance, attire, and refuge, while contending with the restrictions. The climate fluctuated wildly, and the creatures were both swift and powerful as well. The burden rendered hunting challenging, and even if he triumphed, the dietary restrictions rendered consumption almost unattainable. He intended to practice there for a minimum of 2 years, but he was already approaching his capacity after just 1 week. As he contemplated this, he noticed an unfamiliar figure approaching. Subsequently, a female individual manifested. He was unfamiliar with her and pondered her identity. A regulation existed on the mountain that prevented practitioners from inflicting harm upon one another, so perhaps he was protected. Nonetheless, the woman was bound by a restriction that silenced her. She was limited to employing gestures alone. Sun Min swiftly realized that she bore the silence restriction. Subsequently, the identical stag from earlier materialized before him. Lifeless. With a rod, the woman inscribed on the earth in Iria's native tongue. She had been observing him for several days and recognized that he would perish imminently at this pace, prompting her to offer assistance. He was appreciative, yet remained wary, inquiring about her expectations in exchange. She desired nothing. She was merely assisting. That peculiar woman ultimately assisted him entirely. She referred to herself merely as a compassionate individual, and whenever he found himself in difficulty, she reappeared once more. One day he inquired about her name, and was astonished by the response. She was Baksogo, a mythical character from his former existence, recognized as Baksogo the Lightning. She was renowned for her swift movements, yet encountering a future icon wasn't what astonished him the most. He was aware that 8 years down the line, she would become slain by Wuji Hoyan, the diminutive heavenly fiend. On Mount Mercy, devotees encountered harsh new restrictions biannually, and they were forbidden from inflicting harm upon one another. Sun Min pondered how Baksogo might have perished, speculating whether it transpired in a certain dungeon. Next to him, the woman observed him intently. He startled slightly when she abruptly shifted. Once more, she traced her fingers over a rock, keeping an eye on him and fretting that he might be hungry once more. Despite her exceptional combat prowess, her restriction prevented her from utilizing sound communication as well. As he examined her more intently, he perceived that something else was amiss. Following a 1.5 years on the mountain, her latest constraint rendered her incapable of sensing her left arm. Similar to him, she too endured severe restrictions. Baksogo felt sympathy for him, particularly since he could no longer relish meals. Intrigued, he inquired about the various restrictions imposed by the others. Thus, she opted to acquaint him with the other individuals who had been training there for more than 6 months. Before he had a chance to contemplate, Baksogo disappeared like a flash. Astonished, he pondered how anyone could possibly rival her swiftness. Even in the absence of the weight restriction, he was unable to move at such a rapid pace. Recognizing his substantial physique, he understood the need to enhance his mobility abilities. Intrigued, he attempted to request Baksogo for instruction. Him then uncomfortably remarked that he was merely jesting. Instead, she seized him with one arm and hoisted him. As he was sluggish, she opted to transport him on her back. In a state of distress, he requested that she pause for a moment so he could comprehend what was occurring. But she disregarded him and fled. Upon reaching the others, a horrendous odor assaulted them. They, Scarlet, an aspiring grand mage, faced restrictions that prevented her from bathing or altering her attire. Dapijun, the forthcoming spectral blade, had lost vision in both orbs. Baksogo faced limitations with her left eye, left arm, and vocal cords. Lee Sun-min promptly recognized that he was encircled by individuals he was familiar with by name. In the years to come, they would all emerge as renowned forces region, but at this moment, they remained unfamiliar. Scarlet inquired about his restrictions. Upon learning that he began with 2, she questioned his sincerity and speculated on how long he would endure. Dapijun stated that for an individual aspiring for authority on Mount Mercy, 2 restrictions appeared logical. The elderly gentleman was convinced that the youth was eager to transcend his boundaries, regardless of the sacrifice. Sun Min concurred with each statement, despite his response sending shivers down the spines of the others. Dapijun clarified that various individuals visited the mountain, yet merely 4 had remained over the past 6 weeks. He mentioned that he would be observing to determine the boy's subsequent actions. He additionally highlighted that Baksogo had commenced with 2 restrictions as, once the introductions were completed, they proceeded. Return. Yet she had mentioned that 4 individuals had been practicing there for over 1.5 years. This implied the presence of a 5th individual, a person referred to as Flam, a name that instilled caution in everyone. Dapijun cautioned that Flam posed a threat and should not be presented to the boy. Sun Min was perplexed by the widespread apprehension surrounding the final practitioner, yet he accepted it. Proceed. As time elapsed and following 4 arduous months, he had developed significantly greater strength. The restrictions intensified, increasing the burden and rendering sustenance even more challenging to tolerate. Nevertheless, his advancement was remarkable. Following those 4 months, his Purple Sunrise enigmatic craft attained 3 stars. His assaults also grew significantly more precise and potent. Mount Mercy was harsh, yet the outcomes were valuable. During daylight, he honed his skills with the elite circle of the 9 Heavens summoning technique. By night, he refined his abilities in the Violet Dawn arcane arts. Craft. He embraced the anguish as an integral aspect of his journey. Even when it seemed as though his very bones could fracture, this was the destiny he had selected. His physique evolved as he became more powerful, and his garments began to seem constricting. Then he noticed a fresh visage, someone of his age observing him with curiosity. The youth appeared captivated by the javelin skill he had just witnessed. Observed. Positioning himself close by, the newcomer remarked that he had never encountered anyone his own age on the peak. He presented himself as Flam. The mere mention of his name had been uttered with trepidation. Intrigued, he inquired about the name of the lad possessing such remarkable talent. In another location, Scarlet engaged in her magical practice while contemplating genuine prodigies. Dappy June had clarified that Flam's prowess was so extraordinary that he chuckled while towering over all otherwise. That was the reason Sun Min had received a caution against not to encounter him, or he had tumbled to perpetual desolation. Recalling the elderly gentleman's caution, he apprehensively presented himself as Li Sun. However, Lam grinned, understanding that the lad was already aware of him. Then he pivoted and expressed that he required to practice with his spear, not. Sun Min could scarcely fathom that Flam was a genuine prodigy. As Flam departed, Sun Min resolved not to squander moments on an individual of that nature. Yet the boy persisted, trailing him closely with inquiry after inquiry. When Li Sun Min declared his intention to practice, he observed that his spear was departed. He pivoted and spotted Flam grasping it, evidently attempting to incite him. The smirk on Flam's visage was unsettling. For a martial practitioner, having an adversary seize your weapon is the utmost affront. However, prior to the onset of anger, an individual was merely perplexed. Flam nonchalantly remarked that he would return it after utilizing it for a moment. Subsequently, he began imitating another person's actions. Employing the ultimate equilibrium of the 9 Heavens invocation technique, he attempted a novel assault. He inexplicably recalled with precision the maneuver Sun Min had employed to fell a tree. With fluid, thunderous blows, Flam emulated the spear technique that Sun Min had developed over several months. Upon witnessing the destruction, he acknowledged it was an exceptional spear technique. Li Sun Min was unsettled. Flam had replicated a method after observing it just once. At that moment, Flam simply grinned, then chuckled, delighted that he surpassed Li. Sun Min was engulfed in embarrassment. Flam struggled to comprehend why individuals ascended this peak to exert themselves so intensely when he could effortlessly surpass them all. Nevertheless, he stated that none of them resembled him. Perplexed, Sun Min paid careful attention. Flam referred to Boxogo, Scarlet, and Dopey June as peculiar, and claimed he could replicate any practitioner's methods. Even Flam was unaware of the reason behind his behavior. To invoke, Flam radiated like a star, illuminating all others. How could an average individual such as him possibly keep pace with creatures like... Was it? It seemed dissimilar to being alongside Hoyan, who never flaunted her abilities, exhibiting arrogance while feigning normalcy. Flam inquired about the restriction imposed on Sun Min. He then claimed to possess 4 of them, and even ridiculed one regarding its modesty, prompting Sun Min to take a step back. Flam attempted to return the spear, yet Sun Min declined. He desired to sever all ties with Flam, consumed by fury, disgrace, and powerlessness. Flam was unable to comprehend the animosity. He even advised Sun Min to depart from the mountain if he felt excessively feeble, for that was the extent of his progress. Upon this peak, inflicting harm upon a fellow practitioner was explicitly prohibited. As Sun Min approached him, Flam merely scoffed him. He claimed that Sun Min struck solely because he understood the principles of Goddess Mercy, preventing anyone from sustaining injuries. Boxogo appeared silently and observed the entire incident. Flam asserted that he had merely borrowed the spear, contending that Sun Min was exaggerating. He also remarked that the spear technique was commendable, yet the hero lacked the skill to truly master it. The more powerful the martial art, the more challenging it was to refine. Therefore, Sun Min still had considerable training in store. Upon this mountain, more stringent restrictions yielded increased blessings from Mercy. Thus, Flam stated that the sole method to accelerate growth was to challenge oneself to the limit. Subsequently, his restraint abruptly prevented him from speaking more. Behind him, Baksogo appeared genuinely amazed by his audacity. However, it was already beyond the point of no return. Sun Min had discerned the actions he needed to undertake next. Brimming with sentiment, he dashed towards the back shrine. Baksogo fervently attempted to shout out to him, yet her ban prevented her from conversing. The term aptitude incessantly throbbed in her thoughts, overwhelming her vanity. In the meantime, the young man fervently summoned Goddess Mercy. His sense of inadequacy continued to escalate until annoyance transformed into hopelessness. Upon hearing her name, Mercy emerged to encounter the individual who summoned her. Clutching his spear, he proclaimed his desire for an additional ban. Lee Sun Min discovered himself in an unfamiliar realm brimming with celestial essence. The entity he had summoned stood in front. Her. It was Mercy, the divinity of restrictions, and this was her realm. He inquired to confirm that she was indeed Mercy, and indeed she was. The deity had responded to his. Inquisitive, she inquired whether he genuinely wished to impose an additional restriction. He already bore flavor and heft, both exceedingly challenging. Nonetheless, he was prepared to endure yet another. Mercy questioned the rationale behind his preference. His spirit bore the imprint of an individual who had journeyed into the past. A retracer. A deity perceives the inevitability of immortals. Each individual is predestined to perish, and opposing that principle alters the very fabric of destiny. Individuals who surpass their ordained boundaries are regarded as transcendent entities. He was not among them, yet he had still manipulated causality and journeyed back to the past after. Demise. Every being is connected to consequence and causation. Challenging mortality was unnatural, and his spirit would incur a significant karmic cost. No events would transpire during his lifetime. However, following his demise, he would endure agony for countless hours. That was the genuine price of violating the law. However, the main character appeared completely unconcerned about mortality. Before him, Bakusibo seemed profoundly distressed by what he possessed. Accomplished. She had come to understand that he imposed an additional restriction, even though she was already burdened by two dreadful ones. As he quaked, he realized he had caused her anxiety. Her expression revealed astonishment at his remarks. She then inquired about the type of restriction he had selected. Now he would endure the constraints of warmth and aspirations. Limitations related to perceptions and intangible concepts were significantly more severe. The initial one drained all heat from his being. Illumination and flames held no significance. The subsequent one transformed slumber into ceaseless terrors, compelling his most harrowing recollections to resurface. His guardians, youthful trepidation, unease, every excruciating experience plagued his subconscious. Slumber no longer provided solace, and Bushibo understood exactly how unhinged he had become. His actions were imprudent, and although he might have rapidly gained strength, the consequences would be dire. As she debated with him, the young man responded calmly. With a sorrowful expression, he lamented that he possessed no ability whatsoever. His progress was exceedingly gradual for someone burdened with numerous limitations. That chasm between diligence and skill led Bakusibo to contemplate the true nature of his identity. Lee Summon had selected an objective that exceeded the limitations of his abilities, and Flam had demonstrated to him what was required to be accomplished. If he wished to position himself alongside individuals with extraordinary abilities, then he needed to undertake an equally radical endeavor. In that instant, the woman comprehended his rationale. The duo plummeted, quiet. Neither uttered a sound. Then she grinned, realizing the enormity of his ambition. Bakusibo similarly aspired to be the most formidable in the world. Thus she comprehended him. The young lad paid attention, perplexed. He recollected requesting her previously to instruct him in techniques of motion. Although she had referred to it as a jest at that time, she now intended to educate her. She presented him with a clandestine guide titled Shadowless Soul, Aerial Movement. It was both a form of kinetic expression and an enigmatic discipline, encompassing all her understanding of motion methods. As he turned the pages, he realized how remarkable it was. She wasn't entirely certain why she was relinquishing something so valuable, yet she understood he would never relent. Henceforth he was to address her as elder sister. With a gentle grin, she confessed that she had feelings for him and was concerned concerning him. Furthermore, she enjoyed viewing herself as an individual who provided assistance. The rest. The main character practiced once more, holding Muji Hoyin's remembrance dear. He alternated between the exalted lance of the 9 heavens and essence chaser. By the 5th position, he was already employing lethal electricity. In his imagination, he envisioned the harm his own physique would endure while confronting Hoyin. Despite over a decade of rigorous training, he remained unable to triumph over the diminutive celestial fiend. Ultimately, Hoyin declared that instructing him in martial arts had been a misstep, and relinquished the endeavor. Him. Utilizing her strength, she resolved to reclaim all that she possessed, bestowed upon him. Following the obliteration of his Danchin, he would never employ combat techniques once more. As she turned to leave, Simon urgently shouted to his companion. Every stride seemed as though his physique was shattering through its boundaries, inundating him with terror. Lee Simon abruptly stirred from his unsettling dream regarding Muji. Hoyin. He was soaked in perspiration, heart racing. Then he understood it was merely a vision. Momentarily at ease, he attempted to calm his trembling hands. Then he observed the enigmatic girl observing him. Taken aback, he gazed at Scarlet, who had been watching him as he dozed. She mentioned his recent behavior, particularly the imposition of additional restrictions. Her proximity filled him with discomfort, and the scent emanating from her was so potent it irritated his eyes. In a sardonic manner, she derided his decisions, aspirations ablaze, asserting that he was destined to expire. He was already experiencing nausea from the odor when Daok, by June, made its appearance. They had arrived for a purpose, to assist him. Perplexed, he struggled to comprehend the sudden appearance of their presence. Scarlet reiterated that their intent was to aid Lee Simon. The silent woman had dispatched them equipped with enchanted instruments. As soon as he comprehended that Sobo was the mastermind behind this, he grasped the situation. Scarlet had provided enchanted parchments that he could utilize to acquire incantations. With those manuscripts, utilizing sorcery would significantly increase. Simpler. Doc, by June, provided a more straightforward form of assistance, conditioning his physique to endure the discomfort of the restrictions. Resolute, the youthful individual was prepared to exert all his efforts. At that instant, the duo readied him for combat. Scarlet instructed him in 4 varieties of sorcery, commencing with cognitive purification. It was intended to cleanse his thoughts after the terrors had tainted. The subsequent incantation was a straightforward one that had the potential to enhance his abilities, more rapid. This rendered it exceedingly beneficial for withstanding the weight restriction. While he dueled with Daok by June, he employed the 3rd incantation to rejuvenate his energy. It was an enchantment that replenished vitality, but overindulgence could deplete his life essence and may prove ineffective. Nevertheless, if he aimed to endure that torturous training, he had no alternative. Despite all the preparation, his battle with the elderly, sightless man remained lackluster. He couldn't endure even 100 seconds. Yet Sun Min asserted he would perform better in the future. Suddenly, the ban on warmth coursed throughout his entire being. Daok gathered whatever he could to assist, applying pressure to areas on his body to enhance his ability to tolerate the cold. Shortly afterward, the young lad began experiencing a slight. The Blade Spectre urged his circulatory system to accelerate his metabolism, enabling him to withstand the restriction. Following his assistance, the elderly gentleman silently strolled away. He mentioned that it was challenging to locate a training partner on that peak. Lee's offspring Min experienced appreciation and understood that he would have perished long before without all this support. Since his reversal, the individuals surrounding him had been considerably more compassionate. Contemplating this, he recognized how peculiar it was. To him, individuals typically weren't. Ever since then. Since his return, Everyone has treated him more kindly than they did in his previous recollections. While he strolled, Scarlet shouted to the elderly gentleman who detected her unpleasant odor from a distance. She became frustrated at being evaluated simply because she hadn't washed for a few days. The pair conversed regarding Lee's, Sun Min, and the extent of their assistance. For an individual who prioritized solely martial arts, the elderly gentleman was genuinely nurturing the boy with authentic care, concern. And it wasn't solely him. Scarlet had crafted enchanting parchments herself. As they reflected on the matter, neither grasped the reason behind their assistance immensely. They were aware that they couldn't simply abandon him. As young Min reflected on all that generosity, he decided to cease ruminating on it. In this new existence, he perceived himself merely as a fortunate lad. 6 months elapsed, and the fighter clutched his armament with his power. He continued to practice deep within the woods, entirely alone, his visage replete with fatigue. Nevertheless, he declined to give up. Next to him, an individual summoned him, a juvenile form. Even that individual was astonished, stating he never anticipated that Min would endure this extended. The fighter remained in a kneeling position where he remained silent. He refrained from acknowledging that individual since their initial encounter. Perhaps he had embraced the restriction on speech imposed after the 6-month milestone for his own ease, continuing to converse incessantly. The other remarked that he anticipated Sun Min to select solely stricter restrictions. Abruptly, the fighter dropped his armament to the earth. The youth observed him intently. He was entirely different from the way he had been half a year prior. His evasions, stability, and mobility were now precise and unwavering. The skills he acquired from prior Sogos suited him perfectly, and the observer believed that even a larva could develop if it continued to inch along. Chuckling, he remarked that crawling was the only thing Sun Min could manage after accepting 5 restrictions. Sun Min disregarded each utterance and continued. Instruction. Intrigued, the other observed once more with broad-eyed gaze. Finally, he grasped his armament. He insisted on understanding why he was still being overlooked, claiming he could interpret Sun Min's body language regardless. Weary, the youth pondered if this individual had no more worthwhile pursuits. He recognized the other's perilous nature, yet understood he couldn't be harmed due to the prohibition against aggression. Nevertheless, his associate struck him. The fighter collapsed, unaware of the assault, eventually. The other chuckled, remarking it was pitiable to observe him writhing like a caterpillar. He had discovered a method to inflict pain on him indirectly. Raising his blade, he declared that Sun Min was incapable of accomplishing anything in that manner. The armament was a crucial blade. He mocked him, asserting that he would never possess authority akin to thus. Consequently, whereas certain Byrons had to labor for every advancement, others akin to him could attain that status effortlessly. Despite all those obstacles, the main character would continue onward, and that astonished. The alternative. For him, there existed solely perpetual hopelessness for an individual so lacking in skill. Perhaps all that exertion was fruitless, yet some Byron would continue to contend in his own manner. Regardless of how much time it required, he would persist in advancing like a caterpillar. The other might remain haughty. One day, some Byron would thrust his spear into that conceited form. Even while boasting, the lad remained quiet. Then he thrust the spear more forcefully into the arboreal entity. The other observed intently all that Byron was attempting to convey without verbal expression. Positioned there, he appeared formidable. Ultimately, he merely stated that if any Byron truly held that conviction, he would be anticipating that moment. The main character had no intentions of surrendering or faltering midway. A month later, Lee Selman had dedicated an entire year on the peak, and it was time to select a different restriction. He chose the prohibition of listening. It was agony. His ears were inundated with dreadful sounds he could never acclimate to. Now burdened with 6 restrictions, he hovered on the brink of demise daily, yet he persistently wielded his spear. His motions enabled him to evade, remain centered, and execute with precision. He honed the unparalleled spear of the 9 heavens, the arcane techniques of Violet Dawn, and the formless soul. Aerial journey. His confrontations with Doc B, coupled with his June training alongside Box Sogo, also contributed to his enhancement. Only Scarlet remained unaffected. Tremendous assistance. As Lee Selman gained strength, his physique felt more cumbersome, sustenance lost its appeal, and his visions turned more severe. The shivers intensified as well, and incessant sounds inundated his ears. Nonetheless, it occasionally provided relief by muffling Flam's irritating babble when he circled back and troubled him. Gradually, akin to a larva, the main character continued to gain strength. Upon encountering Mercy, he inquired about the reason for her summons, as the upcoming restriction was still several weeks distant. She turned toward him and praised him for successfully completing his examination. Perplexed, he was entirely unaware of what she intended. Just then, Flam unexpectedly materialized in front of him. The main character was severely taken aback. Mercy elucidated that Flam himself represented the examination. Suddenly, everything began to align. Box Sogo, Scarlet, and Doc B. June had all gained recognition as formidable and esteemed individuals in area, yet he had never encountered Flam, and with such immense strength, he couldn't possibly be an insignificant individual. What was peculiar was that Flam was not a real entity. Flam elucidated that he harnessed his immense strength to drive practitioners into hopelessness. Even the most talented would observe him and descend into utter despair. They would become frantic, lose their sanity, and flee from Flam. However, the main character was distinct. Even in the absence of skill, he immersed himself in an even more formidable challenge and set Flam as his objective. It was audacious, yet Flam had still not succeeded in overcoming it. Therefore, that impulsiveness benefited him. Mercy instructed the fighter to keep Flam's true identity confidential from the other practitioners, or he would confront the Divine's fury. Regardless, the young man would persist in his training on the peak. His recompense for successfully completing the challenge would arrive when he departed. Mirchi even proffered him a might surpassing what a century of training could provide. If Lee Subman were to surrender his essence, he declined. He preferred to persistently advance and gradually acquire his power. That caused Lee Subman to contemplate briefly about what he might. He genuinely despised the term endeavor. Regardless of the intensity of his toil, he was unable to match the pace of those brilliant minds. However, being talented did not imply that they were exempt from exertion. Ultimately, he loathed individuals who dismissed every significant distinction by asserting that it all boiled down to endeavor. Simultaneously, he had held on to that term since his previous existence, where pessimism turned into his refuge. Now, in this existence, he had encountered numerous genuine opportunities to conceal himself behind justifications regarding varying beginnings. That refuge was vanished, so the sole option remaining was to advance. Only at this moment was he genuinely beginning to invest effort into something. Nonetheless, Lee stated he could persevere until the conclusion because he enjoyed. Mercy's expression illuminated when she beheld his determination. She then averted her gaze and inquired whether she could converse with herself for a moment. She remarked that there were no happenstances in Arya. Everything occurred for a purpose. Arya summoned voyagers from alternate realms and dimensions, bestowing upon them powers as rewards. Yet, no one still understood the reason. The main character recognized that Mercy wasn't genuinely conversing with herself. She was addressing him. That indicated she was conveying a message she couldn't express openly. The young woman fell silent for a brief period. If the central character had come back, then some event was approaching that necessitated his reappearance. Thus, he needed to be prepared, deserving of the purpose that brought him back. She concluded that reflection with a grin, yet concern lingered in her gaze. Lifting one hand, she proclaimed that this was her domain, and instructed an individual to depart unless they desired to face annihilation. A piece began to shatter, separated, and fissures expanded into gaps. Confused and perplexed, the main character remained motionless until Mercy instructed him to return straight. At this moment, he needed to complete his training. There was no time to squander. Prior to being able to response, she dismissed him. She was uncertain whether Lee Summon could prevent what was unfolding. Arriving, he required insight into the ultimate fate. Several days later, the 6th selected restriction was odor. The foul aroma emanating from the crown of Scarlet's head continued to assault them. Warrior's nostrils. Perhaps selecting scents was not the wisest choice. A woman with an unusual presence materialized beside him. The stricter the restriction, the greater his strength became. Therefore, despite feelings of nausea and retching, he persevered. Baxbav now bore the constraints of taste and sound, alongside the torment of her disordered perceptions. In comparison to her prior agony, this felt even more unbearable. The sensory limitation was more severe than she had anticipated. The boy paid attention when she mentioned she had something to share with him. She resolutely stated that she would be departing from the mountain very soon. The two exchanged silent, inquisitive glances. In all honesty, Baxbav ought not to have endured this level of hardship. She was already esteemed among the prodigies. Following 2 years on the peak, she had likely attained her objective. The main character inquired whether she was genuinely departing, to which she affirmed. Regarding him, he would remain for an extended period. Sorrow reflected in her gaze as she realized they would participate. Nevertheless, she expressed confidence that they would reunite. Baxbav silently gazed at the main character. She had coexisted with the peak for so. Eventually, the young lad from earlier had transformed into a robust individual. However, if she departed, he could potentially perish by enduring even stricter restrictions and overexerting himself. Distant. Thus, the woman contemplated prolonging her stay to complete his instruction. Flight of the Formless Spirit. Lee Sun-min informed him that he would manage without her. Grateful to Baksogo, he had persevered through suffering for an extended period and was now capable of bearing his own load. He expressed his gratitude to Numi, stating he wouldn't have survived without her. Upon hearing this, her face brightened with a gentle, joyful smile. She moved closer and embraced him. Taken by surprise, he experienced slightly uncomfortable. Then he let down his defenses. His countenance transformed, milder, and he embraced her sincerity. Embrace. Following extraction, recede slightly, Baksogo informed him that he was the most resilient individual she had ever encountered. The more she discovered about him, the more she realized he wasn't needy like the rest. He contested, expressing that he had succumbed to despondency repeatedly, yet always managed to return. Astonished, she described him as extraordinary, and confessed that she had relinquished confronting the fire after encountering him. Then, gazing directly, looking at him, she earnestly pleaded with him to stay alive. He responded with the identical vow. He would never perish. Not solely Baksogo. Dakebijun and Scarlet additionally departed from the mountain. It had been an extended period since he experienced this desolate. In his previous existence, he had been so wary that he placed his trust in no one. At that moment, he realized that individuals were unable to exist in solitude. In their absence, he would not have endured. He remained motionless, observing a glow in the heavens. An inner transformation had occurred within him, and the barrier encircling his heart had crumbled. For an instant, there was an absence of scent, heaviness, and noise. That fleeting liberation seemed infinite, and even the once familiar surroundings appeared altered, mirroring his own evolution. The universe had shifted as well. Summer graced the land with the chorus of cicadas. 7 years hence, Baksogo would encounter Weiji Huang in a cell and perish at her hand. In gratitude for her benevolence, he vowed to halt that impending fate. He struck at a bug, yet the cicadas still evaded capture. Cicadas remained buried for a decade prior to surfacing, granting him 7 years to avert that calamity. Within that time frame, he could either become exceptionally powerful or remain the same. Regardless, he was determined to transform. His combat skills enhanced daily, yet it remained insufficient. He craved more, exerted greater effort, and even sacrificed rest. The secret to navigating without sight was not extraordinary. To endure the prohibition on vision, he heightened his other senses and memorized the landscape. His surroundings faded into darkness, and touch became the sole sense Lee Sun-ming could depend upon. After a week, he managed to move gradually, guided solely by the sounds enveloping him. Eventually, those sounds began to resemble cicada melodies, and as he listened, he continued to wield his spear, oblivious to the passage of time. His body instinctively executed martial techniques, while his thoughts deepened. Like a larva, he yearned to transform into a cicada. Yet, even that was insufficient. He still desired more. More. Perplexed, he was uncertain about what he desired to become or the reason for his decline. The seasons shifted, and he could sense it in the breeze against his skin. Nevertheless, his days remained unchanged. He continued to twirl his spear. As time progressed, he acclimated to the gloomy realm. Then, Mercy emerged in her residence. Li Sun-ming desired the examination to conclusion. Several days later, he observed a distinct change in his physique. After an extended period, Mercy had restored his awareness. He could perceive once more that the dreadful odors and sounds had vanished. His physique felt buoyant, and the shivers had dissipated. Mercy continued observing her. She pondered how to acknowledge him. Li Sun-ming had devoted 3 years to the mountain, enduring each restriction remarkably well. The majority of individuals who became overly enthusiastic either passed away or surrendered. Thus, she was pleased that an individual like him had emerged, and believed he warranted a distinctive acknowledgement. Serenely, Mercy inquired what he desired. Enthusiastic, he initially proclaimed his desire to battle akin to Lewsbury. However, that wasn't truly convinced. Upon reflection, he endeavored to clarify his genuine desires. The clock was ticking, compelling him to enhance his strength. With genuine enthusiasm, he expressed his yearning for significantly greater power, even if he wasn't entirely certain, completely certain about what that implied, and inquired if Mercy could provide him with what he required. The young lady responded meticulously that what he required most was additional time. He was astonished when he understood she could genuinely bestow. She inscribed a symbol on his form and instructed him to reveal it to Denadar. Dremor. Denadar was the deity of temporal flow, and he would put him to the test. As a courteous caution, she urged him to remain vigilant. Denadar's challenges were significantly more severe than her own. Ultimately, all would rest upon his shoulders, for a perilous destiny loomed in the distance. Beaming, he expressed his contentment with the current state of affairs. With that resolution made, they could proceed to the prize for enduring 3 years on the peak. He joyfully referred to Mercy as an exceedingly benevolent deity. For his recompense, she unveiled the gentleman in formal attire, and he was Neville, an intermediary from Erebreza, and he was delighted to encounter the main character. Neville inquired with Mercy whether this was her suggested newcomer. However, he remained uncertain about the boy's eligibility to become a member of the guild. Mercy instructed Neville to examine once more. As soon as he did, he promptly expressed remorse, recognizing that the youth was exceptionally capable. He had merely assessed him based on his martial arts proficiency. At that age, such a skill set would command admiration anywhere. Subsequently, they began discussing the Grand Association, or Erebreza. It managed transactions, inquiries, bids, and data. It was capable of procuring nearly anything for clients. Intrigued, he inquired whether they offered potions in combat instruction guides, to which Neville responded affirmatively. The association also possessed the magnificent healing concoction of Shilin and the cherry blossom blade of Manhwa method. Uncommon artifacts such as that were precisely Erebreza's forte. Mercy wasn't part of the group, but she occasionally purchased items from them. A brokerage consortium catering to a deity as a patron was rather unusual. Neville extended his hand and assuredly invited him to participate. With nothing to forfeit, he acquiesced. Neville presented him with a document and instructed him to endorse it at the bottom. Just like that, he formally became a part of Erebreza. Neville snapped his fingers and bestowed upon him a membership. Present. The main character's entire appearance transformed, departing him considerably more polished, with fresh attire and a tidier hairstyle. Neville bid farewell and advised him to reach out if he ever required assistance. Mercy inquired if he appreciated the present, to which Li's son Min replied he was content. Becoming a member of Erebreza was a significant advantage, thus he had ample cause to feel delighted. He mentioned that his initial destination would be Bahangr, but the goddess cautioned him to keep in mind his true objective. She advised him to remember her words while feigning conversation to herself. While he strolled, he recalled her remarks that there was a purpose behind his setback. He was so engrossed in contemplation that he failed to perceive the ferocious creatures approaching close. Despite the beasts looming before him, he exhibited no hopelessness. His thoughts were concentrated on what was not mere happenstance. While battling, he continuously pondered who had orchestrated all these occurrences. He surged forward with his weapon, setting those thoughts aside for the time being. Following 3 years of rigorous training on the mountain, he had attained the pinnacle of martial arts. At merely 18, that was astonishing. While some may label him a prodigy, he understood that he had arrived at this point through both fortune and relentless adversity. His aspiration was straightforward, to continue becoming more formidable through the opportunities destiny presented, bestowed upon him. Following his triumph over adversaries, he proceeded towards Bahangir with determination. Determined, he opted to become a hired gun with a grin. The enchanted armor Devnark was concealed within the Black Mage's lair located close to Bahangir. In the former future, a maritime tier mercenary stumbled upon it serendipitously. That armor was extraordinary. It had the potential to elevate a maritime tier mercenary from the 2nd or 3rd rank to the apex of martial mastery. Furthermore, if a master martial artist donned it, they could potentially attain the ultimate pinnacle. Although he had the opportunity to remain on the mountain for an extended period, he could not let that opportunity slip away. The Black Mage's lair would be conquered within 18 months, so prior to that, he had to carve out a reputation for himself in Bahangir as a hired sword. At the mercenary guild in Bahangir, the young man presented his appeal. The bartender was oblivious to the reason behind the boy's discourse. If he aspired to be a mercenary, he was meant to ascend the stairs and converse with the receptionist. A patron dining nearby chuckled at the lad for aspiring to be a hired soldier. Before he grasped what transpired, the utensil had vanished from his grasp, and in an instant, the young lad found himself clutching it as the patron rummaged through. Upon witnessing that, the bartender recognized him as an exceptional martial artist. Expressing regret for his previous demeanor, he provided him with a chair as intrigued individuals congregated nearby themselves. Subsequently, the pair settled, dejected. The mixologist presented himself as Mage Baron, the leader of the Bahangir division of the Freelance Warriors Guild. The main character was unimpressed when the Baron mentioned he tended bar on the first floor for amusement. In his former existence, Bahangir had been employed as a mercenary for the initial time. Reviewing the documents, the Baron remarked that a top-tier martial artist would typically attain the status of mercenary title. However, he was also aware that this was a youthful, inexperienced lad who had solely honed his skills in the mountains. They still required a combatant, so the youth would need to demonstrate his capabilities. Baron selected an appropriate assignment for the evaluation and mentioned that another tier of mercenary would accompany him. Should he finish the task, he would receive the heading. The undertaking commenced the following day. It wasn't long before the hired gun found his new companion bothersome, as he hardly conversed. Initially, the man believed this was the amusing lad who pilfered that simpleton's fork at the guild, but he quickly realized he was incorrect. The lad displayed no response to any of it. Nevertheless, his associate acknowledged that the young boy would likely gain notoriety. That individual was Lude, an S-rank mercenary. They had never encountered one another previously. However, the protagonist recognized his name from his former existence. Lude was designated as his companion for this undertaking, likely present to observe his execution. Inquisitive, Lude inquired whether he had ever battled an ogre previously. The young man responded truthfully, no, he had not. Ogres were among the most formidable creatures in the region, possessing magical immunity and skin as tough as armor, as iron. Their task was to eliminate a giant, observed in the woods close to a hamlet. While they ambled, Lude remarked that a pair of S-ranks ought to suffice to eliminate one. Nonetheless, an aspect of the woodland appeared. It appeared too diminutive for an ogre to inhabit. The main character inquired about his statement. Lude clarified that ogres measured at least 3 meters in height, with some attaining 5, thus requiring a substantial quantity of sustenance. A woodland of this size should not suffice to nourish even one. Then, the youth abruptly instructed Lude to halt. Lude stiffened and asked what he had observed. A stag reclined on the earth, torn apart entirely, separate. Such a degree of destruction might have been inflicted by a giant, yet there were no indications that it had genuinely consumed the deer. Lude was unable to detect any scent as well, which rendered the situation even. Outsider. Subsequently, the two of them perceived an unusual sound. An object was hurtling directly toward themselves. The duo of combatants promptly prepared one another. They shared a brief glance and readied to battle. Subsequently, they lunged forward with their arms, emerged. A colossal beast charged ahead, obliterating everything in its vicinity. The two of them paused momentarily, uncertain of what they were actually confronting. Lude became frantic. It was entirely dissimilar to the document. He understood they were incapable of managing this, and that the optimal choice was to flee. The creature possessed enormous talons and an extraordinarily formidable physique. It was an altered chimera, ogre. A chimera was an enchanted being created to embody the pinnacle of existence, structure. By blending various species, it could transcend the constraints that ordinary beings possessed. Even one crafted from a feeble goblin would still possess a minimum rank. B. Its peril was difficult to assess, but with a giant as the foundation, everything transformed. Not even S-tier mercenaries could handle a challenge of that magnitude. Even the main character experienced a shiver. The colossal creature continued its relentless onslaught. The foliage. Fragments scattered in all directions, yet he resolved was unable to flee. The giant abruptly lunged forward toward him. Its hand was already positioned directly in front of his visage. Lude continued to withdraw, exclaiming an alert as he dashed. The main character intensified his concentration, then sprang to the side and evaded the strike with ethereal soul freedom and imperceptible agility. Actions. Observing that audacious maneuver, Lude gazed from the rear of a tree, astonished by the speed at which the lad had shifted. This was no longer Mercy's peak, and the substantial constraint on his physique had lifted. Here, he was confident he could conquer the beast. He glided once more with a lightless spirit, soar, intertwined with darkness. Leap. As he sprinted along the beast's form, it observed him. Approaching, he wielded the ultimate lance of the 9. Goodness! His blow possessed the spirit-hunting execution. Strike. However, Lee Sung-min swiftly understood the difficulty of this battle. Its exterior was virtually insurmountable. To penetrate. Even a straightforward strike scarcely achieved anything. His primary sword strike had not inflicted a single wound. Lude understood that the prize would be equivalent to that of a typical ogre, rendering this endeavor far from justifiable. Nevertheless, fleeing no longer appeared feasible, prompting him to make a decision to assist. However, he then received a notification instructing him to remain back. Upon recognizing it was auditory transmission, he ceased. The lad was aware of the peril posed by the creature and wished to prevent Lude from approaching. In his communication, he cautioned Lude that he had never battled an ogre previously. Nonetheless, he comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet he remained oblivious to why his blade had achieved nothing. Harm. Nevertheless, Lee Sung-min was confident that he could eliminate the chimera. Armed with a blade, he wielded the exalted lance of the 9 heavens, alongside a cleaving bolt of lightning. Hit. The impact struck neatly. Yet when he retracted the weapon, the ogre remained upright, resolute. Lude became increasingly frantic upon realizing it was unscathed. He understood that any actions he took would be futile. However, Lee Sung-min declined to relent and maintained his armament, prepared. The beast's gaze displayed increasing irritation. Once again he advanced. With a leap he ascended above the entity. He targeted its gaze, the sole area that appeared more tender than a surge. His blade made contact with one eye, with flawless precision. After diverting its attention with a crimson strand, he struck at its vulnerable spot. Despite his youth, he battled with genuine proficiency. The being scratched at the item, inflicting agony upon it. Noticing that a section of the spear had penetrated, he intensified his assault. Then an unusual occurrence transpired. The battle ought to have swung in his advantage, yet it did not. The wounded eye abruptly mended. It reconstructed itself entirely. It was at that moment he comprehended the creature possessed the ability to heal itself. This hybrid beast had the regenerative capabilities of a troll integrated within its form. His prospects of victory diminished further. Lee Sung-min remained composed and sought an alternative approach. However, the Chimera was already preparing to launch an assault. Once more, Lee yelled at him in distress. However, the lad remained unresponsive. Shift. Reflecting on his past endeavors, he recalled there were still tasks awaiting his attention. He could not perish in this place. The three fundamentals of spear combat were principles he had practiced daily until they became integral to his being. As the beast approached, he recalled Ijihoin and the harsh regimen they endured. He directed his lance towards the creatures, grasped and understood that this was the time to utilize all his resources acquired. He required power to pivot and deflect the advancing strike, therefore he responded immediately. The Chimera remained formidable. Unscathed, he dashed directly at it. Armament elevated, he selected the optimal position to attack. He required mastery to maneuver the spear against the foes. Assault. With a nimble stride, he edged near its massive talons. At that moment, he possessed the authority required to complete the shift. Luda observed every movement attentively. With an accurate strike, the boy flung the creature away. Equilibrium. Grasping his armament firmly, he proceeded with cleaving strikes. As the creature attempted to regain its balance, Lee Sung-min thrust the spear into its limb. On this occasion, he was aware he had secured a genuine success. The Chimera howled through its sewn lips. Precisely as he anticipated, its connections were considerably more fragile. When it sprang forward to seize him, he was already prepared for the subsequent move. Shift. Perplexed, the being attempted a more cautious assault. It swung a hand downward to obliterate him, but he evaded once more. He now pondered the duration it would require for an injured joint to recover. Cure. There was no moment to postpone, so he struck once more. The power fractured, his weapon in two, yet he continued to force the creature down to one knee. With a portion of the spear embedded in its form, healing ceased at that point. Recognizing that his strategy had succeeded, Lee Sung-min grinned. With the fragment still grasped in his hand, he hit its limb. This rendered the Chimera incapable of effectively utilizing its legs or right arm. It now needed to support itself on one side as agony coursed through its form. He recognized he required just one additional. Excellent strike. He employed the Lee Sung-min technique of the supreme spear of the 9 heavens, executing a lightning-splitting blow. The assault struck with lethal accuracy. The Chimera was too severely injured to rise. Nevertheless, it possessed one remaining limb and lashed out at him with its colossal appendage, talons, yet it was too sluggish to make contact. Freed from the weight of the mountain, he could perceive just how swiftly he had transformed. Subsequently, he perceived the cicadas. The identical noise resonates on Mount Mercy. As he approached the beast, he reflected on his desire not to remain a cicada for eternity. And upon the summit, he had merely been a caterpillar. He understood he hadn't honed his skills all that duration to remain feeble, even if he still was uncertain about what he aspired to be. Then, he targeted the Chimera's gaze and sent it plummeting to the ground. Armament in grasp. He realized he was determined to avoid dwelling on regrets as he had in his previous existence. He would continue progressing towards whatever fate awaited for him. Lud was utterly astonished by what he was witnessing. With a bellow, the youth plunged his armament deep into the creature. Observing in astonishment, Lud could merely speculate what sort of individual this young man truly was. The lad appeared fatigued. He peered at his ragged, roughened hands. Even he was unable to clarify what he truly was. However, matter was evident to him. He was not a larva. Lude was perplexed by its significance, yet it rendered the boy all the more intriguing. In the vicinity, a cicada was resting on the earth. The youthful fighter grinned gently upon realizing its melody had concluded. Upon returning to the guild, the tavern keeper was utterly perplexed. As he surveyed the colossal chimera, Lude detailed all that had transpired. Eliminating a chimera ogre constituted an SS rank achievement, yet there existed no regulation for assigning that designation immediately. Nonetheless, the fighter felt content with an SS classification. The prize for conquering the chimera ogre amounted to 27 million ursin, and an S classification emblem. The creature's remains were submitted to the Mercenary Association for analysis, securing an additional 20 million urs. Lude presented the entire sum to him, stating that the bounty was rightfully his due to his triumph over it. This brought his total to 47 million urs. Lude. As he strolled through the avenues, he sensed that he had genuinely achieved. For him, it represented an astonishing sum of finances. In his former existence, he had endangered his life on assignments and never received more than 1 million urs. Thus, he was completely unaware of how to handle all of that currency in his grasp, until an idea abruptly approached him. Observing his shattered armament, he conceived an excellent notion. Upon returning to the inn, the conversation persisted. The tavern keeper was eager to hear the tale directly from him. He tapped his temple with the personnel. Then he observed all that transpired in the woodland while they were departed. He appeared both astonished and Lude remarked that the young individual merited an SS rank. As he was unable to determine that on his own, he intended to suggest it. The lad who attained that stature without formal training would undoubtedly attract Shion's interest. In the meantime, the main character lingered in a shadowy spot. He shouted for Neville. The individual emerged. At one point, stating it was a summons, he inquired why he had been summoned. The champion had never been particularly interested in armaments. He typically employed whatever was sufficiently pointed to pierce or strike. However, throughout the confrontation with the ogre, he realized how much simpler it would have been with a superior armament. He was determined not to encounter such regret once more. Thus, he required a suitable armament. Neville inquired about the type he desired and the quantity he was able to manage. Compensation. Lee Sun Min proposed 47 million planets and expressed his desire for one to be created. Even if it required a moment, yet that still was not sufficient. The forge's artisans were exceptional. Thus, their rates were enormous. Neville even proposed employing his essence as security, though the interest would be harsh. Lee Sun Min promptly declined and requested an alternative. After contemplating, Neville mentioned he was aware of an individual who could assist him in acquiring an armament. When the combatant consented, Neville gestured upwards. Obsidian radiance erupted from his digit. An object materialized before Lee Sun. As Neville delivered the blow, he mentioned that he would allow the pair to converse in that spot. Uncertain about the recent events, Lee Sun Min observed Neville's ability to rend apart void. From the opposing side, a voice remarked that he was merely a child. Uncertain of how frequently they would encounter each other, Saldaris introduced himself. He then instructed the boy to cease daydreaming and step into the chasm. Upon examining more closely, Lee Sun Min understood he was a shadowy. Upon entering the establishment, he introduced himself and expressed his desire to request a spear. He presented his existing weapon and conveyed that he was seeking an alternative. The elf scrutinized it and observed that it was a spear designed for a harmonious technique. Subsequently, he requested Lee Sun Min to demonstrate the methods he employed. He felt bewildered. For practitioners of martial arts, demonstrating techniques to others was typically prohibition. Yet the elf insisted it was essential. Without observing his approach, he couldn't create the appropriate lance. The configuration could vary significantly based on how he struggled. Growing weary, the elf reminded himself he was disputing with a young boy. He was 400 years old and had a passion for metalworking. Thus, he had toiled as a blacksmith for more than 350 years, despite lacking inherent skill. The main character appeared hesitant. Nevertheless, the elf asserted that his proficiency was comparable to any other diminutive beings. Those expressions evoked a recollection in the fighter. He sensed they bore some resemblance. After impulsively expressing all that, the elf pondered why he was divulging so much to a youth he had recently encountered. Thus, he instructed Lee Sun-min to seek out the dwarves, rather if he desired an armament. However, Lee Sun-min was adamant about demonstrating his combat technique. The elf regarded it as peculiar that the lad had yet to depart. Lee Sun-min expressed his conviction upon learning of the 350 years of expertise. The elf was uncertain about what to do. Chuckling, he remarked that the lad was excessively confident. Nevertheless, Lee Sun-min remained unperturbed. Diverting his gaze, the elf conceded that the lad was aware how to converse. Then, abruptly enthusiastic, his demeanor shifted. The lad simply lingered, silently. Although typically strategic, the elf chose to create something superior to what the boy could purchase, merely because he was fond of. Grinning, he considered that this child could turn into a frequent visitor. Client. The armament would require several months, leaving Lee Sun-min with no choice but to bide his time. Returning to his bed, he settled down to contemplate. The Chimera Ogre had marked his inaugural substantial battle after ascending to the martial peak as an eminent master, and now he needed to reflect on what he acquired. Wei Jihoyan had referred to his consciousness as a gift. Following all those years spent in the mountains, it had developed into what could be described as a sixth: intuition. In the midst of the conflict, that intuition propelled his body into action before he could even contemplate. That was his sixth: intuition. It was potent, yet he understood he couldn't rely solely on it. The peaks had refined his skills and intuition, but the remainder still trailed behind, left behind. Should he neglect to hone his other senses as well, the situation might turn perilous. He harbored a troubling premonition that an insurmountable challenge was approaching. At the Hired Soldiers Association, the atmosphere was tranquil. While he organized the bottles, the bartender inquired if Lee Sun-min was once again preparing another task. Rather, Lee Sun-min inquired about the fate of the Chimera Ogre's remains. If it was indeed a chimera, someone needed to have accomplished it. The bartender indicated that this was under independent scrutiny with the Sorcery Consortium. No Chimera Ogre had manifested in his existence. Thus, either no individual accepted the assignment, or the mercenary organization had failed. Given the chronology, it was probably 6 months subsequent to the chimeras created. Perhaps in his former existence he had established his identity, yet now that he had extinguished it, the future could transform. At the Bahangir Sorcerers Association, an individual welcomed the young man with heartfelt enthusiasm. A sorcerer navigated through numerous enchantments, as Lee Sun-min observed. He presented himself as the shadow sorcerer Kim Jong-yun. He was examining the chimera. Lee Sun-min presented himself as the individual who ended it. Upon discovering the boy's Korean heritage, Kim Jong-yun inquired whether his realm had traversed a gateway emergency. He succinctly elucidated that gateways link to alternate realms and allow creatures to enter. Subsequently, he shifted the topic, delighted to encounter another individual from Korea hailing from a different globe. Upon resuming the primary subject, his expression transformed. That was not the sole motive. He was delighted, yet he retained the remainder for himself. Lee Sun-min earnestly requested to examine the chimera's remains. He required additional information to acquire the Devanark armor. Thus, the sorcerer divulged a portion of what he had discovered. The being wasn't entirely lifeless, which rendered a complete examination unfeasible. Nevertheless, the shadowy sorcerer who crafted it was likely at least a wizard. Position. Its jaws had been stitched closed, and it appeared to have been crafted with a brutal predator amalgamated in order to challenge the chimera's force. Upon hearing this, Lee Sun-min reminisced about the severed body and comprehended the reasoning behind it. As he fell silent, the sorcerer observed that the lad was quite indifferent towards artificial creatures. He remained entirely. Nevertheless, Lee Sun-min recalled what the sorcerer had mentioned previously, expressing that he was pleased for an additional cause. Kim Jong-un asserted with assurance that the central character's causality was an utter chaos. A malevolent sorcerer possessed the ability to access and comprehend another's essence. He moved nearer, imparting counsel, suggesting that if he were in Lee Sun-min's situation, he would have succumbed to hopelessness or lost his sanity. He then inquired whether the boy grasped the implications of that statement. Lee Sun-min replied plainly, asserting that after death he would endure eternal torment. The sorcerer then questioned why his causality was so contorted, yet Lee Sun-min had doubts about him and opted not to reply. In order to earn his confidence, Kim Jong-un proposed to take a solemn vow of secrecy. As the sorcerer readied the ritual, Lee Sun-min became increasingly apprehensive. Nevertheless, considering the extent to which the man was prepared to go, perhaps this was his opportunity. Ultimately, he acknowledged that he was a time traveler who had journeyed back to the past after perishing. By violating fundamental principles and accumulating excessive karma, his causation had become severely distorted. Upon hearing that, the sorcerer resolved to disclose one more piece of information. Lee Sun-min awaited with bated breath. Kim Jong-un commenced by remarking on his peculiar nature, not merely due to the distortion of his causation, but also because he himself was excessive. Before he could conclude, his utterances reverberated through the chamber, and Lee Sun-min felt a piercing agony in his ears. The sorcerer comprehended that he couldn't articulate it. It was unfeasible to reveal the reality to the boy. Lee Sun-min was profoundly bewildered. If Kim Jong-un continued to speak, he would perish. Blood stained the sorcerer's visage from the exertion of forcing those words out. He realized then that the boy's existence was no longer his to govern. Disturbed by all of this, Lee Sun-min was at a loss for how to react. The sorcerer expressed regret for his inability to elucidate and requested that he return at another time. Still shrouded in confusion, Lee Sun-min departed, grappling with his misunderstanding. Then he recalled the incident with Mercy, how she endeavored to obliterate anyone who intruded upon her domain. He began to depart, but an individual called to him. Upon glancing back, he observed a female. As she approached, she stated that she identified him from the mountains of compassion. At that moment, he still failed to acknowledge. Irritated, she presented herself as Scarlet, Reptile. This prompted him to contemplate more deeply, as she appeared vastly distinct. At that moment, following a brief conversation, Lee Sun-min instructed her to cease her persistent urging. Infuriated, she struck him with all her power. It was only after enduring the blow that he ultimately acknowledged. Crimson. She subsequently inquired about his activities at the Sorcerer Association. He mentioned he merely possessed a few commerce there, yet when he referred to Kim Jong-un, she became highly attentive. She cautioned that sinister sorcerers were already unsettling, but that individual was particularly bizarre. Only a lunatic would entangle themselves with him. Ultimately, she advised him to exercise caution where he traveled, expressing that it was pleasant to encounter a recognizable visage after such a long time extended. As she departed, she instructed him to come by her laboratory on the 3rd level if he became disinterested. She additionally mentioned to inform her if anyone caused her companion any difficulties. After bidding farewell, he found himself solitary once more. He reflected on Mercy's remarks, and the phrase that Kim Jong-un was unable to articulate. Conclude. It seemed as though those individuals were regarding him with a warmth that was too peculiar to remain composed. He was convinced something was amiss, yet he still was unable to perceive what. An excess of complications had become tangled, yet he opted to concentrate on what remained. Before him stood a 2-headed troll, classified as an S-rank objective, valued at 60 million URs. Lude appeared before him and welcomed him. He mentioned that they would dismantle the trolls together once more, and he wished to demonstrate how beneficial he was. The youthful individual expressed his anticipation for it. In this renewed existence, he had come to understand that no one could truly thrive solitary. Lude was a dear companion, and merely being in his presence alleviated his spirit. They dedicated 3 months to journeying together and gathering mission accolades. In the previous assignment, they divided 50 million rupees. To commemorate, they went to partake in beverages at a tavern, yet the mixologist informed them that someone wished to meet Sung Min. It was Ji En, leader of the hired soldiers. Compulsion. Sung Min and Lude shared a glance. At that point, everyone recognized that illustrious name. Ji En spearheaded Flare, an assembly of more than 100 hired soldiers, and was one of Bahonyar's trio of S-rank mercenaries. He was a virtuoso at the martial peak, having mastered the 100 enigmatic strides of the Shulan fists. Sung Min had held him in high regard in his earlier days' existence, and there was a significant cause for that. Upon their encounter, the gentleman identified himself as Shi-In, commander of Flare. Shi-In was devoid of social status. Now that the youth had ascended to the martial peak himself, he comprehended it, evidently. Shi-In was poised to rapidly ascend as the foremost authority of the martial pinnacle. He asserted that they were both devoid of class and understood the harshness of the world towards individuals similar to them. Nevertheless, the young man in front of him had attained the rank of Martial Peak Master at merely 18. Subsequently, Shi-En got straight to the matter and proposed that he join Flare. He extended an offer for the position of Vice Captain, subordinate only to Shi-En. Noticing the boy's bewilderment, he realized the proposal was abrupt, prompting him to deliver an object, and advised him to contemplate it. The boy's gaze enlarged upon his discovery. Within the container lay a minor rejuvenation tablet, a Shulan temple concoction that enhances inner vitality. Should he agree, the tablet would belong to him. Subsequently, Shi-En presented him with an agreement and requested his autograph. It appeared uncomplicated and possessed no enchantment. Comply with it, he simply needed to follow Shi-En's directives. And should he violate the agreement, he would compensate for it. Shi-En also assured a more substantial rejuvenation remedy if he disclosed the martial arts he had discovered. Perplexed, the main character inquired who would ever acquiesce to conditions in that manner. With a stern expression, the man declared that anyone aspiring to be a mercenary in Bihanyar must comply with them. Intrigued, Luda inquired about the response his companion provided. The main character declined the proposal. It was bondage. Luda observed the dire situation and advised him to depart from Bihanyar. Based on what transpired subsequently, his existence could be at risk due to Shi-En's dubious activities. And even if the lad remained compliant, Shi-En could still complicate existence for him. Luda mentioned that he once declined a proposition at a level, and subsequently no one assigned him tasks as they were all allocated to style. He needed to achieve S rank in a different city prior to his return, but by that time, Shi-En had already attained S rank, as the protagonist believed. Luda continued to drink. He had never imagined Shi-En was that sort of individual, even after holding him in high regard a great deal. Then Luda inquired if he wished to visit Mythor alongside him. At that moment, an individual in the tavern proclaimed that the dark sorcerer's lair has been discovered. It was probably the identical dark sorcerer who conjured the chimera giant. They were now assembling a group to navigate the labyrinth, with Flare at the helm of the expedition. A voice remarked that it had taken more time than anticipated. Nevertheless, the main character asserted that he desperately required a weapon. She presented it to him. It was primarily crafted from mithril, encased in black iron, excellent conduits for mana and kaio. The young man gazed at it, astonished. He had not anticipated such a gift. This is favorable. Neville remarked that Lady Seldrus appeared to admire him. He clarified that the resources utilized for the armament were exceedingly expensive. Vega had provided additional funds to enhance the armament, yet the elf had scarcely utilized it for her own benefit. Nevertheless, Neville comprehended the reason behind it. She had accomplished it. The lead character possessed an unusual magnetism that compelled individuals to assist him. Observing the young man's expression, Neville expressed remorse for presenting it in such a peculiar manner. Subsequently, he departed, advising him to contact him if assistance was required. Anything further. Isolated once more, the young man descended into contemplation. He wasn't astonished due to the peculiarity of the notion. He was astonished because it validated what he had previously suspected. The initial occasion he observed something unusual was at Mount Mercy, although at that time he believed it was merely serendipity. However, if there truly were factors enhancing individuals' affection towards him, then perhaps each connection and every encounter he experienced was incorrect. As he was absorbed in contemplation, Luda proceeded. Finished. He observed the peculiar expression on Sunvan's countenance. Should the apprehension prove accurate, even their camaraderie could pretend. Luda embraced him and inquired whether he was concerned about the crypt expedition. At that instant, he recollected. His apprehensions had begun to materialize when the future shifted following his slaying of the Chimera giant. Consequently, the guild sought the Shadow Sorcerer and discovered the subterranean lair 3 months prior to his previous existence. Additionally, another alteration had occurred as well. Zion. He felt delighted to witness the Ascendant joining the assault. Upon noticing the lad, he remarked that this would be a simple task. Assignment. Previously, Flare had not participated in this venture, as they were engaged in another task. Now they were able to, as the schedule had advanced by 3 months. Xian also observed that Luda accompanied him. Grinning, he advised both of them to exercise caution. The labyrinth was perilous, and no one was aware of when or how they could perish. Following the instructions, all individuals proceeded in a line. Document. Luda detected the concealed menace in Xian's remarks. He could eliminate them amid the turmoil and create. It appeared effortless. For a fleeting instant, the protagonist contemplated declining to participate due to that. However, ultimately, the abilities concealed within proved to be exceedingly precious. Thus, he departed. It had been 3 months since his return from the mountain, and he had yet to make any advancements. In order to shatter that barrier, he required the enchanted armor Devnark, capable of elevating even a mediocre combatant to a master level. Reflecting on their conversation, Luda remarked that Xian would not dare to behave impulsively with so many witnesses around. In total, the assault comprised 27 participants, 1 SS rank, 4 S ranks, and 12 A ranks, in addition to Flare's hired hands. Even Baron, the leader of the guild, had participated as well. Luda asserted that with his ethereal blade, he would eliminate anyone who dared to challenge anything. He had no genuine motive to participate in the assault, so he was likely present due to his concerns about his companion. Lee's offspring Min felt profoundly appreciative, even though it implied that Luda was now in difficulty with Xian as well. Then he recalled something quite significant. He ceased his excessive contemplation and opted to take action. The leader proclaimed that the Behender Mercenary Alliance was making its way into the Black Sea crypt. They were unaware of what lay within, yet they were certain they excelled in swifter. Thus, they needed to remain steadfast and prepared for any eventuality. With that, he commanded everyone to enter. Initially, all was serene. The assembly advanced together, shoulder to shoulder, flank. At the forefront stood the A-rank mercenary Jumchul, a virtuoso of external techniques whose physique was as solid as rock. Yet in a moment, his form was cut precisely in two. The individuals directly following him stopped. They were unable to act anything. Jumchul had been entirely taken by surprise. Sentinel. His physique cleaved in two, leaving one of his associates grasping merely the upper portion. The commander was enraged. He glanced about, observed creatures encroaching, and realized it would be an extended night. As soon as they understood that the beings were hybrids, hopelessness ensued amidst the assembly. Xian immediately recognized that this assault was beginning with an unrelenting commence. These creatures were larger and more deformed than the usual, which rendered them even more powerful. Xian severed one of them with a solitary assault. The main character observed that he had employed the enchanted strides and fist method and scrutinized every action from lagging. Upon witnessing Xian's power, he realized he remained insufficiently powerful to confront him. Engrossed in contemplation, he failed to perceive a chimera barreling forward upon him. In his former existence, this labyrinth had been devoid of inhabitants. This indicated that the overseer of the dungeon could indeed be present at this moment. Weary and injured, the champion recognized something was incorrect. The conflict showed no signs of cessation, and corpses were accumulating. Xian observed the significant setbacks and realized they might struggle to complete the assault. Nevertheless, he mocked the commander, asserting that his own team was more robust. Luda observed that amidst all the turmoil, Xian had solely safeguarded his own individuals. Merely 1 hour after commencing, the operation had already incurred the loss of 2 A-grade contractors. Among the remaining individuals, the sole solitary A-rank hunter still outside Flare was Tang Mesuk. Luda presented himself to the terrified girl and assured her that she was not required to fret. Yet, upon becoming increasingly frightened upon encountering him, he merely reverted to Sundan's side. Simultaneously, a voice called out to the guild leader. A tracker informed him that the raid squad was severely injured. Upon hearing this, the leader readied his response. He expressed regret, but stated that they couldn't halt their advance. The main contingent was still intact, including the SS-ranked and S-ranked hunters, so proceeding seemed feasible. Noticing the girl's anxiety, he reassured her that she could retreat if she preferred not to remain. However, if she chose to stay, there would be no one available to safeguard her. Observing the lifeless figures around them intensified her apprehension. Ultimately, she determined that the more prudent option was to continue with the group. Gradually, everyone advanced while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The atmosphere was hauntingly quiet. Some began to speculate that the creatures were merely a diversion, allowing the dungeon overseer to evade. It was logical that the overseer employed chimeras to gain additional moments. However, no one could feel at ease regarding an estimation. Subsequently, one of the individuals noticed something. Before them stood a substantial, sealed entrance. It appeared to be merely a door, and not a snare. Nonetheless, the main character did not have faith in it. Beyond the timbered entrance lay a chamber brimming with volumes. Grasping a candle, the gentleman remarked that there was nothing extraordinary there, merely a library. Given the spaciousness of the location, the leader instructed everyone to divide and seek out hints. However, Sunvin sensed an unusual feeling the instant he entered. He realized this was the location where the individual had discovered the enchanted armor that transformed his existence. Eavesdropping from the shadows, Sunvin heard the man mention that after spending hours in the cavern, he uncovered a portal. Upon entering, he beheld an enormous library, the identical one where Sunvin was currently positioned. He now needed to ascertain which tome had guided the individual further. After examining the shelves for some time, a door swung open before him. A staircase emerged, and he realized that the enchanted armor, Devnark, lay concealed beneath. Xian observed that the boy had uncovered the hidden route. He commended him, and the lad promptly became anxious. Glancing back, the main character remarked that he had merely discovered it by chance. With a peculiar expression, the captain stated that he appreciated individuals like him. That response astonished Sunvin as well. More. Then, the individual abruptly struck him in the abdomen. The main character plummeted down the steps. Xian realized that if the lad refused to align with him, he would need to be eliminated. His abilities rendered him excessively perilous. Baron was situated in a different chamber with the captain's crew, thus no one would intervene. However, Lu Zhen appeared at the pinnacle of the staircase, demonstrating he was still present. He had employed the ethereal blade technique to eliminate the sentinel of the admission. He was confident that Shi-En had been anticipating the ideal opportunity to reveal his authentic self, and Liu Jin understood he would be the subsequent one after. Sunvin. An instant later, his companion was cast down the staircase. Shi-En was astonished that the duo believed they might overpower him. The champion was aware that the chances were unfavorable, particularly if the other Flare associates participated. Nevertheless, he refused to surrender. He seized his companion and dashed. Still perplexed, he merely stated that they needed to arrive at the lower tier swiftly. The enchanted armor Devnark, which enhances the wearer's strength, was their sole opportunity for victory. Swiftly, the duo arrived at the base. The main character surveyed the surroundings. Swiftly. Then he noticed the armor directly in front of him. As Liu Di secured the lower passage, he advanced toward the uncommon object. However, his companion swiftly observed Ji-En hurrying toward them. He delivered a blow directly into Liu's torso. His hand penetrated completely through Liu's form. The main character became immobilized in startle. Shi-En retracted his hand and allowed the body collapse. Prior to his demise, Liu succeeded in striking his shoulder. Astonished, the champion remained unable to comprehend what had transpired. He reminisced about his fondest moments with his companion, who now rested lifeless alongside him. All that sorrow transformed into fury, yet Ji-En did not, concerned in the slightest. As egalitarian combatants, they both understood dominance was everything. You couldn't rely on anyone. Refuse could still betray. You in the rear. The lad attempted to respond with a strike. Exhausted from conversing, Shi-En simply desired the lad to be eliminated. Following the blow, the boy tumbled close to a cluster of boulders. His firearm was powerful enough to thwart numerous attempts by Shi-En. Assaults. Striking him in the visage, Shi-En insisted the youth surrender them armament. Upon seizing it, he observed it was significantly more lightweight than it appeared. Upon examining more closely, he discerned that it was constructed from mithril. Then he sensed an unusual presence in proximity. Segments of the armor began affixing themselves to the central character. As Devnark embraced him, his power started to revive. Shi-En comprehended that it was enchanted armor. Now the main character appears more formidable than previously. Anxious, Shi-En perceived ominous energy enveloping him and was unable to discern its level of peril. Shi-En bided his time, anticipating the opportune moment to attack. By that point, the enchanted armor had completely enveloped his form. The two remained motionless, fixating on one another, until a detonation shattered the stillness. Shi-En was utterly unaware of the nature of that obscure energy, nor could he fathom why it abruptly disappeared. He swung a fist and instructed the lad to contend him once more. Perplexed, the main character observed no alteration in his physique or internal state. Vigor. Nonetheless, Shi-En acknowledged that the young man had performed admirably to evade this. Extended. However, he perished shortly after. Witnessing his collapsed companion, the lad realized the severity. An arm extended toward him to complete the position. Then an enigmatic being obstructed the assault. Acquiring Devnark came at a significant cost. Nonetheless, the agreement with Devnark had been finished. When Shi-En attempted to assault the being, he abruptly experienced a loss of strength and vulnerable. The sixth sense possessed by the boy had heightened, cautioning him against confront that creature. A tremendous noise resonated from beneath the surface, and the men commenced to sprint. The chief inquired whether it was the darkness. The figure donned in a mask remained silent, merely raising their fingers. It was then that the leader comprehended the situation. It was an undead sorcerer. Perceiving the threat, a man shouted for all to hear, to sprint. However, the creature was significantly quicker than all present. With a mere incantation, it ended Baron's life. As they attempted to flee, they discovered the way out obstructed. The being informed them that their presence was solely due to its permission. It was experiencing a splendid disposition that day as it had discovered an even superior proposal than the Chimera, Behemoth. As it approached, it communicated regarding its destiny. It proclaimed that the time of recompense for those who had faith in it remained distant. This was the Lich Preskin. The confrontation concluded almost immediately. The sinister sorcerer decimated everyone, even the multitude of S-rank mercenaries. Baron, a formidable mage, was cleaved in two without delay. Even Xian was vanquished effortlessly. By that moment, the protagonist could only ponder how it had arrived at this. He had held the conviction that this existence would vary from the previous one. He believed he had transformed into something greater, not merely a larva, a cicada. With sorrowful gaze, he observed his companion's form. Then he understood he had erred. He remained merely a chrysalis. The being was fearsome. In the meantime, the main character was bound to a barrier. The Lich greeted him in its atelier and advised him against expending effort, attempting to shatter the shackles. It emitted an eerie chuckle as it observed his plight. Then the creature revealed an unusual admission. It yearned to transform into a female. To a female were extraordinary, because they could achieve something countless alchemists could never accomplish in their entire existence. Consequently, it had explored every possible avenue to attain that goal. However, it became ensnared in sorcery and relinquished its essence and corporeal form for all time. Ultimately, it convinced itself it had discovered the solution. Although it was incapable of reproduction, there remained an alternative method to generate existence. Upon hearing this, the champion was astonished. For the Lich, it represented an ideal day. The individual it had previously encountered, whose fate was contorted, had transformed into a creature. If it employed an individual such as this fighter, someone with twisted fate, as a sacrifice, it could draw nearer to its ambition. Grasping the youth's visage, it unveiled its intentions. In a state of desperation, the hero remained oblivious. How to evade. He observed everything in his surroundings. Him. While the Lich readied the presenting, then the lad's respiration became irregular. As the Lich wielded its complete might, it detected something unusual. Unclear about the unfolding events, it expanded, perplexed. For it, this ought to have been unfeasible. Diverting its gaze from the lad, it descended, immersed in profound contemplation. In the meantime, the boy fought increasingly for air. It then came to understand that the gift had been declined. The undead sorcerer seized him by the throat and bent in closely. Inquisitive, it inquired about his identity and the reason the sovereign of terror had spurned him. A spirit burdened with corrupted karma ought to have been a prized sacrifice. In a state of desperation, the Lich resolved to delve into his recollections to uncover his true identity. Bewildered and unsettled, it insisted on witnessing all. Upon the boy's awakening, the Lich had already departed. Lee Sung-min felt a sense of relief to still exist, however. In the subsequent instant, he became aware that he was utterly solitary in the shadows. Nevertheless, the sounds within his mind wouldn't cease. He recalled every event that had transpired and was unable to soothe himself. He descended. He beheld Lude's visage once more as he perished, alongside the cicada's hum that had disappeared following the chimera's re-emergence. Nevertheless, he found the strength to progress, not due to the experiences of this existence, but from the determination he cultivated as a mediocre mercenary in his former life. He had pledged to his companions, and he was not ready to succumb just yet. With blood streaming from his eyes, he reiterated that vow to persevere. He was accustomed to this. Remorse, humiliation, and self-contempt could await until after he had triumphed. At that moment, as he remained motionless, he perceived a mental communication. Lude, sovereign of the Tower of the Golden Sorcerer, was seeking assistance. He was positioned far beneath the protagonist. Recalling that Lude had disappeared in his previous existence, He paid attention as the man expressed his need for the warrior's aid. Lude was severely injured, unable to move, and implored the boy to remove him. Intrigued by the lich, the young lad mentioned that it had vanished. Nonetheless, he remained distrustful, uncertain if any of this was secure. Vowing on his magic, Lude assured a substantial recompense if the lad assisted him. Thus, the boy continued descending. Eventually, he arrived at the location Lude had summoned him to. Lude felt a sense of relief upon reaching the champion, who appeared tense. The remnants indicated a significant conflict had taken place in that location. Then the lad observed something peculiar. Gazing downward, he observed Xian lifeless with an opening in his torso. He inquired of Lude about the incident. Lude responded that he would clarify the minor particulars later, and requested assistance initially. Without advancing further, the youth questioned what actions he could take. The sorcerer stated he required assistance to be removed from the cell. Subsequently, with his forefinger, he gestured to the left and implored the boy to annihilate something. There. It was a soul crafted by Preskin. Due to its exceedingly hazardous nature, it needed to be eradicated. The lad propelled his lance towards the core, yet a shield was safeguarding it. As he attempted to approach, the core transformed into something perilous. Abruptly, talons attempted to vanish from his vision, failing to comprehend what had just occurred. The lad remained there in utter silence until he comprehended that the heart had infiltrated his own physique. He had acquired the dark heart. Several hours prior, Lee's melodic warriors had secured the core. As Preskin attempted to depart, the lich abruptly tripped. He had employed an incantation that extracted recollections by manipulating the psyche, but it misfired, and even the Sovereign of Terror rejected the lad as a tribute. At that moment, the lich understood he had expended an excessive amount of mana. Observing the two hearts in front of him, he devised an alternative scheme. He resolved to utilize one of the deceased individuals to rejuvenate his energy, yet Xian remained unscathed. Seizing him by the throat, the lich unleashed his energy to replenish his mana. After siphoning the essence from two of them, he finally felt rejuvenated. Then he gazed at the third individual on the ground and observed he had merely been feigning to slumber. Xian was soaked in frigid perspiration, trembling from the harsh destiny insight. He succeeded in shattering the binding enchantment, demonstrating that he was significantly more powerful than anticipated. The lich subsequently opted to employ him in a significantly more advantageous manner. Due to the caliber concerning his spirit, Lloyd inquires about Preskin's intentions to take action immediately. The sorcerer understands that the undead being is still executing malevolent schemes. Investigation. After a decade, the sorcerer had at last located him. It was that very sorcerer who had relentlessly pursued him. Aware of his diminished state, he resolves to obliterate Preskin's form and seek out his life essence. Xian acknowledges Lloyd as the supreme sorcerer of the Tower of Gold. Sorcerer. He claims he will assist in the slaying the lich. However, Lloyd advises him that the most effective assistance is to remain at a distance. He is not sufficiently robust. The lich becomes increasingly frantic. With the gift declined and Lloyd present, all went awry. Then he recalls the two hearts. They were unfinished, yet he had no superior option. Selection. He promptly begins conjuring an incantation. Startled, the sorcerer struggles to comprehend the peculiar energy stream. However, it was the outcome of Preskin's investigation. Grinning, the lich refers to it as the pinnacle of existence. A brief explosion occurs, subterranean. Then a foot emerges. Lloyd is astonished as the lich ultimately forms a female figure. Her physique and soul remained incomplete, yet he possessed another soul. He intended to utilize this flawed being for his survival. He would refine the other soul subsequently. Recognizing the opposition was futile, Lloyd resolves to eliminate that entity entirely. He casts a formidable incantation that endangers all surrounding him. The Lich commands the girl to handle with that scoundrel as he conjures another incantation. The young woman bides her time for the perfect opportunity. Lloyd's sorcery can't even leave a mark on her. The crowd is astonished when his enchantment dissipates with absurd simplicity. The undead sorcerer is thrilled. She executed flawlessly. Addressing him as father, she expresses her hunger. Then she pivots to Zion. With a single strike, she rips, expose his soul. That was the manner in which the leader of Behinger's most formidable mercenary organization, destined to become the authority of martial pinnacle, perished. His heart torn from his chest before he could fight back. What followed was utter chaos. Once Lloyd witnesses her strength, he frenzies. In the interim, the Lich chuckles at the calamity he has wrought. That abomination could perform any action. The struggle continued, and Lloyd expended all his sorcery and energy on the girl. Ultimately, severely wounded, the pair managed to flee. That was the entirety of the events that transpired in the cavern. Lloyd can only express gratitude to the boy for rescuing his existence. He is additionally thankful for the lad shattered that heart. After seeking assistance, Lloyd lost consciousness and perceived nothing. Nonetheless, the young lad remains perplexed about what transpired, his physique. Lloyd expresses his gratitude once more and assures a recompense for what he executed. It was essentially an open-ended authorization from a remarkable sorcerer. Yet the youth required nothing, so he retained that goodwill. Lloyd remained unaware of the heart. Preskin, the overlord of the Dark Magic Tower, had been condemned to death for violating the regulations, and the individual assigned to the task was Lloyd, the chief of the Golden Magic Tower. After pursuing him for a decade, Lloyd ultimately seized his opportunity during that assault. However, in his previous existence, he perished within that cavern. As the individual who was meant to perish now thrived due to the boy's reversal, another, who was destined to survive, had instead met their demise. He experiences overwhelming remorse regarding Lude's passing. Lude had been akin to a frog in a well, believing Zion to be the preeminent champion in existence. For them, numerous beasts appeared deceptively simple to slay, and what they perceived as the heavens was merely the opening of a well. There was perpetually an individual dwelling beneath a far broader firmament. At this moment, he contemplates the true strength of YG Hoyen. Back on Mercy Mountain, he came to understand that he was merely a creature. Thus he declines to succumb to hopelessness regarding what he is missing, and continues to advance gradually. Then a jubilant voice calls out to him. Kim Jong-un remarks, "The majority of the assault squad perished, so it's a comfort that the lad returned unscathed." He then observes the armor and comprehends that it is a remarkable relic. Inquisitive, he inquires to scrutinize it. The lad permits him, as he possesses inquiries' belongings. The armor is a binding agreement artifact that connects its user to a celestial being, a dark sovereign, or a demonic deity. It bypasses the usual procedure and compels the user into a servitude agreement. Utilizing an illustration, the sorcerer elucidates that it can enhance a martial artist's capabilities. However, following demise, that individual's soul would be claimed by the demon sovereign. As nothing transpired to the youth after utilizing it, the situation was exceedingly atypical. The sorcerer asserts there are two scenarios. Firstly, the lad may have lost the capability to be exploited. Alternatively, he could have already formed an alliance with a being more formidable than the armor's proprietor. The sorcerer believes the latter explanation is more probable. This prompts the lad to ponder why the sovereign of terror spurned him. If the agreement isn't in effect, then the armor can still be utilized securely in this manner. With a flick, he detaches it from the boy's physique, transforms it into a bracelet, and states that it can revert to its armored state with mana. The young lad then reveals that the Lich had proposed him as an offering to the demon sovereign. The sorcerer claims it's extraordinary. He maintained his composure after confronting such a creature. Grinning, he inquires if the lad comprehends what that signifies. The youth questions whether his spirit is, in some way, superior to the dread sovereign, but the sorcerer cannot. Response. Subsequently, everything begins to connect. The young lad also notes that his physique assimilates something peculiar, and the sorcerer recognizes it instantly as a shadowy soul. Nevertheless, the youth claims he cannot sense any distinct vitality within himself. Prescott had investigated the supreme essence of existence, and that soul was the culmination of his endeavors, well beyond the malevolent armor. Expressing regret for his inability to articulate it more clearly, the sorcerer suggests that a deity might possess the capability to do so. To respond. This prompts the lad to recall Mercy's advice, urging him to visit Dreamore and seek out Denir, the monarch of duration. Perhaps Denir, the deity of time, could provide clarity to his inquiries. He expresses gratitude to Kim Jong-un and bids farewell. As a caution, the sorcerer mentions his fondness for the young lad, and that he is welcome to come by at any moment. Sensing the weight of those remarks, the boy comprehends the implication. Upon his departure, he shuts the door. He gained considerable insight, yet he now possessed an even greater number of queries. His forthcoming location was Dreamore, but suddenly an individual hurries down the corridor, shouting for Lee's son, Min. Scarlet delivers a swift kick to his neck and reminds him she cautioned him against entangling himself with that sorcerer. As he massages the area, he ponders why she constantly strikes him whenever they encounter. Scarlet furiously states that engaging with that individual will yield no positive outcomes, yet he claims he merely has a couple of inquiries. She instructs him to pose his questions to her instead and insists on knowing his intentions. His initial inquiry is regarding her age. She immediately appears infuriated. That was not a query you posed, a woman. While they stroll, she mentions that he endured the assault alone. Following all that, he still appeared physically. Yet his expression revealed profound sorrow. He informs her that he is departing for Dreamore due to unresolved matters. Upon hearing this, she proposes to accompany him. She mentions that she has matters to attend to in Dreamore as well, and since their paths align, it would be pleasant to journey together. Upon noticing his hesitation, she inquires whether he is reluctant to her presence. Truly, he was at a loss for words. He held no disdain for the notion. She was a prodigy of magic, and the forthcoming leader of the Crimson Magic Tower. Forming a friendship with someone like her would be immensely beneficial. However, he was unable to comprehend why individuals continued to treat him with such generosity. For him, every connection he had established thus far was founded on falsehoods. He believes Lude's demise might have been in vain. He lacks evidence, yet he theorizes that Scarlet could desire this journey for the identical motive. And should anything go awry, and she ultimately concludes, similar to his companion, he realizes he could never absolve himself. This is the reason he is reluctant to accompany her. After rescuing Lloyd and acquiring the Black Heart, he scoured Zien's remains. A person like Zien, who placed faith in no one, would certainly safeguard treasures. Upon him, he discovered a minor rejuvenation elixir, a superior rejuvenation elixir, and the clandestine Shaolin manuscript of supreme combat techniques. Each of them was invaluable. Regardless of what burdened him, he initially required to become more resilient. Thus he ingests one of the tablets. Subsequently, he anticipates a shift and silently reflects on his mattress. However, when he rises, he experiences no sensation. Typically, a potion akin to a minor rejuvenation tablet would generate internal vigor immediately. As nothing occurs, he begins to contemplate that it could pretend. Subsequently, an event commences to illuminate within his abdomen. Something ignited. In essence, the tablet was authentic, and his inner vitality surged rapidly. Typically, an elixir's force erupts, requiring the user to navigate it throughout their system to assimilate it. However, the protagonist effortlessly absorbed all the energy from the minor rejuvenation tablet without any effort. It was effortless, and every fragment of that energy became his own. Thus, what had just transpired was likely connected to the core within him. Subsequently, he gazed at the tiny container. He grasped the larger rejuvenation tablet. He assimilated the vitality from both tablets seamlessly. In terms of sheer internal energy, he was now nearing an ultimate zenith. Master. The sole aspect that resonated was the shadowy core. Even in the absence of evidence, he was aware that the deficiency of intrinsic power that had perpetually constrained him was, at last, departed. Nevertheless, he required to utilize it. His gaze intensified as a daring concept emerged to him. Subsequently, Scarlet inquires as to why he is making his way to Braden instead of Dremmer. He declares they cannot journey together after all, and expresses his regrets. Having discovered a hidden Shaolin martial arts guide, he intends to return it to Braden. Observing his youth, Scarlet remarks that the marketplaces are teeming with individuals offering martial arts literature. He articulates his desire to return it to the Shaolin monastery and obtain a recompense, as her enterprise was solely situated in Dremmer, couldn't accompany him. However, her expression shifts immediately, and she mentions she has obligations there as well. It wasn't genuinely a commercial endeavor. She merely sought to explore the globe. She expresses that urban areas are not to her liking, and she would prefer to practice in peaks. After meandering for some time, she intends to establish herself in a certain location. Pleasant. Irritated, she declares she will take a soak, and therefore accompany him. The pair continues to converse, indicating that they are journeying together once more. She seizes his head and gives it a nod on his behalf, stating that he has already concurred. Following a few encounters with her, he embraces Scarlet as his companion for the journey. Partner, they devise to depart a week later, and he endeavored to focus on the positive aspect of having someone to converse with, along with a more secure pathway. Then an unfamiliar girl approaches and inquires as to who he exists. During the night, the pair become still and observe her attentively. They are both perplexed by what's occurring. The young woman begins to transform, expressing that upon encountering him, she started to experience peculiar sensations. Her hands contort into enormous, bizarre forms. She inquisitively inquires about the identity of the boy. Within the woods, Billix had been pondering that Lloyd was genuinely powerful, the type of prodigy that individuals discuss. Had he not roused the girl promptly, he would have perished. She represented his supreme invention, yet the girl appeared to disregard him entirely. He shouts out upon noticing her actions. Due to her hasty awakening, he struggled to manage her effectively, and she refused to comply. The sole aspect he relied upon was the obedience seal, designed to prevent her from assaulting him. Cleansing his face, he instructs her to return to the place of her awakening and retrieve the Lich's core. That task was crucial for her existence. She was meant to grasp the core and return immediately. As soon as he perceives that she comprehends, he commands her to proceed in the direction he indicates. Instead, she sprints in the entirely opposite manner. The Lich is rendered perplexed, contemplating that perhaps even she is unaware of the destination. She's departing. Despite her father's insistence that she seek another path, she sensed something peculiar emanating from that direction. Her heart pounded relentlessly, and she couldn't comprehend the reason until she caught sight of two individuals in front. Somnium pivots as he detects a daunting aura approaching. Nearer. Move. Gradually, the girl gazes at the stranger with evident intrigue. The young lad becomes anxious, sensing an unusual sensation upon glimpsing her visage. Her hands start transforming into something terrifying. Lee Somnium perceives the anguish in her gaze, and then her form begins to expand. Scarlet is unable to comprehend why her ally is merely positioned there, incapable of react. She conjures an incantation and unleashes an attack at the girl. It shatters the tendrils erupting from her hand, yet the protagonist experiences anguish in his heart and realizes he must to regain. Scarlet gazes at the girl in perplexity. She has never encountered anything similar to. Perhaps this was Preskin's tremor, the one Lloyd referenced. And perhaps she arrived for the soul. That maiden eliminated Zeon in an instant, and even the esteemed sorcerer Lloyd scarcely endured the battle against her. And Preskin, he chooses to utilize his armlet. If he wished to rescue himself and Scarlet, he needed to don the protective gear. A surge of energy erupts and the attire envelops him. Figure. Simultaneously, the young woman prepares an additional assault. Ominous tendrils strike forth as she dashes him. With his armament prepared, he perceives the onslaught and pivots to confront it. He springs ahead in an effort to diminish the distance. He assaults in every manner possible, seeking to injure her. Her combat technique is unconventional, and her strikes are even more potent than the ogre Tremera's. Had the potion not enhanced his internal vitality, he would have already found himself in grave danger. Difficulty. Scarlet instructs Somnium to shift, so she can project. As she is propelled backwards, she releases a blaze incantation. The young woman observes and attempts to evade, but the strike connects, and she experiences excruciating agony. Scarlet remarks that the young one possesses formidable magical resistance. She is capable of thwarting the majority of spells, but Scarlet's strength is distinct. Conventional resistance is ineffective, as Scarlet employs enchantments to craft her secrecy. Enchantment. Nevertheless, she does not anticipate an assault hurtling towards her. The main character swiftly leaps in front of her and protects her as fire engulfs the surroundings. For a fleeting instant, he contemplates what he is confronting. Recalling Zeon, he understands this could be the enchanted hands of 100. Procedures. Lloyd had mentioned that the girl devoured Zeon's heart, allowing her to acquire the powers of whatever she ingested. Now he was convinced. She was a beast. The strain leaves him bewildered, yet the girl never diminishes her pace. Defeated, she strikes once more, and he is unable to subdue or manage her assaults. During the struggle, she prompts him with a reminder that she had posed a question. She remains eager to uncover his identity. While he deflects her strikes, his mind is solely preoccupied with how to flee. Acquiring an additional enchantment. Prepared. Scarlet endeavors to capture the girl's focus. After delivering a blow to her face, Scarlet ridicules her for squandering her fortune. She continues to taunt her, declaring that she's truly furious now. The girl's demeanor alters instantly. Her gaze fixes on something unusual. Suddenly, hands seize her feet, immobilizing her. It was Scarlet's enchantment. In the meantime, the protagonist infiltrates without her. Observing, he rotates for her visage, yet she rips away her own limbs too. Liberate oneself. He becomes immobilized at the location. Following her self-infliction, she begins to descend, then swiftly employs an alternative form of enchantment to reform her physique. Before they become aware, her limbs are already rejuvenated. Both of them are enraged, aware that this battle is far from over. In an instant, she regenerates both legs. Even the charred skin recovers. Scarlet feels profoundly irritated. Yet she understands that even this form of restoration possesses a mana restriction. If they continue to collaborate and inflicting substantial harm, her mana ought to ultimately deplete, allowing them to triumph. Subsequently, the young woman reveals additional aspects of her strength. Observing such a vast reservoir of mana, Scarlet suggests to disregard the strategy. This was considerably more dire than they anticipated. The conflict continues. The main character persists in his self-defense, despite his weariness. As he collapses, Scarlet inquires about his condition, then vehemently asserts that he cannot perish and abandon her by herself. In that instant, he understands that something must be done. Transformation. He had already transformed the environment surrounding him. He evolved into a distinct entity amidst the mountains, yet it still fell short of the aspirations he envisioned. A larva is destined to wriggle, and if a single stride is insufficient, then it must undertake countless additional ones. He believes he faltered because he was content with merely one stride. Returning to the peaks, he departed not solely for the lunatic's attire, and upon encountering a barrier, it sensed excessively elevated. Ultimately, he sought a simpler path and employed the infernal armor as a pretext to depart. The price was steep. He forfeited his faithful companion. Thus, he perceived himself as feeble and pitiful, and that was the reason he had to battle. He realizes now that opting to flee was a mistake. He once more feels the burden of the spear he had not perceived after such an extended period. The persistent drone, the cicada's chorus. He merely desired to be near her. Regardless of the circumstances, he yearned for transformation, his destiny. Above all, he did not desire to perish. His aspiration was excessively large for a larva, yet he continued to decline the notion of allowing his existence to cease here. None of this was simple. Yet if he had acquired something he ought not to have possessed, then a single stride was always insufficient. As he contemplates, throughout his existence his armament becomes mightier and more resilient. The instant he acknowledges that, he desires additional, his blow transforms into precise. Subsequently, the spear penetrates the young woman's arm. He remains steadfast in safeguarding Scarlet. He refuses to allow anything to befall her. Frustrated, the girl insists on understanding who he is. As the spear continues, shredding through her form, Scarlet attunes her ears intimately, blood smeared across his visage. He provides his identity, Lee Sung-min. At that instant, an arrow strikes the girl. She discloses her own name, Ayan. With his spear elevated, he remains vigilant. Blood oozes from her lips, and injuries proliferate throughout her figure. Subsequently, she pivots and sprints. Following that fierce battle, the fighter is utterly exhausted. When Lee Sung-min lifts his eyelids, he's reclining on a mattress. Next to him, Scarlet is silently perusing a book. She mentions that he was fortunate to endure. He had been unresponsive for approximately 3 days, and they were in a close vicinity. Hamlet. She summoned a physician and applied an elixir to his exterior injuries. When he claims he can maneuver without issues, Scarlet is astonished. He sustained multiple fractures. Skeleton. In some manner, those breaks mended in merely 3 days. It could be the malevolent core. Perplexed, Scarlet examines him more intently. She inquires if he is concealing something. She is also eager to discover the identity of that monstrous child as he appeared, to learn further. Urging him to refrain from concealing truths, she insists the reality. Initially, he remains silent. However, once Lee Sung-min clarifies everything, Scarlet comprehends the reason he repeatedly encountered that maniac, Kim Jong. 1. Her companion had endured tremendous hardships and ultimately acquired a fragment of mana possessing remarkable strength. Nevertheless, she asserts that he is fortunate to have a formidable ally, such as herself, to assist him. Observing his expression, she remarks that she anticipates immense gratitude. Subsequently, he ponders why she chose not to flee. It was a battle for survival, and the young one was solely focused on Lee Sung-min. Thus, Scarlet could have fled at any moment, but she was unable to abandon him there, to perish in solitude. Rising, she expresses that she simply couldn't. She advances a bit further from that individual. Engrossed in contemplation, she inquires whether he has ever witnessed conflict. Following a brief silence, she remarks that in her youth, prior to transforming, this fervent conflict erupted. Although she is uncertain about the precise time or location of its inception, She asserts that war is merciless enough to rob everything, including the hamlet where she matured, everyone dear to. She had vanished. Lee Sung-min pays attention intimately. She expresses that the bereavement was difficult to endure, so she attempted to keep her distance to anyone. Nevertheless, she was unable to abandon him after witnessing everything that occurred. Gazing at him, she inquires if he has ever experienced the loss of someone as well. He remains quiet. With a faint grin, she reassures him not to be concerned. His companion isn't gone. She claims to have survived conflict and various hardships to date, largely due to sheer fortune. Moreover, she hasn't even had the opportunity to employ her hidden technique. About that girl. Scarlet understands he would prefer to journey solo due to his fear of losing others. Yet if he aims to safeguard them, he must grow more resilient. Indicating him, she asserts that he must attain a level of strength to ensure this never occurs again. Once more. Grinning, he declares he is already aware. By the conclusion of their conversation, he feels significantly improved. Scarlet advises him to relax a little longer before departing, mentioning that they will travel to Britain the following day. He expresses his gratitude, her for assisting him. As she departs, he reflects on all things. Clutching his armament, he vows to transform into more powerful. His thoughts drift back to the previous night, to that final instant when a more forceful energy erupted from his spear. Thus, he realizes there's no use squandering time on trivial matters. Concerns. As strength emanates from his armament once more, he fortifies his determination to maintain, becoming more resilient. The crimson-haired girl declares they have ultimately arrived at the metropolis of Brendan. Enthusiastic, she exclaims it's her inaugural visit to a core urban area, and she's relieved they weren't assaulted as previously. She continues to chatter and inquires of Lee what their initial activity should be, but he responds that he hasn't. Determined, she proposes they take a break and procure a bite to eat. Upon their arrival at a tavern, they receive a warm reception and choose a spot to sit. She initiates a conversation about the menu, but Lee remains disinterested. Certainly not. She confesses she has never consumed cuisine from the central area, hence she possesses no, uncertain about what to choose. Then she remarks that there are several flies hovering nearby. Lee observes two gentlemen gazing at them and inquires of Scarlet whether she noticed them as well. He comments that the duo scrutinized them the instant they entered. She inquires the reason, and Lee responds it's likely due to himself, which merely adds to the confusion. Her further. He clarifies that when a martial artist attains the highest echelon, they acquire origin inversion, rendering others unable to perceive their vitality. Lee's offspring, Min, has fulfilled one requirement for attaining the status of an exalted martial artist master, yet not the remainder. Scarlet becomes aware that his inner vitality is overflowing, and that is what attracted those. Enters. One of the gentlemen catches that and inquires whom she is addressing. Insects. He remarks that she possesses a cutting wit, then inquires if that constitutes a component of her allure. Perturbed, she inquires about the absurdity he's referencing. The gentleman emits an uncomfortable chuckle and continues his advances, yet she responds, her to be silent. Scarlet implores him to cease speaking and dine elsewhere, as each utterance intensifies her desire to eliminate him further. Lee observes that the individual becomes irate following being summoned. Prior to they are capable of anything, he seizes his sword and states that he will offer her a single opportunity to retract what? She exclaimed. She declines and labels him a fool. Enraged, he lunges at them with his blade, prompting the young woman to swiftly summon Sun, Min, to rescue her. Lee assesses him to be approximately a top-tier martial artist. Creator. The individual assaults. As Lee contemplates the optimal method to manage it, subsequently, another individual emerges and inquires how someone can possess such qualities, impolite and arrogant, and foolish enough to confront an adversary far more powerful than himself. As he speaks, the assailant collapses unconscious onto the ground. Sun Min understands that he has been rendered unconscious with a coin. The stranger expresses regret for intruding and presents himself as Nanban, creature. Scarlet inquires whether he hails from that lineage recognized for its numerous formidable warriors, creators. Lee states he had no intention of eliminating the assailant regardless. Subsequently, Hyun inquires whether he may participate. Them at the table. They all cast a look at one another, bewildered. Sun Min inquires why they are gazing at him, while the newcomer questions how. He is quite aged. When Lee claims to be 18, Nanban is astonished that an individual so youthful has already approached a pinnacle of supreme martial prowess. Creator. He states that Lee possesses extraordinary skill. He then inquires if perhaps he is the diminutive ethereal fiend YG Huan, causing Lee to expel his coffee. The individual states that this is the sole creature he can envision that could attain such a feat. At such a tender age, Lee inquires whether he is acquainted with the diminutive celestial fiend, to which Hyun readily affirms. He is renowned. He mentions that Arya possesses merely 3 combatants, referred to as celestial fiends. Bak Misen, the berserker Bayat, Wampai, along with the diminutive fiend YG Hoen. He further mentions a speculation that the ethereal fiend is a female. He then inquires straightforwardly about Lee's true identity. He presents himself as Lee's Son Min, and Nanban confesses he has never, having encountered that name before. Intrigued, Lee inquires what more he can share regarding the diminutive astral fiend, but Hyun replies that is all he knows. He is aware. If Lee desires additional, he shall obtain. To inquire among others. Subsequently, Hyun inquires of Sun Min to confront him. Lee is taken aback, and the individual swiftly asserts he intends no offense. He merely becomes combative when he encounters a formidable opponent, combat practitioner. Lee consents provided it remains a cordial competition, which pleases Hyun. Content. However, he remarks that a mere altercation is dull, and proposes a bet. Lee inquires about the type, and Hyun responds with silence. Grave. His concept is that the defeated transforms into the sibling of the victor. Upon reaching a consensus, the pair proceeds to a combat arena and prepares themselves. To begin with, Sun Min expresses uncertainty regarding whether he can meet his new companion's anticipations, yet Hyun chuckles and remarks that he is being overly humble. As Lee observes him, he perceives that the aura surrounding the individual has entirely transformed. He perceives his adversary is extremely powerful, at minimum an elite martial arts practitioner stage. Both prepare, and Nam abruptly commences with a series of unusual gestures. Lee perceives them, but chooses not to allow himself to be unsettled. He initiates the attack with a flawless soul flight blow, initially taken aback, yet is astounded when his adversary penetrates the feint's width. Extraordinary velocity. The battle persists, and Hyun advances with yet another strike, remarking that he is relishing the experience. Subsequently, he employs an energy-draining method that causes Lee to tighten up. To justify his action, the main character wields the lance of the 9 celestial realms, initial shape, accompanied by a spirit pursuing deadly hit. At the height of the confrontation, the adversary adjusts his blade, leaving a strong impression on Lee. Namgon remarks that had Lee wielded an actual spear, the assault would have been significantly more perilous. He continues by stating that he cannot afford to take any chances, and has no intention of referring to anyone younger than himself as older brother. Sun's associate responds that the wager is not in his favor regardless, so a defeat would not be detrimental. Expend a substantial amount. While Scarlet observes, the rival inquires whether Lee is truly unleashing his full potential as practitioners of martial arts. Despise defeat. Both combatants continue to exchange blows as the battle escalates. Following a powerful hit, Lee believes he has gained the upper hand over his adversary. Ensnared, yet the individual shatters, unencumbered. Lee is reluctant to acknowledge it, yet his adversary manages energy more effectively than he exerts. Thus he infuses internal energy to compel a certain range. The might of the spear of the 9 exalted celestial realms explodes, Numerous after-images emerge to deceive the opponent's vision. Lee understands that among all those illusions, only a single one is genuine, and he must discover it and confront it. Yet, Nam Boon dominates him and proclaims he triumphed in the confrontation. With a blade against his throat, Sun Min concedes, overcome. Yet, he recognizes that a lengthy journey lies before him. Chuckling, Haiwan remarks that Lee contended quite commendably, and the distance separating them isn't particularly vast. He furthermore lauds Lee's spear methodology, although he asserts that the sophisticated maneuvers were not executed effectively, likely due to Lee's limited opportunities to apply them in genuine situations. Masters. He notes that Lee remains unaccustomed to managing his inner energy, resulting in even minor strikes impacting him more severely than they ought to. He expresses this based on his own experiences. The young man can rapidly amend those imperfections through increased combat. Namgung then states that since they are now like brothers, he desires Lee to accompany him to a location associated with the Shaolin Shrine. Astonished, Lee remarks that it had already been his intended destination. In close proximity, Scarlet perceives them, labels them as boisterous, and inquires if the altercation has concluded. Observing their camaraderie and laughter, she questions what is amiss with them, and remarks that she displeased by it. Distantly, an elderly man in contemplation asserts that he senses an impending presence. The all-powerful deity of disorder is approaching. This is the reason Namgung Haiwan is making his way to the Shaolin Temple. Lee mentions that he visits annually during this period to meet with the Master Abbot, Bolian. His companion mentions the successors of the remaining 3 prominent families fulfill the same obligation due to a long-standing commitment, although he will clarify. They proceed to the Shaolin Monastery, collectively. During their journey, they discuss the 4 prominent clans, Namgung, Chegil, Moyun, and Tang, and how their successors are present, the equivalent age. Their forebears once endeavored to consolidate all 4 factions into a singular entity. Yet, when the moment arrived to execute it, they began disputing over who ought to take the helm. Ultimately, they delegated that decision to the forthcoming generation. Master Bolian, the Shaolin Abbot, was selected as the adjudicator, and he would determine which successor ought to assume the role, chief. Upon their arrival, Haiwan acknowledges the individuals present and mentions that he was held up by other commitments. Lee surveys his surroundings and recognizes that every individual present was renowned in his existence. Subsequently, an individual from the Tang lineage inquires if Lee was the reason behind Namgung, arrived tardy. Haiwan retorts, glances at her and inquires who she believes she is to summon him, that individual. He presents Lee as his younger sibling, a martial arts expert nearing the Supreme Martial Summit before transitioning. The young woman contemplates how an individual with such remarkable skill might be his sibling, but then comprehends that Haiwan is attempting to elevate his status among the youthful successors. Lee apprehends and inquires whether that is the genuine motive he desired a sibling. Haiwan confesses it. Nonetheless, Lee asserts that referring to himself as his sibling isn't a significant matter. Jago interjects and inquires how long they intend to prolong this. Haiwan informs the assembly that he will visit Master Bolian, allowing Lee to take a respite for the time being. As they depart, Scarlet expresses her desire to be the companion. He may have been defeated in the battle, yet still emerged victorious. A gentleman beckons them closer and states he has cooked for them. They anticipate that the temple dishes remain palatable. During the meal, Scarlet grumbles about the absence of meat, and Lee responds, "Certainly not. They don't consume that here." As he contemplates, Lee reminds himself that his objective is straightforward. Acquire the clandestine scroll and bring it back to this Dromore. Subsequently, a gentleman enters the chamber and states that the abbot desires to converse with him. As he trails the man, Lee feels perplexed. He has no understanding of why the mentor desires his presence. Moreover, even in his previous existence, he had scant knowledge of the master. Bolian. Nearly. Zilch. Save for one matter. He was referred to as the unconventional Buddha. Upon Lee's arrival, the gentleman inquires whether he is cherished by the all-powerful deity of turmoil. Lee is perplexed and inquires if this is Master Bolian and what he signifies by that designation. He requests an explanation. However, the elderly man replies that he is unable to. Should he do so, he would either perish or be obliterated from the realm of the living and transform into a deity in the skies. Inquisitive, Lee inquires about the location where he might discover the solution he desires. Then an unusual occurrence occurs, and Lee is unable to comprehend. Subsequently, he is informed to travel northward. Within a span of 5 years, he must arrive at the location where the perpetual frost remains unyielding. There, he will encounter an individual remarkably crucial. Upon the elder's arrival. Upon returning to normalcy, Lee inquires about the recent occurrence. However, the master evades the inquiry, asserting that it was not his doing. It was the entity residing within his physique. Lee inquires whether he serves Buddha while bearing a spirit. The elderly man chuckles. That, he remarks, is precisely why individuals refer to him as the unconventional Buddha. Nevertheless, he concedes that he is uncertain as to why the spirit chose his form to communicate with Lee. Merely that some responses were provided. Subsequently, he inquires whether Lee arrived to retrieve a confidential manuscript. Lee replies, "Indeed." Chuckling, the elderly gentleman remarks that the lad likely anticipated a prize for his efforts in delivering. It returns, and subsequently presents him with an enhanced circulation elixir. Lee is exhilarated and can barely trust it. The Buddha states that he is exaggerating, and that he resembles YG Ho Yin as depicted. Lee inquires about the name he just mentioned. However, the elder responds that he perceived it distinctly. Lee swiftly inquires if YG had been present. Yet again, the elderly gentleman evades it, while Lee continues to plead for responses. Observing his level of desperation, the Buddha begins to communicate. Subsequently, a vision manifests, trailing Lee. It represents what lies ahead. Shaolin? Jayhawk? The elder insists they must engage in battle first, and exclusively. Then he will converse. Soon Lee finds himself on the ground, confessing he defeated. He recalls individuals remarking that, irrespective of the duration of his preparation, he ultimately faced a dismal defeat. He is unable to respond to the whispers in his mind. Being vanquished by Nam Goong was one matter. At least that seemed like an authentic confrontation. However, in the presence of Jayhawk, he senses utterly manipulated, and he had never once come across the man's name in his previous existence. The Buddha inquires. Hak's opinion of the boy remains unchanged, and he asserts that he still has much to grasp. He asserts that Lee's spear proficiency is commendable, yet he requires considerably more expertise. He further states that Lee struggles to manage his internal energy effectively, making it challenging for him to cope with significant quantities of it. The Buddha reaches out to him and explains that this is the reason his internal energy is misaligned, of equilibrium. Frustrated, Lee inquires about his actions, and the elderly man instructs the youth to remain motionless. After securing a fragment of timber to Lee's foot, the Buddha instructs him to proceed, but he is unable to. The elderly gentleman states that challenge is precisely what Lee's physique resembles currently. They elucidate the disparity between intellect, vigor, and physicality, indicating that, despite Lee's intellect being highly developed, the energy remains constrained, his physique. Lee understands that his vitality surged from utilizing potions, and his mental acuity enhanced after mastering the art of channeling energy into his armament. The Buddha continues instructing him, utilizing the timber on his limb as an illustration. Eager to acquire knowledge, Lee inquires about how he can rectify the disparity in his physique and vitality. He acknowledges that he will probably require a physical reconfiguration, the simplest. The elderly gentleman then remarks that Juhok will assist in his training in combat disciplines. The Buddha believes that if he permits the youth to remain unchanged, Lee will merely endure. And that contradicts Buddha's teachings. Furthermore, a child he favors requested his assistance upon Lee's arrival, signifying Ouija Hokachin. Subsequently, Sunman strolls alongside Juhok, inquiring about what occupied his thoughts following the altercation. Lee expresses that he believed he had secured somewhat more powerful. He attained the pinnacle of martial arts after years of rigorous training and has recently discovered something remarkable as well, yet he ultimately succumbed to both him and Namgum. He triumphed. Hawk inquires if he isn't hastening his progress and remarks that attaining that caliber at 18 is already uncommon. In his perspective, Lee simply encountered misfortune in facing adversaries similar to them, and even he, referred to as the destiny of Shaolin, still possesses much to discover. Lee acknowledges that he and Hack did not commence from the identical path, yet Hawk asserts that even he was unable to surpass the diminutive celestial demon. Astonished, Sunman inquires if Hawk has battled her previously, to which Hawk confirms affirmatively when she arrived at the sanctuary. Intrigued, Lee inquires about the reason Ouija Hokachin appeared there. Hack remarks that the request she made exuded sheer hubris for someone so young, yet no one dared to challenge her, as her aura was so commanding that everyone simply acquiesced. Hack states that the outcome of their confrontation was astonishing. He found himself utterly powerless and suffered an even greater defeat than Lee had. Presently, feeling uncertain, Lee inquires about the current strength of Ouija Hokachin, to which Hack responds that he is unable to provide an answer. Certainly state, yet he is convinced she has already surpassed the ultimate martial summit. Subsequently, Hawk inquires about what Sunman's the connection exists with her, and Lee states that they are merely companions. His sole objective is to attain her standard. Hawk states that he now comprehends the child's pressing need, and deduces that what Lee is most deficient in is experience. With moment, he can rectify that. He cautions that Lee will encounter numerous setbacks and significant sorrow before reaching her, but he will be prepared. Lee claims he is already acquainted with hopelessness. He frequently feels overwhelmed, and even in those moments, rising again is never simple. He believed he was finally closing the gap with her, yet he remains considerably distant. While he was still creeping, Ouija Hokachin had already soared, well in advance. So resolute, he requests to confront Hawk. Once more, Lee appears with a puffy visage and states his intention to reside at the Shaolin Temple for an extended period. Somewhat extended. When Scarlet and Heewon notice him, they initially fail to identify him and inquire who he is. Upon discovering that he battled Jai Hawk, Namgong is astonished. He claims Master Baoliang must be losing his faculties, as he declined to permit him confront that individual. Intrigued, Sunman remarks that Jai Hawk is evidently powerful, yet he has never encountered his name and desires to gain further insight. Heewon clarifies that although the 4 prominent clans are renowned throughout the region, they still rank beneath the 10 illustrious ones, sects. He then states that the 3 most prominent emerging figures within the orthodox sects are Chuigul, Chungmyang, and Jai Hawk. He mentions that the sect leaders are occupied cultivating their elite pupils, clandestine assets, who typically remain unseen, depart their factions. Namgong inquires whether Lee intends to remain at the monastery, expressing his desire to bring him along to his tribe. Lee mentions he will discuss that with his sibling later. Scarlet asserts that if he intends to remain, then it's time for her to depart as well. Lee inquires about her destination, and she replies that she isn't entirely certain. She merely intends to embark on a journey. She appreciated this location, yet remains skeptical. Remaining would benefit her. Then she whimsically jests with him, inquiring if he feels melancholy about being separated from his remarkable companion. However, she then adopts a more earnest tone and questions why he exerts himself so much. Extremely challenging practicing daily solely to continue faltering. She inquires if he will manage without her. Then she falters. A bangle onto his wrist and claims it's linked to her spirit. Regardless of his location, if she desires to encounter him, it will transmit a signal. She responds that so be it, one as well. Prior to departing, Scarlet advises him to practice diligently in order that, the subsequent occasion, he might be the individual who rescues her. Observing Nambu ponders why occurrences like this never occurs to him. The subsequent day, Scarlet and He-Wan bid farewell. Prior to departing, Lee shouts to Scarlet and inquires why she is so generous towards him. Somewhat perplexed, she grows weary of listening to that inquiry once more. She claims they have previously discussed it, yet since he remains concerned, she will respond to one additional time. Scarlet claims he apprehended her, captivated from the moment they encountered each other, despite her usual reluctance to form close connections. However, after journeying alongside him, she realized that he is genuinely a kind individual. She expresses that witnessing his diligent efforts inspires her to root for him. She enjoys playfully mocking him, and she recognizes that he is genuine and attractive. Also, Lee chuckles and inquires if she consumes something acrid, which renders her bewildered for a moment. Nevertheless, she concludes by advising Sun Min not to exist like a coward, and to consistently maintain his composure. He consents. Subsequently, Lee begins readying himself and chooses that during his time at the temple, he will refrain from utilizing his spear or infernal armor. He opts to abandon both his feeble mentality and his equipment, and even puts aside the exceptional circulation elixir bestowed upon him by Master Bu Li An. He recalls the Buddha's teachings that in the realm where the snow perpetually remains, he will encounter an individual of great significance. Significant. This prompts Lee to recall his commitment to reunite with Wu Ji-hoi in 6 years. Sun Min is convinced that the individual from the prophecy has returned. Thus, he urges action. However, with merely 5 years remaining, he contemplates how much time is left. He is free to leave. Jai Hawk approaches and inquires whether he is truly relinquishing the spear and armor, and the reasoning behind it. The Buddha responds that employing those instruments during practice would not be appropriate. Hawk clarifies that martial arts involve utilizing the physique, yet the element directing. It is the core. He states that the core saturates the body and transforms into vitality it requires. Then he instructs the boy to genuinely observe Shaolin and immerse himself in it. Himself. Lee believes he is still able to. Listen to the cicadas, as if the noise is lodged in his ears, and resolves to manage it. Prior to departing. Throughout the training, Hawk mentions that the boy's fundamentals are robust and demonstrate his dedication. He has labored. Nevertheless, the spear technique he acquired, although progressive, appears chaotic, the lad confesses it's due to he fled. Regardless of how extensively he practiced, he couldn't progress, so he surrendered and concentrated on more straightforward methods. Conversely, Hawk asserts that if mere fundamental triple sword techniques were sufficient to elevate someone to the status of an advanced martial artist, there would be little value in pursuing further education. Elevated arts. They continue to clash while conversing intermittently. Strikes. Lee expresses that this is the reason he has decided to stop competing. Hawk informs him that the journey of martial arts is endless. His responsibility is to continually seek ways to enhance himself. He states that Lee isn't an exceptional talent. True prodigies were already soaring while he was merely crawling, so he must not surrender to lose hope. Hawk claims he once believed he was soaring as well, but after witnessing the tiny heavenly fiend, he came to understand he was not even near. Sun Man inquires what an individual like himself, still traversing the earth, is meant to accomplish. He subsequently contemplates that Wuji Hoyin and Baksogo were not exceptional educators, as they solely understood the art of instruction from the perspective of a prodigy. Jaihak appears to be the superior instructor, having been nurtured by a multitude of monks and acquiring knowledge in over 72 combat disciplines. Artistry. Whenever Lee attempts to hit Hak but receives a blow to the face, prompting the man to remark that his instincts are still disoriented. Furthermore, he is not yet familiar with energy flow and requires enhancement in that area. His comprehension remains feeble as well, so he must exert effort even more intensely. Lee reflects that day he comprehended his insignificance, yet he did not flee. He persisted in honing the ultimate spear of the 9 heavens, as if his existence hinged upon it. He also cultivated his internal energy, although it proved challenging and advancement was slow. Approached gradually. He refined his 5 senses and ultimately presented them into equilibrium. Whenever he sensed disorientation, he practiced even more challenging. Moments elapsed, seasons transformed, and he remained unable to prevail. Jaihak negated not even a single time. Thus he opted to delve into Shaolin itself and absorb knowledge from Hak. As he observes, Lee contemplates the vastness of the universe and his minuscule place within it, yet he still yearns to ascend into the heavens and witness everything from an aerial perspective. Suddenly, he is disrupted by a voice inquiring whether he plans to ever ascend from the well. It is Master Bully Yang. He remarks on Lee's transformation, leaving the boy taken aback. The Buddha states that martial arts could allow him to exist harmoniously within that well, but he questions Lee's true aspirations. Sun Man expresses his desire to explore the world, to which the elder responds that anyone is capable of achieving that. Thus, Lee expresses his desire to soar above it and observe everything. Bully Yang claims that it's an ambitious aspiration for an individual who remains so petite. Lee responds that he indeed desires to dream, yet soaring isn't merely imagined to him. The mentor inquires what he has discovered during these recent 6 months. And Lee claims he has mastered the art of crawling the proper course. Declaring that it's an excellent beginning, the elderly gentleman informs him that it's time to master the art of walking. As time progresses, more months slip by. After spending more than a year at the monastery, Lee has reached the age of 20, and he inquires of Jai. Hak desires to understand the reason behind the assistance being offered to him is not a hindrance. Lee states that one of his greatest shortcomings remains his vulnerability even upon becoming more robust. He believes that assisting him likely has little impact for Hak's personal development, yet Hak contends that this is incorrect. Their competitions assisted him significantly. During those battles, he had the opportunity to reassess everything he had already acquired knowledge, and there is no boundary to what he can continue to discover as he strives for a significantly elevated position in existence. He then inquires whether Lee lacks that identical aspiration. Upon receiving that information, Lee begins to comprehend the rationale behind his inquiry, the primary position. Perhaps a portion of him remained ensnared in his former existence. He continued to question the benevolence of others and harbored fears to progress. He had persistently contemplated that the goodwill of others originated from some peculiar allure. Hak's inquiry regarding his aspiration immerses him in contemplation. He expresses that his genuine objective now extends beyond merely improving his combat skills or attaining Luigi Horion's approval, recognition, yet to cease, fleeing from his own essence. He then approaches the sage and inquires about any additional insights regarding the blessing. The elder replies that he has finally summoned the courage to inquire. Lee recalls his initial encounter with Master Bo Liang and inquiring about the entity assisting him. He then comes to the realization that perhaps what he genuinely dreaded was the impact of the blessing. The Buddha remarks that it has been 2 years since he arrived at the monastery, and inquires why he has only inquiry at this moment. Sun Man confesses he was frightened by a reality that once tormented him, but now he no longer does, no longer desires to run. Bo Liang expresses his appreciation for that appearance upon the boy's visage, and clarifies that one consequence of the benediction is eliciting greater empathy from others towards him. However, it primarily alters the initial perception people have of him. Li is perplexed, prompting the master to elucidate that its influence predominantly pertains to first impressions, perceptions. If individuals genuinely disapproved of him, they nevertheless would have departed from him. Thus, Li comes to the realization the connections he has forged are genuine. He expresses gratitude, the elderly gentleman. The master subsequently claims he can eliminate that influence. From then on, no one will instinctively have a favorable initial perception of him. In this manner, Li would be able to cultivate connections without experiencing remorse. Upon reflection, the young lad acknowledges his agreement. After a while, Sun Man encounters Huin once more, and Huin quips that perhaps he has chosen to embrace monastic life, even though he still possesses hair, perhaps not. Given the extended duration, the name persists, proposes they grab a beverage, then abruptly hurls an object at his sibling, urging him to respond quickly. The youth intercepts it, then grumbles about the jest. It was harsh. Huin states that his companion has significantly fortified, and commends him on attaining the pinnacle summit. He subsequently notes that Lady Moyan wed Gigaltarian, and even expressed her dislike for how boisterous and conceited the name proceeding was. Subsequently, the individual devoted themselves fervently to training in order to overcome the anguish and attain the utmost pinnacle. Even at that point, he claims he remains unfulfilled and inquires about how matters have been for his companion, particularly concerning his preferences. Instruction at the sanctuary, Li claims he did. Examining him, Namgoong remarks, he has transformed significantly. Huan expresses that peculiar sensation he experienced upon their initial encounter has vanished now. Nevertheless, from the outset, an instinct had sensed strange in his feelings. He even humorously suggests that he believed he could be attracted to men due to the intensity with which he perceived regarding his sibling. Subsequently, they merely continue, speaking in a conventional manner. A year later, as Li reached the age of 22, he departed from the temple. Prior to his departure, an elderly gentleman entrusted him with a letter to be delivered to the head of the Manhwa faction in Dronzer. Sun Man received a task, and the timing was fortuitous, as Dronzer was likewise the location of the temple of the deity of the sanctuary arose. Thoth contemplates the marvels of prophecy, prompting him to call forth Neville. In that moment, the envoy materializes and inquires about his master's desires. The main character expresses his wish to procure intelligence. He inquires about the spectral blade Dapijun and Bakso, seek the lightning. He is also eager for updates regarding Iji Hoyan, the diminutive celestial demon. Neville states that Baksogo has been assisting the underprivileged and undertaking tasks on their behalf. As a result, she has gained considerable recognition, and she was most recently spotted in the magnificent city of Rubs. Regarding the elusive blade, Dapijun has been establishing his reputation through various trials. He is journeying to engage in combat with fighters from renowned factions, and he even ventured to Mount Hua. Upon hearing this, the main character examines the crystal sphere and contemplates it. Since he is also en route to Dronzer, he might encounter Dapijun en route. Yet he remains eager to learn about the minor heavenly fiend. While he awaits Neville's response, a grin unfolds across his visage. Neville states that Iji Hoyan has amassed disciples owing to her power and allure. She contains a total of 20, and each one of their vigilance. He further notes that the blood celestial demon Bakmosen governs the distant north, and Iji Hoi's faction is advancing there for a confrontation. Neville believes that Bakmosen, who has dominated that territory for centuries, is more prone to triumph. The protagonist disagrees. He is convinced that E.G. will be the individual who triumphs. Remaining seated, he continues to gaze into the crystalline orb. He comes to the realization that it has been 8 years since he last beheld E.G. Hoyen. At that moment, he clumsily observes how stunning she is transformed. After a brief pause, he regains his composure and acknowledges that his thoughts are becoming peculiar. He has never encountered either the diminutive celestial spirit or the sanguine celestial entity prior to coming back. In his former existence, E.G. Hoyan presented herself as a man, whereas she now openly embraces her identity as a woman, thus her character might be distinct as well. This causes him to fret about her struggle with the blood, heavenly fiend. He desires to proceed north immediately and assist her. However, their encounter was merely intended to be a meeting, once more in a couple of years. He recalls her instructing him to establish her as his objective. Due to that vow, she would perpetually maintain his objective. Thus he resolves to continue progressing, confident that she can endure this struggle and bide his time for him at the pinnacle. Confident of that, he concentrates on honoring his commitment to become more resilient. As he traverses the woods, an additional notion surfaces. He senses that he has already shattered one vow. In the meantime, E.G. Hoyen places a hand on her physique. Ultimately, she expresses dissatisfaction that her bust remains inadequate, as large as she desired. Then a voice calls out, inquiring if she is awake. A gentleman advises her to prolong her rest. She faces him and requests that he refrain from addressing her as Miss, as she does not regard them as her inferiors. They are welcome to accompany her if they wish, but they should not anticipate anything in return from her. Subsequently, the pair continues to stroll alongside each other. She observed that all eyes are on her with inquisitive gaze. That expression brings to mind how individuals observed her during her time as the youthful lord of the malevolent section. Reflecting on the absence of certain individuals, she murmurs that she could simply eliminate them all, those Dan larvae. Then an individual inquires if she is the petite, heavenly being, fiend. Backmessin positions himself in front of her and remarks that she appears enthusiastic to confront him. She replies that she wishes to gauge the strength of her fellow sanguine celestial demon. Indeed is. With a hand resting on her chin, she observes that her Kali was unfortunate to have been discovered by her so effortlessly. Noticing her hubris, Backmessin doubts if she can truly overcome him. Just before the duel commences, she abruptly inquires about which hand he utilizes to grasp his fork. It's merely a jest. She claims that is the hand she will remain connected. At Mount Hwasect, a sentinel inquires of the main character the reason behind their actions. He has arrived. Extending the package, he states that he is present to convey a message from Master Bullion. The sentinel swiftly expresses regret and guides him to the leader of the sect. After that task is completed, the main character intends to seek out the deity of time, Denner. However, at that moment, an individual shouts and inquires if he is the lad from the Mercy Mountains. This is Doc Bijun, and the main character acknowledges him immediately. Pleased to be recalled, he converses with the individual who claims he would never erase the events that transpired upon that peak. He claims it was the most challenging period of his existence, and he will retain the memory of it indefinitely. He passes away. Nevertheless, he ponders how he was identified so effortlessly, despite being under observation restriction. In those days, the elderly gentleman recalls the lad's intrinsic energy. The conversation flows effortlessly until Dakbi Jun instructs him to conclude his affairs in the group initially, allowing them to converse again later. Close by, the guardians linger restlessly, evidently irritated. The youth departs, while the elder remains, relying on his blade. An aspect regarding. He appears unwell. His hands are trembling incessantly upon the grip. He descends to his knees, perceiving that something is amiss within his being. Suddenly, a creature materializes behind him, the offspring brought forth by the Lich Preskin. Within Manhwa, an individual greets the newcomer with a courteous salutation. The Wise One presents himself as the leader of the faction. Li San-me likewise introduces himself and mentions that he has come to reciprocate a kindness from the master, Bullion. While delivering the correspondence, he notes that the head of the Murim Alliance has resigned, thus Master Bullion is under consideration for the position. Upon opening the correspondence, the sect leader discovers that the elder has declined the proposal. Casting the document aside, he remarks that he anticipated that response. Subsequently, he shifts the topic and states that the followers informed him about the young lad is familiar with the Spectre Blade. Lee clarifies that they encountered each other previously at the sect's entrance. Sangha mentions that the Spectral Blade requested a confrontation, yet he had no intention of agreeing. The protagonist inquires, why? Sangha proclaims that he enjoys battling formidable adversaries and has no objections to confrontations, yet the Spectre Blade is excessively perilous. Subsequently, upon his return to Dapijun, the lad inquires whether it is accurate that he employs shadow sorcery. The elder chuckles and questions if Sangha informed him of that. Following Dapijun's acknowledgement, the boy becomes intrigued. Dapijun inquires if he has ever reached his threshold previously, to which Sangha affirms he possesses. Subsequently, the elder remarks that the youth is too immature to grasp such a barrier, while he himself is aging. Despite the internal vitality diminishing with time, he asserts that one can still sense their vigor waning. He perceives that the young man fails to grasp this, what it feels like, that anguish of relying on sinister sorcery and discarding a fighter's arrogance. Embarrassed, the elderly man becomes mute, subsequently instructing the boy to depart. He prefers the youth not to witness that aspect of his character. Sangha exits without uttering a sound, aware that he has no comments to offer and opting not to intrude. He sets off in search of Denir's shrine, the one Mercy referenced, and pauses at a modest hut. Within, he encounters the deity of time, Denir. He is astonished to discover that Denir resembles a unremarkable youngster. Confounded, the lad inquires if Mercy dispatched him due to his troublesome behavior. He speculates that Denir is aware he has overstepped. Moment to be present, as anticipated from a deity. Denir intuition. Immediately introducing himself appropriately, Denir declares that he is the deity of time, and similar matters are evident to him. Understandably, he experiences discomfort in the presence of an individual such as the hero, who violated the laws of time and disrupted the ebb of the universe. Lacking complete comprehension, the fighter heeds as Denir clarifies that he isn't experiencing this existence as though it were his final opportunity. He is altering aspects, encountering the same individuals, consuming the same cuisine, and going through the motions again, existence uniquely. Denir asserts that even the tiniest alteration can evolve into something significantly greater, similar to a snowball. For instance, Wiggy ceased presenting as male and is currently confronting the sanguine celestial fiend, an occurrence that has never occurred previously. Denir furiously asserts that the mere presence of the hero is sufficient to contort that realm. There exist already numerous distinctions, and they will continue to expand with no conclusion in view. Merely by being, he is distorting the global hierarchy. The main character responds that he opted to come back after igniting something inside himself. Even if he inquired, a deity of time wouldn't disclose everything. Deities aren't omniscient or omnipotent. They're merely sentient beings who can still perish. That's the reason they remain quiet or fabricate, as revealing the truth would place a bullseye on them. Upon hearing those words, the protagonist's expression abruptly alterations. Subsequently, Denir perceives the envoy's attendance, and for that reason he expresses this subject. Concludes here. Following an apology, the apostle disappears from the situation. The main character seeks to understand what just transpired, but Dronzer evades the topic unless he is prepared to see Judas. He claims that neither deity nor human can provide a response to that. Bewildered, the lad inquires if uncovering the reality is unattainable. Dronzer responds in the negative and instructs him to pursue Enverus. He is the individual who fled the abode of the deceased, a distinct circumstance, albeit unlike the central character. Following that hint, Dronzer instructs him to depart. Prior to his exit, an individual requests a test. Immediately, the deity's stare transforms. Perceiving the protagonist's true intention, he infers that the lad has already completed Mercy's experiments. Nonetheless, he asserts that the lad will not obtain what he desires. This examination won't serve as preparation, similar to Mercy's. Anyone who endured Dronzer's test could eliminate the protagonist in a flash, and each of them lost their senses and passed away. Following Dronzer's expulsion, the main character departed from the hut. The deity advised him to clear his mind prior to returning. He returned to recuperate, as Dronzer suggested, yet the village was in a state of distress. Dabijun had surprised the Taoist sun individual at Saint Maang and ended his life. From his recollections, he was aware that Ghost Sword and the sun deity had never clashed in his previous existence. The following year, Dabijun was slated to confront Wuji Hoyun in a subterranean lair and perish there. That was the way it initially unfolded, until the invocation transformed all. While he strolled, he arrived at Mount Hwasuk without realizing it. Yet, a gentleman halted him. The sentinels were arranged in formation, pursuing Phantom Blade, who employed malevolent magic to eliminate the sect chief following rejection. A confrontation, thus the main character was unable to, persisted. A frantic underling reported that an individual had been observed conversing with Ghost Sword the previous day. Once they believed he could potentially be a supporter, all individuals prepared for battle. Due to the setback, a life had been lost, and Ghost Sword was being pursued, yet the main character remained unaware whether he ought to hold himself accountable or perhaps even what he truly experienced. Nevertheless, he needed to safeguard himself and seek Spectral Blade immediately. Amidst the confrontation, an individual summoned his name and remarked on the unexpected nature of encountering him there. Kim Jong-un referred to it as destiny. The sorcerer halted the confrontation and asserted that he was familiar with the young individual. The region was cordoned off for the time being, yet the lad persisted in attempting to gain entry, leading everyone to believe he was present to assist Ghost Sword. Kim Jong-un inquired if that was accurate, and the main character remained silent, provided genuine response. The pair merely remained stationary. They were confronting one another. Subsequently, the mage chose to side with Lee Sung-min. To the astonishment of all, he instructed them to allow the duo to proceed. He requested their confidence, asserting that if the lad exhibited any sign of danger whatsoever, he might sever his head. The main character expressed gratitude for his assistance. Subsequently, he inquired about Doche by June. However, the sorcerer evaded the question and remarked that he anticipated something unusual. A cadaver in close proximity exhibited evident indications of obscure witchcraft. The ability was referred to as Vital Drain, a craft that appropriates an individual's vitality. It's no surprise that individuals referred to him as the Infernal Blade. Dut, Bioskibion June, accomplished this. Consequently, Mount Hua would no longer be the merely group after him. The entire epoch would desire his demise. Even the blessing of heaven would not rescue him. While they conversed, a raven alighted on the sorcerer's shoulder. It was his companion, returning from reconnaissance. Upon the return of the avian, Kim Jong-un acquired fresh insights. He gazed at his companion with a stern demeanor. he remarked on the Taoists. The ascent of Mount Hua would be postponed. After intercepting their communications, he requested a private conversation with the protagonist. Even martial masters would merely be sapped by vital drain, consequently empowering the adversary. Thus, the sorcerer was assisting the youth solely out of intrigue. He was eager to observe how this would alter the course of existence. Those remarks aroused the hero's suspicion. Then, a voice accompanied by an instrument inquired if they had concluded. Deepak Abad, having just finished battling some opponents, stood 5 from Bikai Maha. Despite his fatigue, the young boy resolutely refused to surrender. He rose and executed the 5th stance, the ultimate spear of the skies. His adversary remained patient. Then his expression changed when he perceived that something was amiss. The blow lacked the intensity to injure him, and it vanished. Armed solely with his blade, he struck the lad on the crown. That method was evidently excessive for the youth's physique. With a bump on his cranium, he reclined there, a fortnight to ascend. At present, within the woodland, the fighter ultimately confronted D.O.K. by June. The elder perceived his presence in the shadows. Following a brief silence, the youth remarked that he had an inquiry. He was curious about what the elderly gentleman would have done if they had encountered one another at the entrance of the group, and how circumstances could have unfolded if he had not clarified the reason the leader dismissed his confrontations. Following an extended pause, D.O.K. responded at last, through June. He would have surrendered. At that time, he believed he was merely too feeble to confront the chief of the most formidable faction. Subsequently, he realized it wasn't merely about power. It stemmed from his magical abilities. Unable to confront him directly, he infiltrated the faction under the cloak of darkness and provoked the confrontation he desired. His visage was smeared with blood, and his eyes held a malevolent gleam. The elderly man remarked that the world was vast, and that leader was the mightiest adversary he had ever contended with. Thus, for him, it was an ideal clash with a gratifying conclusion. The young man was left speechless. He recalled his companion in the mountains and all that transpired. He had been instructed. Then he shut his eyes as he perceived the peculiar object before him. Coming to terms with the fact that Taimi had perished due to his actions, and now Doke by June had transformed into this, the elder conveyed to him that even if that were accurate, those decisions were yet his own. There are countless aspects in this world that remain beyond complete understanding. Thus, the lad couldn't bear all the culpability. Nevertheless, he still sensed a sense of obligation and struggled to embrace that explanation. Noticing his obstinacy, the elderly man perceived the boy was overly self-absorbed. The main character recognized that D.O.K. was more powerful than June, than him. Countless individuals throughout various existences had endured hardship solely due to their encounters with deceitful individuals. Nevertheless, he continued to wield his spear for his own benefit. Yet he was certain that every demise connected to him would linger upon his shoulders, and he understood that burden was nearly insurmountable. Nevertheless, he resolved to confront the infernal blade and eliminate him. Aware that the battle would be challenging, he requested Kim Jong-un to summon the Taoists of Mount Hui. D.O.K. by June was significantly more powerful now, having assimilated the energies of over 10 individuals. With sword in hand, the elder sought to ascertain the extent of the mountain youth's development. The champion recognized he had transformed into something considerably greater. Frightening. In the shadows, the elderly man remarked that the lad was still youthful, and he was prepared to battle. Gazing upon that fearsome visage, the protagonist comprehended D.O.K. June was a bloodsucker. This bloodsucker, bound by vivification to the infernal blade, was either exceedingly powerful or merely not exerting much effort. The vampire is capable of evading the ravages of time by consuming the lifeblood of those more formidable creatures. Nevertheless, he remained a venerable soul at his core. Then the battle commenced in earnest, revealing the capabilities of both participants. DOK was exceptionally proficient and understood how to defend against intense assaults. However, even if he were a diminished vampire, that did not render him feeble. He bore the strength of an elevated vampire sovereign. Thus, relaxing one's defenses was never a possibility. The vampire charged in to deliver a blow. The boy responded with a spirit-cleansing assassin thrust. Experimenting with a novel offensive, the elderly man's blade trembled in his grasp as he faltered. In an instant, he plunged it into the earth. Concurrently, another figure leaped forward in a powerful bound. He thrust his spear towards Dokjun, but with astonishing velocity, the man evaded it. Interpreting the boy's purpose, he sprang forward, returned the gaze. The lad was alarmed by the vampire's speed. He clutched his spear firmly and twirled. It encircled his physique. The elderly man launched another assault, yet the youth vanished. Then, before his adversary became aware, he stabbed his torso, disrupting his equilibrium. Perplexed, the elderly man struggled to follow the youth's agility. The boy had perfected the innovative methods of Lee Kang-won and Bok So-go. With fury in his gaze, he targeted his lance at the adversary. Seizing the opportunity, the aged man clutched his blade with a single hand and swung at Sung Min. With a series of swift strides, the lad readied the ultimate lance of the nine skies with the concealed serpent attack. Unable to decipher those actions, the seasoned fighter braced for the impact. His nocturnal eyes could perceive elements that ordinary individuals would overlook, yet even he was unprepared for the ferocious assault. Force surged forth from the earth itself. The elder chuckled and remarked that he never anticipated the spear's arrival from beneath his feet. Had he evaded just a moment later, the head would have been impaled. The main character's fury continued to escalate, evident in his fierce gaze. The Yeok Bijun recognized that the naive hill youth had matured significantly. As they battled beneath the ascendant crimson moon, the aged warrior abruptly mentioned that he had summoned the lad. The youth was perplexed by this revelation. Approaching nearer, the man remarked that he had summoned his skill. Sensing his arrival, the youth prepared his lance, yet he still sustained an injury in the limb. As he descended, Daok Bijun positioned himself in front of him like a specter. The main character attacked once more, through the gloom, only to discover his lance had been shattered. In disbelief, he insisted. In elucidation. The vampire hesitated and commenced recounting his tale. Upon departing from the mountain, he became disheartened by his deteriorating physique. He was unwilling to advance in age. He yearned to push onward, yet his body was unable to keep pace. He had honed his swordsmanship for half a century, and had once aspired to become the mightiest on the planet. Yet his physique betrayed him, prompting him to seek an alternative path, to transcend age. That was the reason he opted to transform into a vampire. Chuckling, Daok Bijun remarked that he was aware someone was anticipating support troops. He desired their swift arrival so he could savor their lifeblood and restore his vitality. Upon hearing this, the champion harnessed all his fury. With the aid of his ring, he unleashed his full potential. He had genuinely honored that longtime companion. The vampire became enthusiastic, realizing they had yet to arrive at the climax of the conflict. He realized that engaging with that lad would be considerably more enjoyable than he anticipated. When a martial artist attains the pinnacle, they can channel their vitality into a weapon. This is referred to as an energy blade. It significantly amplifies offensive strength, and a master can cleave through steel effortlessly. If they surpass that tier, the energy assumes a form. This is known as an augmented energy sword. It is considerably more lethal than a standard energy blade. It can eliminate in a single strike. Nevertheless, there exists a method to obstruct it. Augmented, shielding energy. It envelops amplified energy around the entire physique and defends against an adversary's strength, yet Sun Min is unable to utilize it. His augmented energy remains unfinished and has only emerged from understanding. Despite lacking a distinct path to victory, Lee Sun-min persisted unwaveringly. He assaulted any manner he could, even fatigued and panting. He never hesitated. Regardless of how often he was knocked down, he rose again. However, the vampire was significantly quicker and disappeared from view subsequently. He materialized behind him. Sun-min sensed his presence, yet he remained excessively feeble to halt him. The lance's strength tore through the atmosphere. For an instant, he detected a gap in the obstruction and impacted, yet the improved shielding obstructed his spear. Dokebi Jun could continue absorbing blows with that energy shielding him. However, a single precise strike to the head could still prove fatal, even for the lunar vampire. Safeguarding, or lack thereof, and the disparity in abilities between them was vast. As he expressed his gratitude to destiny for enduring this duration, his lance sliced through the void, creating a lethal opportunity. Among experts, even that signifies demise. In less than the flutter of an eyelash, Lee Sun-min sensed in his marrow that this was the conclusion of his existence. Yet he remained breathing. The malevolent blade withdrew rather than delivering the final blow. Only when he glimpsed that frenzied grin as Lee Sun-min came to understand the infernal blade was merely toying with him, and that ignited his fury. For 4 years, Lee Sun-min honed his skills with the Shaolins and battled Jai-Hawk daily. His martial prowess became unwavering, and he achieved the ultimate pinnacle. For someone of his age, that's nearly unprecedented. He was far from feeble. He had simply encountered formidable opponents, more powerful than him. Confronting prodigies, he would require centuries to keep up, and the recollections from his previous existence instilled within him a profound sense of inadequacy. Complicated. Existence would have been simpler had he opted for mediocrity and a typical existence. Yet his experiences with the Shaolins enabled him to transcend that frailty in his soul. In the meantime, the battle continued to intensify. Lee Sun-min might have become more powerful, yet he continued to sense his fragility. That was the reality. His genuine issue wasn't merely frailty. He was unable to withstand the lives that perished because of his own arrogance. Nevertheless, the malevolent blade continued to manipulate alongside Lee Sun-min. At that instant, the protagonist comprehended precisely how dire the situation had become. That is the reason he persisted in training with greater intensity, as he was unwilling to remain feeble, as he did not desire to coexist with disgrace, and due to his urge to obliterate that inadequacy. Intricate for the better. Utilizing the remnants of his energy, the champion launched an assault. He compelled himself to draw nearer to a foe who perceived themselves as invulnerable. The shield enveloping that form continued to expand, yet Sun-min still desired to transform. Clutching his ring, he released his full might and plunged it into his foe's chest, rendering the vampire speechless. Even Lee Sun-min was bewildered by how he had executed that blow. The vampire unmistakably sensed the spear's impact. His legs faltered, and he wobbled. Observing the spear lodged in his chest, he was astonished. He couldn't comprehend how that assault penetrated his defenses. Lee Sun-min sensed the palpable tension in the atmosphere, and questioned himself just as Doke did. By June accomplished. He was oblivious to the method he employed, and the solution appeared momentarily, then vanished. That hypnotic surge was swifter than the infernal sword's edge, and penetrated the safeguarding. However, Lee Sun-min remained perplexed. He speculated it could be yet another unexpected realization, akin to when he initially encountered amplified energy. Concurrently, his adversary was contorting in agony. He employed every possible method to extricate himself from the spear. In his desperation, Sun-min was at a loss what to do next. The seasoned warrior remarked that it felt as though he had stumbled over a rock. A lad of Sun Min's caliber ought never to have executed that thrust. After wrenching the spear from his torso, he charged at the prodigy before him once more. That spear thrust was more forceful, swifter, and more discreet than even the blade of Toa-sama. He understood that if demise approached, his lifeblood would not suffice to restore him. Thus, he clutched his sword with even greater intensity. His sword radiated a vivid blue, and he urged the boy to demonstrate more of his abilities. As he advanced, his azure aura illuminated the heavens. Dokei Baijun desired for Sun Min to unveil the power that he himself possessed, never attained. The intrinsic energy nucleus is a force an individual is endowed with at birth, but utilizing it results in demise or nearly complete loss throughout their existence. Given that he was wielding that ability, his demise was imminent, and the main character could have merely sprinted away, abandoning him in that spot. Yet Doke, through Jun's gaze, radiated with delight and fervor. Upon gazing into those eyes, the champion was unable to flee. Doke Baijun was not a mere marionette conjured by magic. He was an explorer in pursuit of truth and striving to transcend his boundaries. Sun Min was aware that the elder had deceived about, coveting his vitality and skill. He was genuinely an individual who had fled from his own inadequacies while feigning to conquer them, and for that, Sun Min would wield his lance with all his might. If he could replicate that miraculous hit, he would bestow a fitting demise upon a distinguished martial artist. At that moment, the elderly man possessed no energy remaining, and blood streamed from his lips. Prior to his passing, he expressed his disillusionment with the young man. As he faded, he remarked that the strike that ended his life ought to have been more powerful and majestic than Sun Ha's. With the lance embedded in his torso once more, the aged fighter remained perplexed why he had concluded in such a manner. Sun Min positioned herself alongside him and attentively heard his final utterances. Before he could complete his statement, his hand went slack. Doke Bai. June was no more. The main character sensed the burden of what he continued to bear. Within that realm, the sinister blade passed away with a smile. Crouching beside him, the young lad sought absolution. Exhausted by an overwhelming amount of mortality, he held himself responsible for each demise. As he wept for fallen, he observed a glow approaching him. It was Sogo, and he dashed into her arms. She informed he had developed significantly. The main character was astonished to encounter his companion within the woodland. Distrustful, he retracted for an instant and inquired the reason for her presence. She remained by his side in quietude. While collecting blooms, she mentioned that she had come across whispers regarding the infernal journey. The champion attentively heard. She set the blossoms on Doke Bihuan's physique. Then she softly shut his eyes. Mourning for his companion, she uttered no further words. Sun Min and Sogo had not encountered each other in approximately 5 years, and now they were reunited in a location such as this. Sogo had already perceived that the mountain youth had become significantly more powerful. She mentioned sensing malevolent energy, observed his battle with the infernal blade, and observed him faltering. Even if he had perished, she wouldn't have entered that conflict. With a subtle grin, the lad expressed his comprehension. She was a combat practitioner as well. Nonetheless, he was convinced he ought to have perished. He had devoted the entire conflict to withdrawing, and merely a fortunate blow enabled him to triumph. Regardless of the disparity in power, the infernal blade had been devoured by desire and propelled himself beyond every boundary. Yet Sogo remarked their companion was mistaken. Perplexed, the boy inquired about her meaning. She clarified that his transgression was adversely affecting blameless individuals. And nothing could justify that. She was unaware of his suffering or his justifications, yet all of it was inconsequential. Ultimately, the inexcusable fatalities he induced, the pair remained there in quietude. Sogo's perception of fairness was markedly distinct from the main characters. Sun Min revealed that he had pursued the cursed blade out of a sense of duty. With a sorrowful expression, she grasped his sentiment. She mentioned that she was affiliated with the Muram Alliance, a realm where her form of justice could be examined and where she had acquired knowledge, valuable insights. Aware of that individual, she had wished to prevent him, yet she was unfamiliar with the main character, was present. With a slight trickle of blood at his lips, summoned Sogo. Inquisitive, he inquired about her perception of him. She replied that Sun Min appeared entirely altered, significantly beyond the young man she had encountered previously. Ultimately, she expressed that she was pleased to see that transformation. Then she recalled she still possessed a task to complete and needed to depart. The instant she uttered that, Li Sang been concentrated on it. Sogo was pursuing the diminutive celestial fiend, Yiji Hoyun. The instant. Upon hearing that name, his eyes grew large with surprise. As she departed, she remarked that she couldn't disclose anything further without making any commitments. She mentioned they would reunite shortly. Before Sang Bin could respond, she disappeared. Isolated, he reflected, regarding Sogo's objective. It is highly probable that it was this endeavor that ultimately led to her demise in her previous existence. Aligning with the Muram coalition to pursue her own sense of justice was not something she would relinquish lightly. In that instant, the young man understood he would never be able to convince her otherwise. Following the demise of the cursed blade that wielded sinister magic, whispers circulated about a youthful champion, the individual who vanquished a vampire at the pinnacle of the Supreme Marshal, beneath the luminous full moon, now dubbed the demonic Lance. Upon his return to the cabin, a voice appeared astonished. With unwavering determination, Li Sang-bin implored the deity of time to grant him the challenge, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Witnessing that resolve, Daenerys was at a loss for words. The fighter sought solely one objective to complete that challenge. Observing him now, Daenerys perceived that he had arrived equipped, nearly as if a lunatic. The agony that awaited him in that hearing would be more excruciating than anything he had ever experienced. Yet the main character remained indifferent. He instructed Daenerys to commence the examination currently. Perceiving the youth's anguish, the deity of time offered a faint grin and resolved to commence immediately. In the following moment, they found themselves in an entirely distinct location. It was the realm within the hero's awareness. Practicing in that space wouldn't influence Sang-bin's intellect. Only his consciousness could be cultivated. And he was unable to utilize the status display or any abilities. To escape, he needed to depend solely on recollection and aptitude. He would remain there until the grains in the hourglass were fully depleted and a single attempt endured an entire 100 years. Consequently, devoid of any means to retrieve it, he found himself ensnared in that desolate location for a minimum of a century. The deity of time sensed the youth earned that penalty. He may potentially remain for an extended period beyond 100 years. Asserts he can persist there for as long as he selects. When all the grains descend, he is presented with two options: revert to reality or embrace the arduous overlay. Each turn contributes an additional century. However, once he activates it, there's no turning back. He must remain until the grains of sand expires once more. Merely 3 out of 10 endured. The remainder succumbed to insanity or perished. Numerous individuals surpass the initial century, become overconfident, and reverse it once more. Subsequently, the second century commences, fracturing their thoughts. Thus, the deity of time sought to observe the duration for which the main character could withstand. With those concluding remarks, Denier disappeared, and the era commenced. Initially, he felt well. He believed there was an infinite opportunity to become more resilient. It was a gift. Yet regardless of how much he shifted, he never experienced fatigue, hunger, or drowsiness. And that quickly transformed into torment. He longed for hunger, thirst, fatigue, and above all, anguish. No matter what he attempted, he experienced nothing. He never anticipated that the absence of suffering could inflict this level of pain. Once he grasped his predicament, hopelessness struck him forcefully. This was beyond suffering. He was uncertain whether he was training correctly, and no one was present to rectify him. Wujihoyan, Baksogo, and Jaihak had vanished. Even when a javelin lunge seemed a miss, he couldn't be certain. Whenever he contemplated that all this agony could be in vain, he nearly lost his sanity. Li Sun Min required evidence. He was proceeding correctly. Instead, he experienced utter forsaken. There were no solutions. And when he believed that a significant amount of time had elapsed, he glanced at the rigid pane and observed that not a single one, the grain, had descended. Beyond, his form remained before the solar deity. Denier had begun to contemplate how to handle it. Undoubtedly, he would not succeed. Then he perceived something peculiar. Upon closer inspection, his eyes grew larger. A chilling perspiration trickled down his spine as he comprehended he was confronted with a genuine lunatic. Merely 10 individuals had previously undergone that test, and each of them passed the initial 100 with ease. The main character was aware that he possessed inferior skill and diminished resolve than they had. That notion propelled him into his recollections, reminding him why he never surrendered. Ultimately, he remained merely a larva, thus he had no grounds for grievance concerning the act of crawling. Upon the slope of compassion, he had previously acknowledged that he would persist in his crawling until he surpassed the intellects. And should a barrier loom before him, he would shatter it and forge his own way. In contrast, his Shaolin training was insignificant. He merely needed to recuperate and continue advancing. Even a massive boulder transforms into grains of sand beneath the ocean through the ages. Nevertheless, the lofty essence of the 9 heavens appeared to remain unchanged, regardless of how extensively he practiced. Ultimately, he concluded that individuals do not truly transform. That's the reason individuals conceal themselves behind facades. Regardless of how vigorously he pushed or shifted, he achieved nothing, and then never experienced fatigue. A spear is designed to penetrate and restrain, an aspect of a formidable monk's technique, yet that was not his journey, so he descended further into bewilderment. With fewer than half the moments remaining, he remained uncertain if he had accomplished what he was meant to. Nonetheless, he declined to cease. Even if he departed at this moment, nothing would alter. He became convinced he needed to eradicate the feeble aspect of himself. Bowing down, he sought absolution for slaying the master, when someone so frail should never have been the one to commit such an act. Transformation was challenging, yet he yearned to annihilate the frailty within him, even if that frailty was everything he possessed. He composed himself and ceased lamenting, for time was nearly depleted. He honed his skills for 2 centuries without any advancement whatsoever, still merely an unranked individual. He lost track of how often hopelessness compelled him to abandon his pursuits over the course of 2 centuries. However, he had finished fleeing and still yearned to transform his destiny. With a weary countenance, he shifted the sturdy glass once more. That mass was his reluctance, And with that shift, an additional 2 centuries commenced. His countenance revealed anguish, radiating throughout his entire being. Upon regaining his composure, considerably more sand had descended. He had likely lost his sanity for a period before recovering domination. He had experienced that sentiment numerous times previously, probably repulsed by his personal frailty. Nevertheless, as long as he didn't remain shattered indefinitely, all that duration signified insignificant to him. The subsequent century progressed, significantly improved, as it at least seemed like he was making progress, even gradually. On this occasion, he honed the enchanting skill of the purple sunrise and the soaring of the class shadowless spirit. Possessing an objective allowed him to experience a brief sense of relief. However, after an additional 2 centuries, he had yet to make any progress, precisely as he anticipated. Therefore, he included an additional 300 years. That initial century had seemed like torment, yet now it nearly appeared simpler. By that time, he was convinced he had lost his sanity residing there. Nevertheless, upon perceiving slight advancement, he aspired to elevate his efforts and sought to replicate the blow that eliminated the malevolent blade. Naturally, he was unable to duplicate it flawlessly, so he extended his endeavor by an additional 400 years, and soon a millennium had elapsed. By that time, nothing in his gaze revealed what he genuinely experienced. He simply gazed at the barrier of the ultimate summit. He then chuckled, coming to the realization that it had required him a mere millennium to discover that formation, and remarked, 500 additional. If locating the barrier required such an extensive duration, traversing it would demand an even greater amount of time. Thus he persisted in his training tirelessly, day after day, without pausing. After almost 1,500 years, he ultimately replicated the blow that ended the infernal blade. However, it was merely a feeble replica. He was unable to replicate that strength or swiftness in any other lance technique. He pondered when he would ultimately attain mastery. Pinnacle virtuoso. Subsequently, he gazed at the unyielding glass and extended the duration even further. The deity of time became increasingly astonished by Songbin's conduct. To him, Songbin appeared utterly unhinged. Yet, Songbin had a singular objective: to complete the challenge that had been assigned to him. Ultimately, his gaze revealed his unwavering defiance to falter. Silence concealed a singular truth. That dimension of awareness stunted development to such an extent that even prodigies found it challenging, leading to hopelessness hasten. Those who preceded him had all possessed greater strength than the champion. Nevertheless, none survived beyond a millennium. Despite this, the young man persevered for a remarkable 2,100 years. After several years, upon his return, Dead Air was curious about the manner in which he had endured that extended. As he acknowledged his own frailty, blood oozed from his nostrils. His mind was inundated, absorbing 2,100 years of recollections simultaneously. It was no simple task. Dead Air was astonished to discover that the fighter had experienced madness on multiple occasions and remained recuperated. An individual so naive ought to have given up, due to his deficiency in aptitude, and Dead Air comprehended that this could be precisely the reason he endured for 2,100 for years. The others resembled eagles gliding effortlessly, yet avians that take to the skies lack the capability to walk, let alone crawl. Lee Songbin had begun his journey from the ground up, burdened from the outset upon his back. He had grown accustomed to being toppled and rising once more. Following a plunge into despondency repeatedly, all that anguish had rendered him impervious to it. The deity of time was genuinely astonished by the individual preceding him. Nonetheless, he was aware that it wasn't the sole explanation. The main character's physique felt excessively burdensome after enduring 2 millennia without one. The final remnant of a millennium was unable to even recall the ability to articulate. Thus, Silent Void restored his recollections up to the current moment, assist in bridging that chasm. Immediately, the main character was overwhelmed with recollections. His expression transformed as significant details resurfaced. He could still recall that pitiable former version of himself, yet he was grateful nonetheless. The deity of temporal challenges had merely conditioned Songbin's intellect, not his physique. Yet with the recollections and mentality he acquired there, becoming more resilient, henceforth would be simple. He subsequently inquired of Denier to care for him. He had no place to reside, so he wished to stay in the home until he secured, reacquainted with his physique once more. Following 2,100 years of seclusion, he required assistance in recuperation. Entertained, the deity of time instructed him to proceed with anything he desired. 1 year later, at the Chalvan Sanctuary, the entire vicinity was overrun with vegetation. In that place, a specialist honed their skills without pause. Yohank was astonished when he perceived a voice he had not encountered in quite a while. Next to him, Songbin gazed inquisitively at the individual, but his expression shifted to one of astonishment upon seeing the lad adjacent to him, the main character already, conceived an impeccable strategy. Perplexed, the fighter expressed his lack of comprehension. What transpired with him? Evidently, numerous alterations had occurred Throughout that period, Yohank had come across the speculation that Lee Songbin was the individual who conquered the 10th malevolent blade. He couldn't fathom the notion of eliminating a formidable martial artist. The individual who had dispatched the leader of the Manhwa sect was merely fortune. The protagonist had attained the ultimate pinnacle at the halfway point of the year, and the combatant was intrigued by the influence he had acquired. Even whilst attempting to evade the subject, it required him a considerable amount of time to acknowledge his true emotions. Gazing into Songbin's eyes, it appeared as though he had existed in a nonsensical manner, prolonged. The pair remained silent for an instant. Subsequently, the fighter reinforced his hold on his armament, crafting his purpose evident. Yohank desired to confront Songbin. However, the lad was fully prepared for that clash. He remarked, "That's precisely the reason for his arrival." Just as they assumed their places, a voice commanded them to cease. The elderly gentleman cautioned that if those two engaged in combat, the Chalvans, the future may be jeopardized. Listening to the chief bullion, both individuals came to a halt. The elderly gentleman was struck by the extent of the youth's combat skills. The arts had developed. Songbin had arrived for a singular purpose. He was eager to observe how close he had come. He was determined to approach as closely as possible to Wuji Huayang, as he was able. Master Bullion remarked that the young woman's skill ought to have elevated her considerably further already. Yohank lingered for him to complete. The elderly gentleman remarked that even Huayang at 17 ought to remain considerably in front of Sun Min. However, Sun Min had anticipated that, therefore, he was not astonished. He never believed his present power was sufficient to rival her. Nevertheless, the domain of awareness had significantly amplified his strength. With this physique, he intended to ascend even further. Merely 2 months remained prior to the chamber revealed itself. Yohank urged him to remain for the night, but Songbin departed after reclaiming the infernal armor and his lance. He still needed to comprehend the Black Heart. Prevent Sogo from perishing, locate Inverus, and revive his military strength. With an abundance of tasks at hand, he was unable to squander any moments. His initial objective was locating Inverus, whose convoluted fate diverged from his. This individual had evaded demise itself, so Songbin wished to assist. He set out in pursuit of the individual who could possess the information he sought. According to Erebus's intel, the traitor known as Inverus had been spotted in the woodland of slumberers. That woodland was dreaded due to the ethereal wails that drove individuals to madness. No one was aware of what lay within, as all steered clear of the beast-stuffed forest. Songbin found it hard to fathom that an ordinary trader would venture into this place. Average individuals would forfeit their thoughts from the shouts, but to him they were merely bothersome clamor. Nothing in the woodland could genuinely unsettle him. Subsequently, an unusual occurrence materialized behind him. Taken aback, he struck with all his might. With a handful of strikes, he obliterated every creature that approached him. Meanwhile, several enigmatic silhouettes observed from a distance. They pondered how he was vanquishing the beasts with such ease. They deemed him an extraordinary pinnacle master, yet not affiliated with a malevolent sect, as he lacked any sinister energy. Realizing they couldn't overcome him individually, they sought assistance. However, Songbin had already noticed their presence, and casually inquired if they were acquainted with someone named Inverus. Frightened, the individuals unsheathed their armaments to shield themselves. A projectile hurtled directly toward him. He evaded it, perplexed by the abrupt assault. Nevertheless, the individuals continued to combat with all their might. One among them unleashed a powerful surge of flames directed towards him. Songbin remained indifferent. He was aware that he could seize everything. The assailant was astonished when Songbin replicated the identical gesture with a flick of his wrist. Approaching with measured steps, the boy opted for a more composed method. There was no cause for trepidation towards him, yet a mere glance from him was sufficient to petrify the man. Subsequently, he clarified that they were hearing impaired, so if Songbin wished to communicate, he needed to inscribe on the earth. This revelation enlightened Songbin as to why they had responded as they did, with such intensity. Thus they commenced, communicating by inscribing in the soil. Suddenly, without any prior indication, a fighter descended from the heavens. He crashed to the ground. Forcefully onto the earth, he yelled, branding the two men imbeciles for their actions. They possessed no authority to disclose tribal information to an incomplete outsider. This individual was one of the tribe's esteemed elders. Shortly thereafter, Songbin recognized that the others were not truly hearing impaired. Nevertheless, his sole concern was Inverus. The elder vehemently proclaimed he would reveal. A stranger observed nothing. The individuals noticed there was no alternative but to combat. Following the elder's fall, Songbin attempted to converse to them once more. They were unsettled, still in disbelief that he had triumphed over the elder. Assuming Inverus was linked to their clan, he instructed them to escort him there. The clan resided in the Forest of Slumberers and utilized a substance that shielded them from the perpetual wails. Before long, they arrived at the settlement, a location filled with timber structures, although some of the men evidently held the stain. Escorting him to the location, an individual advanced and presented himself as the leader, Kazuya. The pair locked eyes, exchanging cutting remarks as they assessed their next move. The leader was no pushover. He was a formidable peak master who had experienced origin reversal. Irritated, the elderly man insisted on understanding what Songbin desired so intensely that he slaughtered an elder and issued threats. Two young individuals. Songbin repeatedly claimed that he arrived amicably and had no intention to eliminate anyone. Nonetheless, he wasn't going to remain there, while an individual attempted to take his life. That response rendered the chief momentarily speechless. Setting aside his fury, he acknowledged that far too many of his kin would perish if they attempted to thwart him. Consequently, he permitted Songbin to remain as a visitor. Songbin acquiesced, yet he remained vigilant. Their agreement was established. Subsequently, Songbin inquired whether the leader was aware of Inverus. The leader informed him that Inverus had departed from the woods months prior. They were oblivious, where he proceeded to afterward, yet prior to departing, Inverus had mentioned that an individual would arrive, inquire about him. His final plea was for them to direct that individual to a specific location. Following a brief stroll, they arrived at a different section of the woods. Kazuya detailed that innumerable trees had emerged, there to construct a barrier. Sun Min clutched his spear and readied himself to shatter it. He channeled all his power and determination into the weapon. Then he cast it, himself, against the barrier. The impact was so immense, the leader had to protect his vision. Yet, even following that blow, Sun Min appeared distressed. Sheer power by itself was insufficient. Shatter the obstacle. Not even Enverus had surpassed it. Merely the clan leader had the ability to unlock it. Thus, the elderly gentleman opted to reveal it, the barrier for him. He amassed all his strength and unleashed a shadowy corridor. At that moment, the leader remained unaware of the contents within. He was merely aware that an extraordinary force resided there, and even an elite pinnacle master would find it challenging to navigate. Before he could conclude, Sun Min entered. Kazuya could merely gaze as the boy left. The constant cries would cause anyone to lose their sanity. It was a brutal attack on his mind, and as Kazuya had said, even the best masters would not be able to resist it. But for 2,100 years, Lee Sung-min had experienced things that were even more scary in his mind. His mind was hurt and fixed many times. This ordeal left him feeling like he was between being rational and being crazy. As he walked through the land, he heard a strange voice trying to talk to him, and something shiny appeared in the mist ahead. That force let him pass because it thought he was someone else. Curious, it asked if he was the one who had traveled back in time. Sung-min didn't know who was talking to him, so he didn't say anything. Then another voice told the ruler of the void to stop. A girl changed how she looked and said she was scaring the boy. Sun-min was very confused by what was happening. Finally, he asked about the two strange beings behind a barrier of trees stood. Before he could elaborate further, the young woman presented herself. She was Ruby. In Varis's well-known manner, she mentioned that she had been anticipating his arrival all this duration upon her master's instructions. She remarked that her appearance was a result of her master's peculiar preferences. Intrigued, Sun Min inquired about the unsettling aspect. Situated behind him was... Ruby remarked it was the Sovereign of the Abyss, an echo of the formidable fiends. 4 centuries prior, he had been a powerful demon who reigned over more than 100 subordinates. Now, he was merely an apparition without form. Lee Sun-min inquired why Ruby had lingered for such an extended period in an environment like this. She replied that solely her master could elucidate that, as he too possessed a distorted sense of causality. Despite being his familiar, she was unable to pinpoint his precise whereabouts. This left Sun Min feeling restless. Given that the master could perceive Ruby's position, she mentioned that the decision was for him to pursue her. He couldn't fathom why this was becoming so convoluted. Additionally, he remained puzzled by the bizarre entity that loomed before him. The Sovereign of the Abyss was aware of only one truth. The one who had returned would seek him out for him at some point. He desired to depart Woodland, accompanied by a predictor. Inhabitants of the Woodland community spoke of a benevolent deity, yet that merely caused the sovereign to chuckle. As long as the tribe's essence lingered in the woodland, the ultimate barrier would endure, and even he was uncertain if the journey had a conclusion. Despite all this, Sun Min still harbored numerous inquiries. Ruby reiterated that he might eventually encounter her mentor in Varis. The sole dilemma was how to transport a fiend without corporeal form. Even her mentor had not clarified that aspect. Abruptly, the Sovereign of the Abyss began to transform. Sun Min observed intently. Then the apparition sprang forward toward him with its strength. Even Ruby was unaware of what the Sovereign was attempting to accomplish. He intended to purloin Sun Min's physique after being ensnared for 4 centuries, lacking one. It was inferior in comparison to his previous physique, yet he intended to utilize it regardless. Ruby lingered, to witness its conclusion. The Sovereign of the Abyss chuckled maniacally, only to comprehend that he had soared directly into the wristband on the young boy's arm. Perplexed, he was unable to comprehend what had transpired. The formidable sovereign of the abyss had been dismissed and confined within the bracelet. Sun Min's intellect was excessively powerful after 2,100 years in the domain of awareness. Furthermore, it could have been a form of favor from an unseen influence operating discreetly. Nevertheless, the sole method to obtain responses was to encounter Enverus. The wrist ornament evoked recollections of when his companion, Lude, yet existed. He had created numerous recollections with that artifact, and now it was no longer of use to him. He yearned to expel the sovereign from the bracelet, but the spirit grew frantic. Just as Sun Min was about to abandon him, the monarch attempted to secure his place with an offering. He asserted that during his reign as a formidable demon, he had amassed vast spoils of war over the ages. Ruby corroborated his claim, affirming that he had indeed once possessed great wealth, with a vault brimming with treasures and peculiar curiosities. Sun Min contemplated this. Ultimately, Ruby and the Sovereign of the Void became his associates, along with the three of them proceeded deeper into the woods. The acquaintance intended to await Master Enverus, a tranquil location. It appeared satisfactory, but initially the men had another destination. The young woman inquired whether that location posed any threats. His expression previously surrendered him. He was proceeding to a subterranean chamber initially. Dungeons are peculiar locations, teeming with potent sorcery. Every single one adheres to its distinctive regulations. Upon the demise of dungeon creatures, their remains dissipate, and lewd manifests in its place. Moreover, the mightier the creature, the greater the incentive. Should you triumph over the dungeon master, you will receive a substantial reward, and the chamber seals shut. Ruby inquired if he was truly proceeding there. Composedly, he affirmed positively. Shortly thereafter, he found himself in front of a colossal boulder. 2 months elapsed since encountering Ruby and the Sovereign of the Abyss, and Eberus had assisted him discover the subterranean chamber. In his previous existence, he seized the Stone of Reversal, and now the Scarlet Gem ought to be positioned at the entrance. A single touch could propel him somewhere within. Yet, for a fleeting instant, he questioned whether this undertaking was truly feasible. Nevertheless, having journeyed this far, surrendering seemed illogical. Thus he extended his hand toward the rock. The instant his fingers made contact, he was transported. He and Ruby stepped together in the subterranean chamber. Selman abruptly perceived something recognizable. He pivoted and discovered an enormous man adjacent to him. It was a surprise attack. The gentleman remained silent. Subsequently, he inquired who the lad was. An instant later, he understood that this was the fiendish lance, the very one that had slain the cursed blade. Grismo expressed regret, stating that he had confused him for a master from the malevolent sect. In his former existence, Grismo had attained the ultimate zenith, and was subsequently slain by Wuji Hoyan. The main character had arrived to prevent the tiny ethereal fiend. Grismo cautioned that she posed a threat and accompanied by formidable individuals. The dungeon's bounties were immense, and if she obtained them, an invincible fiend might be conceived. Thus, they needed to prevent her for the benefit of all. The cursed blade Daka, the solitary matriarch, and the iron-handed fiend had also joined as her adherents. The Miram coalition had additionally supported Sogov, the intoxicated opportunist, the master of resourcefulness, and the paramount celestial swordsman. Within, they were all located somewhere in the subterranean chamber. Grismo asserted that Wuji Hoyan needed to be halted immediately, and requested his assistance. Following a brief pause, he declared he would exert every effort for justice. Grismo patted his back, remarking that this was precisely what he anticipated from the champion who triumphed over the accursed fiend blade. This was Lee, Selman's inaugural dungeon. Given that each dungeon varies, and the majority are teeming with formidable beasts, they proceeded cautiously. As they delved further, Grismo transmitted something in advance. Both halted abruptly. An unusual glow enveloped the protagonist's gaze. An individual had shown up, and Wooji Hoyan sensed the existence of a lad she had not. Observed each other for the first time in ages. Upon their encounter, neither uttered a word. They merely exchanged intense gazes. The one preceding them was the diminutive heavenly body. Fiend. Yet Grismo sensed something was amiss. Then Sogov retraced his steps. Emerging from the shadows, the tall figure illuminated the instant he beheld her. Yet they ought to have examined more carefully. Something. Concerning her, something felt amiss. A more detailed examination revealed an oddity upon her visage. Grismo immediately became frantic. She hurried towards him and struck him with maximum power. Crimson trickled from his mouth. Rubia understood. It was an impostor. A creature that imitates another's appearance and gestures. Even more troubling, it had just executed a spiritual assault, lacking even a spirit. Subsequently, the being's attention transitioned, its crimson gaze fixed upon the main character. He swiftly engaged his bracelet, and a protective shield enveloped his physique. He was enraged that his companion was being replicated in this manner. Rubia became frantic upon sensing his fury. The being began to advance when, out of nowhere, a flurry of assaults targeted him. Each one was directed at the hero. He had vanquished the ancient demonic blade. On that fateful day, Sogov had expressed just how much he had matured. Those words were etched in his memory. This was the reason he dedicated 2,100 years to his training, aspiring to make her proud and to hear those sentiments once more. But not from a mere beast, donning her visage. Thus he battled, without restraint. He informed Grismo that it was merely a replica, a double capable of imitating combat techniques. Yet it remained significantly inferior to the genuine Sogov. Typically, duplicates imitate appearance, not abilities. Rubia advised not to be concerned. She would lead them now. Another voice derided the conceited little marionette. Frustrated, the champion ordered them both to be quiet, cease the disagreement, and calm down. He experienced an ominous premonition. Should they have encountered Sogov's version, they may discover another individual subsequent. Salmon promptly considered Uji Hoyen, and trepidation was evident on his countenance. In another location, a member of the Miram coalition, Juchundo, was slain. His subordinate battled valiantly to endure. The coalition fighter directed all his fury at the damned beast before him. That creature resembled the small, heavenly fiend. She remained poised, prepared to strike once more. Observing her, he presumed, she had acquired new skills. Resolute, he endeavored to deliver fairness to the individuals she had murdered. He bellowed that Uji Hoyin needed to perish. Subsequently, the battle commenced. Yet the petite fiend was significantly more powerful. Without making a single motion, she hit once. That's solitary. The strike ended his life immediately. She remained silent. Her gaze revealed absolutely nothing. Then an idea flickered through her consciousness. It had been 9 years since she most recently encountered that individual. On the terrain rested a duplicate of Lisa Mann. She softly expressed her relief that it wasn't the genuine child. Then she observed her own reflection and considered that she ought to have tidied up herself more. Examining his physique, she recognized the extent to which more powerful he had grown. She confessed she would genuinely sorrowful if he perished here. Then she averted her gaze, abandoning the corpse and wishing for Lisa Mann would endure. chuckled, or reverberated within the cavern. Following a fierce battle, Baksogo still did not. Appeared extremely fatigued. She was already aware that she had been contending with doppelgangers. The one she had vanquished was Jochundo's replica, the least formidable among them. She discovered a pristine elixir and realized it had been within the manuscript's core. Uncertain of her next steps, she sought to locate the other Miram coalition associates. In her present condition, she realized she was unable to surpass Wujihoyan or any other of her admirers. Subsequently, two individuals drew near. They were adherents of the diminutive astral fiend, the solitary spectre, and the iron grip. Both perceived that the young woman was solitary. The enchanted gem that fell from Baksogo's double was a jewel filled with immense authority. A voice labeled him a fool for questioning why the main character didn't merely consume it. That would only exacerbate the situation, since his essence was precarious and his kemen physique were in discord. Nevertheless, his heart appeared flawless, so untainted that even amidst formidable fiends, no one possessed one comparable. The main character remained bewildered due to all this. In front of him, the yokosphere of the mountain continued strolling serenely. He paused briefly. On the earth rested a man lacking a single limb. It was a member of the mendicant order, referred to as the supplicant. The main character identified him as one of the leading trio of followers. He had severed his limb following an encounter with a replica of the solitary spectre, and enduring numerous amidst simultaneous sword blows. Upon realizing his demise, he implored for elixirs. Subsequent to consuming them, he expressed gratitude for their rescue. With a potion, they could potentially be capable to reattach his limb once more. Grismo presented the youth as Demon Spear Lee Summon, the individual who vanquished the demon's blade. The inebriate advanced nearer and remarked he had listened to numerous accounts regarding him. Baksogo frequently discussed him and asserted that the two of them were near. The champion remarked that a true companion ought to assist in times of necessity, then contemplated what type of connection the inebriate engaged with Sogo. The pair began exchanging barbs, each asserting he drew nearer to her. Grismo merely remained there in quietude. The main character abruptly sensed his complexion flushing. A voice jested that someone must be fond of the spectral maiden, and that observing two adult males, the altercation over her was amusing. The intoxicated individual then recognized he had been discourteous to someone who had merely rescued him with an elixir. The voice continued to chuckle at how greatly the enjoyment they appeared to be experiencing. That charming little romance had rendered them utterly sightless. Subsequently, one of the diminutive fiend's adherents advanced and presented herself as the wicked elderly woman. Grismo recognized her immediately and acknowledged her. Irritated, she asserted that she could defeat him with a single strike. Someone realized she was yet another of Wujihoyan's adherents. Rubia subsequently declared that her evaluation of the chamber was finished. The battle was on the verge of commencing. She revealed all that she had collected. The azure dot represented the main character. Golden dots symbolized other individuals, while crimson dots indicated creatures. With that knowledge, they possessed an opportunity to triumph. However, 3 yellow orbs were swiftly advancing, which probably signified a confrontation. The champion concentrated on Rubia's screen. The sight was just past the barrier. Therefore, one of those points could be Sogo battling Wuji or another adversary. After contemplating it, he made up his mind to shatter via the partition. In the meantime, the remaining pair continued to battle the malevolent elderly woman. Subsequently, they experienced an enormous surge of vitality. Grismo cautioned the elderly woman to prepare herself for an enormous success. That barrier wouldn't succumb to the standard force. Thus, the main character exerted pressure, his lance to its utmost. vitality commenced, congregating near it. His strength had ascended to a significantly elevated tier, and he recognized he had utilized this method previously. The lance continued to accumulate brilliance, powerful vitality. Grismo was aware the moment had arrived to strike. The elderly lady became frantic, perceiving what was on the verge of striking her. The main character exerted all his vigor until her complexion turned ashen. The adversary was unable to protect herself any longer and merely shrieked. Suddenly, the wall detonated and smoke surged through the fissures. Everyone stood still, bewildered by what had merely occurred. Sogo gazed in astonishment. The champion advanced to rescue her from the adversaries and intervened before her as a barrier. Disturbed, she could merely contemplate the duration that had elapsed since their previous encounter. Concurrently, progress reports for every individual emerged. Lee's offspring Min would not permit anyone injured Big Sogo. The other two individuals became cautious. They were unfamiliar with him and presumed he hailed from the Murim Coalition. Despite her injuries, the girl was astonished that her companion had shattered that barrier. With an object in his grasp, he proclaimed he arrived to assist. It was the offering from the Buddhist envoy, preserved all this duration so its strength would not diminish. Yet he couldn't permit this to continue. Thus, he sank his teeth into the orb with every ounce of his might. As soon as he ingested it, his physique transformed entirely. The individuals observed intently, completely vigilant. Even with merely a fraction, his internal vitality began to resurge, demonstrating Hyuju was correct. The more formidable individual would manage the girl. Meanwhile, the other charged the accursed boy with his blade. In another location, the two combatants prepared themselves. The adversary sprang forward to bridge the distance. Lee's progeny Min elevated his spear to defend. The foe's sword was formidable, and he adeptly wielded his techniques with lethal power. Observing the significant enhancement in the boy's strength, Bakusogo was astonished. Still clutching her spear, she understood the battle was not finished. Even Van Mist believed that. In spite of his diminished caliber, this individual was formidable to confront. He did not appear to be a veteran, yet he evidently had prepared for an extensive period. Then Sinmin leaped at his adversary, who confronted him with his unsheathed blade. They collided fiercely, with no moment to inhale. Neither was able to deliver a precise strike on the opponent. Sinmin turned aside from the blade approaching at him. In the interim, the man's gaze sparkled, imbued with potent sorcery. He abruptly began slicing in all directions. The hero maintained a firm grip on his lance. He surged ahead, racing at maximum speed, velocity, without pausing for an instant. The man with the beard chuckled and mocked him upon his arrival. Utilizing the 9,000 martyrs in a mere 3 seconds, he attempted to injure his foe. Even at that moment, the blade swung in erratic, unpredictable motions. The individual was perplexed. He was unfamiliar with that spear technique, or its cadence. Then, a savage blow shattered against his shoulder. He momentarily lost his equilibrium and struggled to remain upright. The lad had risen so swiftly, it surprised him unexpectedly. Nevertheless, for him, the battle remained merely enjoyable, and he erupted in laughter. Based solely on his combat abilities, the young man possessed the expertise of a virtuoso with extensive experience. In the meantime, Bakusogo was engaged in an intense battle with the other adherent of the diminutive ethereal fiend. Eager to conclude the Sunmen swiftly, the individual ceased restraining himself. There were 3 aspects the malevolent fiend was unaware of. The lad in front of him was an ally of his cherished mentor, that the talents he esteemed in his soul had been honed by that identical mentor, and that his cherished mentor would be the one to end his life. The The bearded individual could not withstand the lethal blow from his superior, never truly understanding the reason. The instant Wijihoyen revealed herself, she dispatched him in an instant. The other individual witnessed the petite. Heavenly fiend appeared, and was appalled that she had merely dispatched the toxic demon. Her. Despite her indifference towards them, they nonetheless viewed her as their sovereign. Their sole desire was for her to govern the globe, enabling everyone to observe her dominion. Thus, the other individual failed to comprehend why she executed someone who had adhered to her with such loyalty. Wijihoyen demonstrated not a hint of remorse. Enraged, he understood that disputing was futile at this point. Following everything, Meringue Tekken proclaimed that the diminutive celestial entity must perish. However, he perished instead. That Wijihoyen was merely a replica. Yet the two individuals were unaware of this, as they had never encountered dungeon duplicates previously. Ultimately, the demons that accompanied Wijihoyen were all annihilated. In the meantime, the duplicate approached the pair. Baksogo instructed Summon to leave immediately. She indicated the gap in the wall and mentioned that the inebriated individual and the mountain Yukbo were on the other side. Summon needed to retrieve them for the upcoming battle, if they desired any possibility whatsoever. The main character remarked that Sogo was swifter, thus she was destined to be the one to depart. With a subtle grin, he requested her to accomplish it. Incapable. To decline her companion, she ultimately conceded. As a final action, she flung an elixir at him. Prior to her departure, she implored him to survive. The main character was convinced he would endure, or at the very least wished for that outcome. Confronted directly, two individuals yelled at one another. In his previous existence, solely Wijihoyen arrived, emerged from that chamber unscathed. When individuals inquired about the others, she merely declared they were all perished. Everyone believed the diminutive cosmic fiend had slain them personally. However, now Summon was aware of the reality. The band encircling Wijihoyen's arm resembled a relic capable of increasing or decreasing its potency at an accelerated rate. This time, the central character might prevent it from occurring. Steeling himself, he readied for the most unfavorable outcome. Nonetheless, he declined to surrender and opted to confront his dread. Armament. With determination, he advanced towards the adversary. However, that power was overwhelming, and it seemed as though the limb could be severed. Subsequently, the adversary detonated, him distant with a single strike. Sogo, the intoxicated, and the mountain yacht brawler were still occupied, battling the elderly lady. Thus, he was uncertain whether circumstances would alter upon their arrival. Another blow propelled the main character into the air even further. Nevertheless, his determination to survive was immense. He needed to persevere through this. He had committed to numerous individuals, and he had to withstand. He needed to continue battling. He had to discover every possible method available to undermine that woman. His physique was feeble, yet his thoughts were not. Relying on his 2,100 years of experience in the spiritual realm, he endeavored to remember all that he could. He had acquired knowledge. He was required to assault from the forefront and target for the most vulnerable flank. The diminutive celestial fiend remained unresponsive. Nevertheless, she observed the main character preparing to strike once more. He was positioned high above, and endeavored to approach her as closely as he could. Grasping his lance, he recognized the battle might persist indefinitely. Nevertheless, he refused to surrender and commenced devising his subsequent action. A voice labeled him a rascal and inquired if he had observed anything. That creature wasn't engaging in a serious battle. She was merely toying around, employing that band with her full strength and encounters. The replicas imitated the original, and he was aware that Wijihoyen typically did not utilize combat techniques. Upon reflecting further, he came to the realization that she solely employed combat against adversaries was worthwhile. Thus, even if it appeared trivial, the main character had evolved into someone deserving of her attention. He recalled Sogo and hoped she would not return. He comprehended at that moment. He was contending with a beast. Meanwhile, they were confronting the wicked elderly woman while Sogo yelled that. She needed to assist those individuals. There was no moment to waste. She had. To return to the previous confrontation. Should the individuals decline, she would come back by herself. Then, an odd occurrence transpired, revealed in her gaze. The intoxicated individual seized her with his single functional arm and stated while pursuing her, the scheme would be fatal. They had previously miscalculated the adversary, and overcoming Ujihoyen would require 5-fold greater power. The intoxicated stated that their optimal choice was to withdraw. Grismo contended that the sole means of escape was to eliminate the chief creature, but the inebriated individual disclosed a scroll that had been procured from the elderly lady. It was a harsh decision, as it signified departing, a companion left behind. As they bickered, Sogo remained insensible. Within the man's embrace, then a radiant illumination erupted from the void. Simultaneously, a remorseful voice pleaded for absolution, while the combatant continued to battle the diminutive heavenly fiend. Blood cascaded from his lips and his irises were expansive. His adversary continued to exert pressure on him, constantly denying him respite. She hurried about at astonishing velocity. The protagonist needed to observe every angle, focal point, and gap, correct and contrary. The sound assisted him in determining the upcoming assault was originating from. Despite that assistance, he still couldn't track each directive. Frustrated, he commanded the voice to be quiet at last. He was aware that if he perished, he would decay in that location, and yet Sogo had still not come back. The voice asserted she had deceived him. Had he not intervened to rescue her, he would not be in such peril. Yet he was indifferent to the prospect of his demise in Sogo's absence. He was convinced that something had occurred to prevent her from returning. Moreover, had he never encountered her, he would not have endured the peak. The voice responded with a sinister chuckle. Despite that discourse, the voice remained persistent, prompting Anne to offer her assistance, leading to a metamorphosis. Commenced, lacking comprehension of any of, a person merely embraced the assistance. This constituted genuine strength, to vanquish every foe. Richard Haim observed what was occurring before her. That strength was simple to wield as long as one had an intention, and it could be summoned anywhere, whenever. Illumination, explosion, exiting his armor. It was an aspect of the voice's ethereal strength, and the lad's heart embraced the transcendent. Vigor effortlessly. His injuries began to heal, and even his limb enhanced. The atmosphere transformed, and the original's esteemed, inquisitive disposition had been replicated as well. At that instant, the duplicate perceived him as a genuine adversary. The main character sensed that such strength could render his arteries ruptured. In the meantime, the voice instructed him to wait. Opposite him, Ouija Haim readied her, force in a fury. It was the initial occasion he had attained vigor of this kind. Yet, it 仍然不够，主角拒绝了 to concede. He desired the voice to bestow upon him even greater strength, although he did not. Understood whether he could manage it. Although a frail physique ought not to possess such strength, he acknowledged it due to his had attained it previously. If he could regain the status he accomplished in the ethereal realm, that counterpart, with unwavering resolve, the champion insisted on acquiring additional and additional strength. His essence continued to amplify and unleashed incantations in every direction. Ouija Haim stormed in angrily, but her gaze expanded when she understood what transpired. Suddenly, the main character hurled her aside. She crashed into a barrier, fragments scattered in every direction, and she was left, trapped in the crevice. The 9,000 eternal melodies were being utilized for the offering. The main character merely needed to grasp for a couple of additional moments. As the globe unleashed its power, an increasing amount, detonations erupted. Furious, the diminutive cosmic fiend rose once more and launched another assault. Energy amassed during one of her hands. He never anticipated being hit, but the assault targeted the main character directly. This was the most potent strength he could employ, with 6 seconds remaining, within the offering. In his perception, strength was cascading from his entire physique. Utilizing that power, the main character endeavored to deliver retribution personally. Ouijiheim endured the blows and was propelled even further away, yet his crimson eyes deepened in shade. Suddenly, a brilliant luminescence erupted from every section of the dungeon. Even the main character appeared astonished by his victory, and the duplicate responded by remaining motionless. Agony surged through him. Perspiration trickled down his visage, and his blood vessels expanded. He had accomplished this 9 years prior, and after millennia, he continued to race forward while pondering the diminutive heavenly fiend. Lacking genuine assurance, he merely desired to discover if he had. Became slightly more robust. The tone ridiculed him for this, asserting he remained, required the strength of another to achieve victory. Possessing power and understanding how to, if it were not identical. Subsequently, the tone cautioned him to prepare. The subsequent action involved retracting the acquired strength, and that could be fatal. He mentioned he was accustomed to suffering, and the strength began to depart from him. A terrifying expression stretched across his visage. His eyes protruded, his pupils expanded. The agony was excruciating. Abruptly, the physique started to radiate. He howled as the strength drained from him. A young woman positioned herself next to him. Gently placing her hand on his abdomen, Rabia inquired if he was all right. His physique had been battling that agony for an entire hour. Even the unique potion the woman provided him was insufficient to restore his health. Lacking it, he could have perished. Thus, once more, he was indebted to Bixoga for his existence. He had come perilously close to death. His extremities, joints, blood vessels, and cloak had all ruptured and ripped into lacerations. Even incapacitated, he attempted to rise. He mentioned there was a destination he needed to reach. Subsequently, he began to stroll unsteadily. Glancing over, he observed rocks cascading onto the wicked elderly woman. Next to him, Rabia remarked that she could perceive mana vibrations and transmutation magic in that vicinity, along with an escape scroll that had shifted 3 individuals. Acknowledging that Sogo had fled the cell, he sensed he had accomplished what he intended to achieve. Nonetheless, he continued progressing. Without glancing back, he navigated toward the leader, fixated on his ultimate objective. Was Ouijiheim. He stumbled, yet never surrendered, or paused to recuperate. Rabia continued disputing with him, yet he remained silent. Subsequently, the hero lost his footing and stumbled briefly. He was too feeble to continue advancing. For 2,100 years, and throughout those 9 years, he had traversed this path, jeopardizing his existence due to the pronouncements of a 13-year-old youth. This was the reason he yearned to demonstrate his endeavor to Ouijiheim and proclaim that he had matured, more resilient due to her influence. At that moment, he possessed insignificant amount of time. Departed the protagonists. His gaze was drawn to something in front of him. Then he spotted Ouijiheim, and his expression transformed. His youthful desire to display his maturity disappeared instantly. He observed her motion, a stride more flawless than anything he had envisioned. No counterpart could replicate that, and it was precisely what he had desired, to witness all this duration. The individual in front of him was the genuine Ouijiheim. She remained poised with impeccable grace and unparalleled strength. The young woman understood he must have been the lair leader. As she strolled, she remarked that he was infuriatingly powerful, and in her existence, she would not have triumphed over him. She additionally mentioned that she had battled a beast resembling the youth and employed archaic combat techniques. For her, he had been an exceptionally enjoyable adversary. She could discern Li Xiangmin had become more robust. Now the youth would understand how to respond appropriately. Concealed behind the barrier, he was unaware of her implications. With a grin, he remarked that he was too unclean to encounter. Wi Jihoin appreciated this. Intrigued, she inquired about whom he had encountered. She acknowledged his resilience for enduring and reaching that point. In the meantime, she reclined against the wall. She remarked that Song Min had attained his aspiration and offered her congratulations. The pair continued their conversation with the substantial barrier separating them. Those 9 years held significant value for the fighter. For Song Min, they were important due to all his dedication and toil. She fell silent for a brief period then, inquired whether he preferred not to. As she had expressed previously, she despised individuals, placing anticipations upon her. Prior to her arrival in this realm, and thereafter, she had perpetually been observed by those dreadful eyes. Yet if it had truly been Song Min all along, she would not have objected. He expressed his regret. Initially, she believed he did not wish to accompany her. However, he claimed that was not the case. Li Xiangmin understood that if he accompanied her at this moment, he would perpetually reside in her shadow and continue striving to prove himself deserving of her. Although he surpassed Wi Jihoin's expectations in strength, it remained insufficient for him. Grinning, she recognized how avaricious he was. 9 years had elapsed, leaving merely 1 year before their vow concluded. Thus he had a single year to attain Wi Jihoin's stature. Following that, they could reunite. He mentioned that after 10. For years he accompanied her. A broad grin blossomed on her visage. Departing, she left him to his avarice, and she decided to prolong her wait. Prior to departing, she cautioned him that it would not be straightforward, and within a year would be even more formidable than he. From his responses, Wi Jihoin perceived merely the extent of his transformation. The pair rose to their feet, and their expressions revealed their personal ambitions. Honestly, she yearned to seize him at that moment, even through coercion. She desired to pivot and catch a glimpse of his expression, yet she restrained herself. A year from now, they might engage in deeper conversations. They could dine and share beverages together and express all thoughts candidly. Subsequently, she understood there existed one aspect she had overlooked to mention. Illumination cascaded over her features as she traversed the threshold. Unbeknownst to him, she longed for him. Beyond the prison, someone shrieked in anguish. Bexago inquired why the individual had removed her from Somian and remained behind instead. The intoxicated individual remarked, there was no alternative. Yet for her, that deed was ignoble, not honorable. With a glance back, the woman declared her intention to depart from the Merom Alliance. She was unwilling to stay in such a location, and that individual would never have to search for her again. To her, the incident was repulsive. The intoxicated individual could merely remain there, quietly. Weeping, she inquired, Li appearing to pardon her. Then she stated she needed to grow more robust. The entities that tread. This realm on 2 legs possesses regulations and ethics to maintain harmony. However, some disregard those guidelines and transcend them. Creatures that consume the blood of others. Entities that defy mortality and continue existing in a distorted manner. Entities that cast distant esteem and conviction. Entities referred to as nature's savages. Those who has even attained the moon. Entities that can scarcely be deemed human. those remaining at that threshold are referred to as non-humans. The main character's expression was one of astonishment. Disoriented, he discovered that he was in a location he instantly recognized. He was completely unaware of his surroundings, or what was occurring. Then a voice inquired why he appeared so ashen. Something. The sound that caught his notice came from behind him. It was the tone of the Sovereign of the Abyss. He inquired about their location, and the Sovereign declared it was his aspiration. When the youth drew upon his strength, their ethereal realms intertwined. Thus, upon drifting into slumber, he stepped into that reverie. His physique was now enduring the repercussions of that strength. However, he chose not to ease the champion, who continued to feel apprehensive. Contemplating the possibility that he could be experiencing delusions, considering everything that transpired after the ordeal, seemed akin to a hallucinatory episode. The ruler of the abyss declared he had assumed that shape to put him at comfort. Subsequently, he endeavored to champion his authentic essence. His vitality dispersed around him. An instant later, and unusual, a silhouette materialized in front of him. It was the formidable fiend, the Sovereign of the Abyss. In his primal state, demons resemble humans. Although it wasn't his authentic form, he took pleasure in adopting that guise once more after a lengthy period. The Sovereign had several inquiries for the youth. He sought to understand what the lad truly was. The strength he had bestowed upon him ought to have been unfeasible for an individual similar to him to persevere. Nevertheless, the young lad managed it admirably and utilized it as it had perpetually belonged to him. Had it not been for the Sovereign, the fighter would have long since perished because his physique was excessively frail. When he bestowed that strength upon him, he sensed the youth's feelings, a sensation that even he had never encountered. Nonetheless, something within the lad established a psychological barrier robust enough to prevent the Sovereign from seizing his form. Thus, the main character resolved to clarify his position. He informed the Sovereign that he was a backslider and elaborated on the instruction he received from the divine compassion in Denier. At that moment, the Sovereign comprehended the reason behind the robustness of his psychological defense and why his abilities faltered, align with his existing capability. He was astonished that the youth had honed his skills in the realm of intellect for 2,100 years, deeming it rather foolish. Ultimately, the champion was older than that peculiar being in age, yet still merely a youngster to the Sovereign. His physique merely couldn't endure all the encounters and instruction from the realm of intellect. The Sovereign continued to label him feeble, even after 2,100 years, and continued to regard him with disdain. However, those were the confines of humanity. Thus, the Sovereign of the Abyss resolved the youth. A man ought to transform into a demon. Upon hearing this, the hero froze, rendered mute. He had already sensed the cost of harnessing such immense strength, and his heart resembled that of a creature. Should he transform into a fiend, he would evolve into a particularly intriguing scenario. Should that occur, he could potentially exceed the woman who captivated him to such an extent. The young man was enveloped in a chill of perspiration, his gaze expansive with terror. Nonetheless, he discovered the bravery to decline. Nevertheless, he was unable to disregard the monstrous strength residing within him. Reflecting on the past, he recalled the directive to travel north. The elder had instructed him to venture to the place where the millennia-old snow remains eternal, and to encounter an individual. There, for 5 years, the cohort was en route to the magnificent northern metropolis, Travia. Yet, the young woman couldn't fathom the reason for their prolonged stay in such an icy location for 3 months. During a meal, the protagonist remarked that there were not numerous locations where they could pause. The voice proposed transforming into an object rather than squandering nourishment, prompting the girl to scold it into silence. The fighter continued eating as if nothing had occurred. 3 months had elapsed since that moment. Following their escape from the dungeon, he paid a steep price for utilizing the Monarch of the Void's authority. Even before fully recuperating, they journeyed north as Master Bullion had directed. Now, after 3 months on the journey, they were nearing Travia. According to Neville's intel, this territory was once governed by the bloodthirsty Heavenly Fiend. However, subsequent to losing an arm to a diminutive Heavenly Fiend, fiends and creatures began dispersing universally. Prior to that, Travia had already been under the dominion of demons and other non-human entities. It was consistently recognized as the realm of non-humans, inhabited by demons such as the Sovereign of the Abyss, liches, vampires, and werewolves. Anthropomorphic monstrosities all resided there. Upon reflection, the central character comprehended the reason. He had been detecting the scent of canines for some time. From the shadowy woodland, numerous sets of eyes observed them. This indicated they were near their goal. Suddenly, a number of lycanthropes erupted. Emerging from the foliage, they launched an assault. Prepared for combat, the main character concluded that it was an opportune moment for some physical activity. The enraged wolves surged directly towards them. The young woman cautioned him that werewolves became more powerful after sunset, and conventional arms were ineffective against them. However, he failed to comprehend her intention. Then he recalled the elf who crafted his lance. He had discovered an enigmatic fragment of prophecy that arrived, with astonishing clarity. It emerged following his triumph over Wigatroyans. Duplicate in the cell. He aimed to transform that substance into a lance. In compensation, he presented the elf with the surplus fragments. She felt privileged merely to handle it, and found it astonishing that he was relinquishing it for a spear. Noticing her distress, he encouraged her to position the orichalcum into his protective gear instead. Resuming the battle, he recognized his armament was distant from mundane. Consequently, he advanced with swift agility and impacted wolves sequentially. His spear struck forcefully into their snouts. His swift actions left them completely bewildered. He twirled the lance effortlessly and propelled it directly into their torsos. Subsequently, he observed that he had already removed 50% of them. Intrigued, he inquired why they assaulted him. One wolf, infuriated by his audacity, cautioned that he wouldn't leave unscathed. Following his actions, they claimed he had ventured into the domain of the Spectre Wolf faction. The main character retorted that he was completely unaware where their domain was situated. The wolves held him accountable for destroying their earnings from the hamlet. This prompted him to recall assaulting those attempting to peddle the female as a servant. The wolf remained unresponsive upon listening to that. As he felled another foe, the lad proclaimed they were the genuine villains in this scenario. He warned them that if they ceased their onslaught, he would depart. Yet it was evident they possessed no purpose of releasing him. Before he could even complete his statement, the champion delivered a precise strike. In the following moment, he severed the wolf's head. The voice emanating from his bracelet inquired about his thoughts. He replied that contemplation was unnecessary when eliminating filth like them. The voice indicated that with his power, he could have taken their lives, all 10, effortlessly. The lad merely appeared bewildered. To the voice, his fighting style seemed to convey arrogance, as if he were exhibiting his prowess. It also highlighted that the girl next to him bore a striking resemblance to the wolves. She clarified that vampires and werewolves are required to serve a superior and produce feebler progeny distant from that location. Thus, since werewolves held a subordinate status, possessed a dwelling similar to theirs, should their master was the individual behind the voice suspected, they were indeed in significant peril. In his present condition, the champion might not overcome that adversary, so he had to refrain from behaving so impulsively. Somnium grew exasperated, interpreting the sovereign's words as suggesting he should have permitted Ruby to be enslaved. The girl started weeping and attributing fault to herself, but the voice asserted that this confrontation would have occurred eventually regardless. They ventured into the domain. With little additional discourse, it issued a single caution. There would perpetually be an individual present, more potent than like and mean. The sovereign of the abyss's caution was realized nearly instantly. As an individual drew near, a voice remarked that it was a delight to make their acquaintance. The bracelet disclosed the sovereign's fury and anguish. Then, a silver-haired figure in an unusual garment emerged from the darkness. It was Ju 1, the head of the spectral wolf faction, recognized as the insane wolf. The fighter's physique revealed how anxious he had grown. The chief surveyed his surroundings and witnessed all his adherents perished. Observing his kin vanquished, he inquired about the identity of the boy. Sensing the strain, the champion revealed his identity. Upon hearing Lycanmen, the Jew instantly acknowledged him as a spectral lance. He believed the lad was affiliated with the unconventional faction, and he bore a striking resemblance to their sort. Yet, none of that held significance any longer. Authority began to ascend from the individual's physique. He intended to eliminate the youth immediately and retaliate for his kin. Perceiving that lethal purpose, Sun Min halted, as a voice commanded the insane wolf to cease immediately. The sovereign of the abyss taunted him, inquiring whether he was not too aged to intimidate the vulnerable. The instant Ju 1 sensed that might, he recognized the individual. It had been 4 centuries since their previous encounter, and he believed the sovereign was deceased. The wolf inquired about the fate of his remains and the reason for his presence within that young one now. Yet the sovereign was unable to respond. He was entirely unaware if his physique had genuinely vanished. Recalling a bygone falsehood, Jihad one reflected upon to that embarrassing instance. The sovereign remarked that Jihad 1 had transformed significantly and used to be much more unruly. He instructed Jihad 1 to depart immediately and cease creating disturbances. Observing all of this, the lad silently absorbed it. Should a confrontation arise, he wouldn't merely linger there. Nevertheless, Jihad 1 declared he was merely traversing through and hadn't actually forfeited significant amounts. On this occasion, he would overlook it. He subsequently inquired if the fighter was en route to Travia. As he pivoted, he advised him to exercise caution. Others might not be as mindful, as compassionate as he was. Then, the frenzied wolf disappeared almost immediately beneath the twinkling heavens. Had they engaged in combat, the main character probably would have been defeated. The individual in question was a formidable figure who had amassed influence for more than a century and occupied a prominent position among the most formidable non-humans. The ruler remarked that, in his absence, the lad would have perished by now. He was as feeble as a bug. The fighter decided to disregard the voice. The Jewish individual was merely the head of a minor faction. Even at the pinnacle, there remained greater peaks lay ahead of him. Nevertheless, Lee Sun-min experienced joy upon recognizing how enormous the universe truly was. He felt less apprehensive at that moment, and realizing there remained path forward exhilarated him. Nevertheless, he continued to contemplate Ju 1's caution that others might be more ruthless. He possessed no concept of who the Jew represented. In another realm, the deranged wolf lingered solitary in the shadowy emptiness. He had encountered the sovereign of the void once more, and found it astonishing that the essence persisted even after the physical form was lost. Thus, he retraced his recollections. There was no question that it had been the genuine sovereign of the void, still existing, after 4 centuries. That individual was the renowned Spectral Lance, and the sovereign resided within him. He was likely the individual who damaged several of Jenny's playthings. The lady remarked that she hadn't been particularly concerned earlier, but now the child was turning into a genuine annoyance. Upon closer inspection, she observed how he appeared now. Although he was human, the lad resembled one of them, and due to the sovereign of the abyss, the wolf released him. Regardless, The woman intended to continue observing his expedition to Travia. Nevertheless, they couldn't proceed too swiftly due to the energy residing within that human form. For the moment, that was everything, the details they possessed. Should any incident arise, the hunters would alert the individual. Finally, he had discovered a heart stealer. Neville revealed that the document contained crucial information regarding Travia, encompassing characteristics and behaviors of its troops, and subsequently passed it on. The documents to Lee Sun Min, Hunters, Nobody, and the quintet of leaders, the Obsidian Luminaries. They wielded extraordinary influence, and he understood the peril was substantial. The other individual referred to were likely those hunters, and the deranged wolf was among the 5 commanders, the Obsidian Stars. Coming to the realization that there were 4 others akin to him, the champion felt anxious. They had all existed for centuries, making a confrontation with them exceedingly challenging. If he hoped to endure the next encounter, he ought to permit the Sovereign of the Abyss to assume control. Nonetheless, the youth steadfastly declined to transform into a beast, or relinquish the entity within his bracelet. That ideal opportunity. He was aware his mentor had traversed that path, and for the sake of his dignity, he would persist, without compromising his identity. The Sovereign failed to understand his refusal of that authority, but the fighter asserted that he desired no might that did not seem merited by his own toil. Ultimately, the central character was fortunate. One spared him on that occasion. A voice remarked about a madwoman in that location. Individuals akin to him are appreciated. Observing the debris surrounding him, the crimson. The girl with the flowing locks was astonished. She remarked that everyone remained near as long as he was powerful, yet the instant he became feeble, they all turned against him. Yet, even in that state, he still eliminated them, all with that fractured physique. Before her, he appeared to radiate even more, as he unleashed greater depths of his strength. She caressed his visage and referred to him as a wretched soul. Then, without a moment's pause, she struck him in the face. In a state of desperation, he declined assistance from a vampire and instructed her to remain behind. He had no intention to be deceived by a woman of her caliber. This was Bakhmusen, the heavenly fiend, previous monarch of Travia. To the vampire, the entire experience was captivating. She couldn't quite comprehend why, but a man of his caliber sent her heart racing, like never witnessed previously. While she tended to her injuries, Janella, the vampire sovereign and a dark luminary of the hunters, resolved that she desired Bakhmusen for her own benefit. Should he accept her proposal, she would replace his absent limb and grant him the strength to overcome his opponent, who diminished him to this condition. At that instant, agony ripped through all of Bakhmusen's appendages. Clenching his jaw at her, he stated he declined. Janella had anticipated his agreement, thus his response infuriated her. Despite being defeated by someone younger, his determination continued to radiate, and that was precisely why she was fond of him. However, whenever he dismissed her, that vigor would gradually diminish, so she understood it wouldn't be long before he ultimately succumbed. Nevertheless, that wouldn't appease Janella. It was perpetually the same. As soon as she acquired her toy, she became disinterested and began searching for something else. She had engaged in that activity for quite a while. While she strolled quietly, a man shouted, "Exit, Maestro." She rotated at once to listen to him. He cautioned her that an unusual youth, a figure, had arrived in the metropolis. The figure appeared human, yet his vitality was lacking. Instantly, Janella realized it was the lad Juan had referenced. She considered Mad Wolf to be an utter simpleton for allowing him to depart unscathed, pretending as though it had. Unrelated to her, she nonetheless opted to observe the lad for herself. Reflective partition. An individual reclined with a substantial chest injury, appearing nearly lifeless. Bystanders continued to pass by the avenues without pausing. Nevertheless, a few individuals were capable of, sensed the palpable strain in the atmosphere. They had at last arrived at Travia, yet following the assault on the heavenly fiend, the metropolis was in turmoil. A more detailed examination uncovered heaps of corpses. The sovereign of the abyss cautioned that they were not typical remains. They were all non-humans. Lycanthropes, vampires, and a greater number had assembled in Travia. They typically remained concealed, making their presence in the open unusual, demonstrated the town was anything but ordinary. Rubia inquired whether it was truly necessary to visit such a location, given that the elderly gentleman may have been mistaken. Lee's offspring Min hesitated upon hearing an unknown. A voice addressed him. Taken aback, he observed Janella next to him, indicating that she was an individual of great significance. With radiant golden eyes, she presented, identified herself as Janella, and remarked that it was an unusual,